It's the start of a 5-day ECS here in Krefeld. It's going to be short, it's going to be sharp, but the action is guaranteed here in Germany. Let's get this show on the road.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and OneXBet.
Welcome to a new week here in Germany, and what a weekend we had. Of course, we had that 7-game series between Germany and Belgium. It was hotly fought. It went to the final game and it was Belgium who came up trumps in the end. A few of the statistics around that game and those series are very interesting as well. There was just 2 runs and 2 wickets between the 2 international sides on aggregate over those 7 games. That shows just how closely fought it was. What a weekend we had. But the action never stops here on the European Cricket Network, and now we're going into 5 days of ECS action. There's 2 groups. The top 2 from each group go through to finals day on Friday, Peacock Friday, of course. And we're going to start now with Group A with 5 teams. Of course, the last time we were here in Germany was 2 years ago, so I'm sure it's going to be all change from then. The first game is Gelsenkirchen against Köln CC, and let's go straight out into the middle with Tyrone Peters for the coin toss.
Colin to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a head.
We bowl first.
They're going to have a nice bowl.
Thanks, Ty. There you have it. So Köln have won the toss and they will have a bowl. I always like that decision when you've got new teams coming into a new series, because you never quite know what the par score is. Actually, in the ECIs over the weekend, the par score was over 160. Of course, those are the international players. It'll be interesting to see how it changes on the domestic stage. But for Köln, of course, they're a side we know well. They're a very established side actually in the local leagues here, and they're going to go out into the field. It's always good to settle a few nerves early on and get out there in the middle. The sun's shining, it's kind of a bit hazy. I know there's a few showers forecast maybe later in the week, but for today it looks like it's going to be a hot one as well, 27 degrees. And it'll be interesting to see how the conditions play. The pitch is quite a bouncy one. We saw that with the carry over the weekend, and of course now new players coming in. We will see a few players who featured for Germany over the weekend, so once more, a few interesting battles to talk about. As for Gelsenkirchen, they of course will be batting first in this game, and they've got 2 games back to back this morning. In fact, every team is going to play 2 games today and 2 games tomorrow. It's short and sharp groups, so Group A is happening today and tomorrow, Group B Wednesday and Thursday, and then of course we go to the big finals day on Friday. So it's going to be all action. I'm looking forward to it, and I know Rico in the commentary box is as well. And Rico, the news from the toss is that Köln CC have won the toss and they will have a bowl.
Thank you very much indeed, and good morning, good morning everybody, and welcome to the start of the European Cricket Series, at the start of another week here on the European Cricket Network. And well, I suppose a little bit of calmity after we've had a number of events happening at the same time. But, we're going to start off, of course, with this series with Gelsenkirchen taking on Köln here at CC. I'm looking forward to this as well. Some familiar faces that we will see in the 2 sides. Of course, those national team players that were in action over the last few days are going to be hoping that their form continues in this one. And some players that certainly we can see already that are there for Gelsenkirchen. I know that Ace is listed to play. There he is. He's on the team sheet there. And got a player, Wakas Fatmi, who I seem to remember being a big hard hitter here. So good to see him in the side as well. And another player who was pretty good last time that I was here a few years ago was Mohammed Asif. So he'll be hoping to make a good start here. And over on to the other side, you got Sasanka Sanka. I think he's somebody, the captain, who will be hoping to impress. And a couple of other players that in that side that I remember from last time that ring a bell. Certainly Imran Rasuli is one of those. So looking forward to the start of what should be a very entertaining European cricket series. Nice to have you all with us wherever you are tuning in from around the world. I guess it's either good morning, good afternoon or good evening as we make a start, and it's going to be a wide ball to start off with. Umpire Ayush makes the signal. He's out there with Avinash. Third umpire is Guru, and of course Tara Peters is the tournament referee, and that one will go all the way. The first legal delivery then of this European Cricket Series 2025 is going to be a big six, and it's Mohammed Asif that blasts it away. Tossed up, and that's going to be another piggy. Goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona. Shaka lagya. Well, if you're going to put it there, that's where it's going to end up. It's just in the slot, and good batters are going to get hold of those. There's no question about that. It's another one that gets sent out of the park. And typical Monday morning, of course, here. And by that I mean that being a Monday, it always took a little bit longer to get to the ground. So traffic was pretty immense. As that's going to be another boundary. So 2 6s and a 4 after the wide ball. So Mohammed Asif, he started well here. And Mohammed Asif is somebody that certainly remember from last time. He's a good aggressive player, and that's the way that he started here. And he's hit this firmly, but that's well stopped. It's really well stopped. No run this time. That was absolutely crunching. It's that man Sanka who gets down, gets dirty, and makes the stop there. Sanka. And that's going to get through the covers. It's going to be 4 runs. That's a very nice shot. Yeah, just having a look at Mohammed Asif's record. His highest score was back in 2023 when he scored a fine 67 against Kern. And a good all-rounder as well. He's got 10 wickets on the network, but he's approaching 1,000 runs on the network as well into the 700s, and be hoping that by the time this series is over that he is able to bring up that landmark. It's going to be another one that's going to be crunched away. And the bowler here, Akil Sagarthan, has just been putting the ball in the area where the batter can get after it. So we're going to see a magical start to this European Cricket Series. Here, of course, at the Sports Club Krefeld, 1905 at the Krefeld Cricket Ground. And that first over will go for a massive 27. And let's have a look at our tour of Germany here. Of course, we just completed the international series. So today we start with 10 domestic teams playing in the European Cricket Series, and split over 2 groups. We have 2 days of Group A, 2 of Group B, and then of course on the 19th of July it's the European Cricket Series Women edition. Looking forward to seeing that 3 teams will go head to head. Well, not just I, looking forward to all the action here. Tina Goff will be as well, who joins me back in the igloo.
Good morning, Rico. Yeah, absolutely looking forward to the next 5 days plus another 2 days of cricket carnage here from Krefeld. Going to the second over, it'll be Binson Thomas to bowl it. Gelsenkirchen have got off to a blistering start here, haven't they? And well, it's not helped by a misfield there. It was a bit of a lazy Monday morning kind of stretch there from the fielder. And it was Shreyas Pandey, the unfortunate victim there, as it will roll away for 4 runs. Yeah, just needs to get those hamstrings going. It is early, but no excuse for that one really, as the boundaries keep on flowing here.
Yeah, Monday mornings. That's what happens on Monday mornings. And that shot, so catch it and gone. Well, a wicket does fall, and it is going to be Wakas who's going to be the first to go. Hits the boundary, then he's on his way. So Wakas 4 and out. That's the 31 for 1.
Cricketing gods maybe a little just there. Probably should have got a single on the previous delivery, which would have taken him off strike. Got the bonus 4, but didn't quite get a hold of that one. All the fielders on the offside, sitting right on that ring. And it was a comfortable catch in the end for the first wicket to fall. A man with 420 on his back has to depart. Still though, decent enough start in terms of the run rate for Gelsenkirchen, 31 on the board. You can see he was standing quite far in front of the crease, just trying to lift it over that inner ring. If it was over the inner ring, it would have been 4 runs. Alas though, for Wakas, he does depart, and it's a comfortable catch for Irfan Ahmed. And the grass here has been cut as well. It's slightly dewy this morning. But I feel like as the day goes on, it's going to burn away. It's going to be pretty rapid out there. Shazaib Khan gets himself straight off strike there.
Yeah, off strike, gets off the mark. Shazaib, just you can see he's also doing a bit of stretching out there. And, contrasting kits from the two teams. You've got the green and the dark blue, it looks like, and the red and the blue. That's a lovely shot. Just flicks that away effortlessly for another big 6. So Mohamed Asif, he certainly is looking pretty dangerous this morning. And yeah, that's a glorious stroke, effortlessly played away. So it's going to be 6 more runs. Yeah, we saw him playing for the Krefeld Spartans. So a few players have moved around from one team to another. And I think Gelsenkirchen are pretty happy to have this guy on their side. They've picked up a couple of good ones. Mohamed Asif certainly is one of them. Remember, got Hayes Bruce in there as well. Shazaib Khan, who saw him playing national team level. That's another easy put away. He's making it look easy here. Not the best bit of bowling, though. He keeps bowling this down the leg side, and it's short as well. And just all the time in the world. So Vincent Thomas, well, he's being put into the bin at the moment. Is Vincent? He's got to come back with a good one.
Yeah, well, my count, there's 5 players in the Gelsenkirchen lineup that have previously played for the Krefeld Spartans. Of course, it's a bit of a cricket hotspot here in Germany, in this area, because there's a lot of cities around here, a lot of good teams, and Krefeld as well is the national performance centre for the national sides. So a lot of talent in this area of Germany. Looking forward to seeing it across the next 7 days.
And it's still angled towards the legs, but this time Vincent Thomas gets lucky as that just gets played away. Single, that is the end of the over, and going pretty well. Well, we saw big scores being scored here yesterday. In fact, it was a really high scoring finish to that international series. I think at one point we were going at around about 16.5 per over, which was pretty electrifying. You can see that we've made a similar start to this European Cricket Series as well. That's 45 for 1 after 2 overs.
Excellent start for Gelsenkirchen. Win predictor has them up at almost 90%. But yeah, that international series average run rate throughout that was 16.4. So 164 was the average score. I'd be surprised if we see it quite so high during this domestic series, but Gelsenkirchen got off to a flyer here. It's Indukuri who'll bowl the third.
He starts okay with a dot ball, so a nice start there from Indukuri.
Yeah, I mentioned it in the intro, but it's a pretty fascinating stat that actually Vinny posted to us yesterday. The aggregate scores of the ECIs over the 7 games.
Shot. Oh, that's a really good shot. Just gets a... It wasn't that wide, actually, but that's a cracking strike from Asif. And that takes him to 45 of just 10 deliveries.
It's one of those shots that we saw a lot from Belgium over the weekend, isn't it? Just slashing it away to the offside. And speaking of Belgium then, over the weekend, Belgium had an aggregate score of 1,117 for 38. And Germany had an aggregate score of 1,115 for 40. So there's just 2 runs and 2 wickets between the two sides, obviously in the favour of Belgium in the end, across the 7 games. So it shows just how closely fought those games were.
Yeah.
It was a brilliant series, wasn't it?
It certainly was, and I know it was thoroughly enjoyed by people watching from all around the world. I was inundated, I don't know about yourself, inundated with so many messages from people saying, you know, we need more series. Can we have more like that? Well, we do. We'll always have these European Cricket Internationals, but yeah, that was really exciting, and I know that our viewers who tuned in from around the world really did enjoy the action. And, I'm sure we're going to enjoy the action of this one as well. Siva just having to wait a minute here. I think there might be a little issue to sort out. The umpires are just told, hang on a minute, just got to wait here. So Siva just has to wait for a moment. It allows us to talk a little bit more about that series. So one thing, I mean, I know to expect the same number of runs and the sort of average scores, it's probably not going to be that, because we will see, I think here, if that one's going to be played away, and that's going to be 1 bounce for. So Mohamed Asif now moves to 49. Yeah, we're going to see teams with mixed experiences. I know that today that we're going to see teams the likes of, I think, Linkenbach, Mal, and also Grey Caps Aachen that have only got a couple of players that have played before. So it's going to be interesting to see, but I like that. It means that there's going to be, we know some familiar players like the man who's just got himself a 50, Mohamed Asif. We know about players like him. We know players about Sazib Khan, who's out there with him, somebody else who played in the national team. But also, we're going to see the opportunities to see a lot of new players. And I do like that. That's what it's all about for me, I think, when we go to countries. It's about re-equating and seeing players we know that do perform well on the network, that have already made a name for themselves, and also the budding stars of the future as well, players we've never seen before, and seeing how they play and how they perform. That's well stopped. That's it hits hard back to the bowler. So Siva Kumar. But yeah, that's probably what the issue was. He might have had the wrong bowler down. This time, just happy to push it away on the onside and take a single, as Sazib Khan at the moment just can't get the big shots in, and that'll do at the end of the 3rd over. But it's a pretty good start for Gelsenkirchen. They have got to 58 and have lost just that 1 wicket.
Decent start indeed. Not a bad over there in the end from Siva Kumar Kumpatla. 13 runs coming off it. But that 1 wicket they've lost hasn't stopped the momentum, especially for Mohamed Asif. 50 of the 58 runs scored so far off his bat. A blistering 50 for him, coming off just 13 deliveries. He's already shaping up to be quite a key wicket here for Gelsenkirchen. If Köln are able to topple him, they'll get firmly into the middle order. Of course, Ace is still in there as well. He comes in usually about 6 or 7 for Germany. He did over the weekend. Interesting to see where he comes in. The captain and wicketkeeper as well, Amal Mudapatu, carded at 5.
Tall man coming on to bowl here now. Now this is Ashik Rahuman. Let's see how he starts. So some more medium pace you'd expect here. There's Khan, who hasn't quite clicked yet. 3 balls for 2. He's on strike. And once again, he tries to crunch this one away, but just scuffs it out onto the leg side. Just going to be a single as the sun does start to come out. Heard you say about the weather that there might be some showers at some point during this series, but at the moment, it's a glorious start to the day. Lovely sunshine. And just as I say that, Tina's getting her shades out.
Yeah, it's coming right into the igloo, isn't it?
Oh, well, that one fortunately isn't coming into the igloo, but it's a lovely shot. Just again, clipped off the pass from Mohamed Asif. He's looked so switched on this morning. He's playing a glorious array of shots, and this one is right up there as another beauty. 6 more from him. Boom. Shakalagya as Ashik Romahan goes now for his first boundary.
Just a flick, dismissive flick of the wrist there from Mohamed Asif. Not too much wrong with the delivery, maybe just slightly overpitched. Asif doesn't need a second invitation. He tries to go again this time, mishits it. We'll just get the single for it. I have to say, Rico, your pronunciation so far has been on point. It's been a baptism of fire for you.
Wow.
I mean, Monday morning, and you think, just ease yourself into it, and they come straight in with the VfB Gelsenkirchen and the Cone CC. So, great job.
Thank you. I was practicing, and I know as that one is going to get played away for another 6, is not a good delivery. Gandhi balls again. Batke Shaka Maria did Sazib Khan, so he gets his first boundary. But I think Soraya and Diana and Manav would vouch for it. That in the car I was practicing. And having, of course, Surya there as well, who obviously speaks the lingo pretty fluently, she was able to assist as well. So with your help and with Surya's help, I can't go wrong, can I really?
Well, if any point you want to revert to the jellies for Gelsenkirchen, then I'm all on board for that.
Right, here goes Rahman again. Can he get it outside the off? Well, it's a better delivery, and it gets respected this time from Khan. He runs back to his mark. I think the umpires probably already have told Kern that they're running slightly behind the time. Well, that one would have been a wide. He spoils it. He's get nothing from it, so that's a bit of luck. And that will bring us to the end of the 4th over. 72 it is for 1. What did you get to last night? Did you go for your run last night or this morning? Because I know you're sort of getting yourself ready and in shape for some big cricket to come.
I went last night into the hotel gym. I wanted to watch Wimbledon and the test match, so I kind of compromised with myself and watched it while on the elliptical machine. And then this morning up at 6 a.m, it's not the kind of area where I really necessarily want to go running in. Nothing wrong with it. It's just a bit too industrial for me. So I've decided to stay in the gym. Even at 6 a.m, it's quite hot as well. So I stayed in, did a bit more elliptical. And yesterday, of course, that one's a bit of an ugly wide in the end. Starting the 5th over as it's Kumpatlo who comes back on here and starts with a bit of a filthy 5 wides there. Yeah, last night was the final group stage game of the Women's Euros, the football, and England were playing, so I watched that, at least the first half. The problem is when you're in Germany, the games start an hour later. They didn't start till 9 p.m,
right.
So I was flagging by the time the second half started, and I don't think I managed it to the end, to be honest.
Okay, I think you might just get enough of this, and in fact, it's a couple of metres over that boundary. Wasn't clean out of the middle this time from Mohamed Asif, but he is going well. It have to be said, with so much time still left, Mohamed Asif could give us a cracking start to this European Cricket Series. And you know what he's on for. I'm not going to say it because I'll get accused of all things. And he plays this one out quite nicely. Good comeback delivery, though, this time from Kumpati. This is Siva Kuba coming back again. How did that match finish then in the end?
I think England won 6-1 against Wales, so they're through, but they were through in second place because France beat the Netherlands 4-2. So France go through in first place. They'll be playing Germany in the quarterfinals, so that's a big game. But it's been great to see the crowds in for the women's football, something probably 20 years ago. Struggled to fill the stadium, but now it's over in Switzerland, and the support's been great.
Unlucky to Carlos. Una pena. Carlos not going out of Wimbledon, but he played well, and well done to Sinner. I mean, it was always going to be a great match, and Sinner gets his revenge after being beaten, of course, there in the French Open. And I reckon my prediction for the cricket, people have been asking me, I think India's going to bottle it. I think England's going to pick up the wickets they need and get the victory. That's what I'm thinking. It's hit firmly towards the fielder. He's done well. Good bit of fielding there right in front of us. That's Akil Sugathan. Watches his ball coming bobbling into him. Yeah, so I think those wickets picked up late yesterday by England will certainly help them this morning. And they've got to make the most of the early conditions, though, England. Oh, that's going to be down the leg side. It's going to be a wide ball, and will have to be bowled again. And of course, I think those conditions there in the UK are going to be pretty key as well. So let's see how that finishes. I think it's going to be a bit of a nail-biting finish in that test between India and England. Yeah, good bowling. That is good bowling. Coming back into it a little bit here. CC, and that takes us to 89 for 1. It's a good opportunity for myself, Rick Krefeld and Tina Goff to welcome you into the Igloo and say good morning to you all around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. And I hope you're going to join us for 5 very exciting matches.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's our first 5-game day, so we had a bit of a chill weekend, but now we're into the nitty-gritty. It's Monday morning. Looking forward to it. And I quite like this format as well. It's just the 2 days per group. It means it's short and sharp, and it also means that every game is going to be important.
Yeah, I do like it. I think some of the formats that we've had recently work, and it means that every game has something on it. And of course, Group A, just 2 days of action. They'll play each other once, and you aim to finish in the top 2. Finish in the top 2 in both groups, and then you are, of course, going through to finals day. And the usual scenario, finish top, and you will get that double chance, and that's what a lot of teams will be wanting to do. And that's an awful shot. And I tell you what, you know, you talk about wielding the sword. Well, this is almost like He-Man himself plays it one-handedly. Look at that. He-Man, I had the power, says Mohammad Asif. He doesn't want the wide, he just wants the runs. And Asif now with that shot moves himself into the 70. No, in fact, it goes all the way for 6. I thought it was 4. He's actually hit a one-handed Maximo. Moves to 72 of just 20 deliveries.
One thing we already noticed early on here is that the quality of the bowling is not quite what it was at the weekend. A few loose deliveries, and someone of the quality of Mohammad Asif is not going to miss out on a freebie like that.
Rasuli once again. Oh, that's going to be a big wide. I think when we look at this side on, my money is that we're not even going to see this ball on the... we're not going to see it on the frame you've got here. Let's have a look. Oh, you just do. You only just do. But yeah, that wasn't not a good delivery.
The 100 is almost up here for Gelsenkirchen.
And blasted. 6 more. Lovely shot. Que guay, que genial, que grande. Un otra Maximo. And yeah, you're right. The bowling just hasn't been there. You can see a lot of bowlers, they want to bang that ball in. They want to try and test the batters with the short ball, but they don't have the pace that they need to do it. And a good batter, and Mohammad Asif has shown just what a good batter he is just going to put that away with ease.
I just don't think it's the right tactic on this bouncy Krefeld pitch. We were talking about it a lot over the weekend. Try and make the batters play straight, and especially in the ECS where maybe the batting isn't such a high quality compared to the internationals. If someone can hit you over long on, long off, you try and just say fair play at that point, but make them play straight. Exactly an example there. Just slightly fuller. He's not able to cut or pull it away. Ends up mistiming it for a single.
Yeah, I think in what you're saying there, when we look back at the international day yesterday, of course, I was only here for yesterday, but you saw the 3 matches at the start of it. But there wasn't that many deliveries that you would say were pitched up. There weren't too many sort of straight drives. There was a lot of shots like this being played on to the leg side on the short delivery. There was a lot of width given by bowlers, so you saw batters also getting on top of the ball and hitting it over on the offside. But down the ground, I mean, there was very few good Yorker length deliveries, and that's something that I think both teams, Germany and Belgium, will take away with them. I think Belgium, certainly in that last match, they executed the Yorkers a lot better. This one is going to be just to the side of us. It's going to be 6 runs, but again, too short. Allows Mohammad Asif to get the shot in. It gets banged straight down the ground. But yeah, I think yesterday we saw that something like Harain and Rafiula did get the Yorker length in, and those deliveries picked up wickets. So let's see if the bowlers here during this European Cricket Series learn and do. See, once again, it just hit me bowling. That is a short delivery, and it's just going to get taken to the cleaners. So Mohammad Asif All right, we've got to talk about it now, Tina. He's in the 90s. I've refrained from not mentioning it. I wanted to say it when he was on 60-something and it was only not even the halfway point. But he's on here for a massive score. And I mean massive because if he gets a century, he can just keep on going. And we could have one of the biggest scores that we've had on the network coming up here.
There's still 24 balls left, and at the moment it's been a chanceless innings. He hasn't given up a single opportunity to the Köln fielders who, well, in all honesty, have been mostly viewers like we have for the first 6 overs, seeing the ball fly to all corners. He's already hit 12 Maximos, 3 4s on his way to 91 off just 24 deliveries. Shoaib Khan, we know how explosive he is at the moment. He's just playing a bit part here.
Yeah, he has it's interesting, isn't it? You would have thought that Shoaib Khan would be coming into this match full of confidence and full of form since he's played the last couple of days. Yet he's the one who looks like he hasn't held a bat in a while and really rusty. Whereas Mohammad Asif, I mean, I don't know how much cricket he's played recently, but he is just on. I don't think he's mistimed the ball yet. Well, there. Short, and that will help. As Khan says, finally I've got one out the middle. And that one sails over the score box. You see, 120 soon becomes 126, the digital scoreboard here at this lovely sport club Krefeld. And that's been clubbed. This, of course, is the Krefeld cricket ground. We're here in Germany, and lovely facilities here, by the way. It's a great little setup. And better ball, slower delivery, and this time only gets played out for a single. So here comes Asif back on strike. He's on 91. 3 balls to come in this over of Shreyas Pandey. Now, good morning to everybody in the chat as well, by the way. I know we haven't kind of said our good mornings yet. Been a lot happening this morning, but a lot of people are on there. And it's down the ground. It's going to get over the fielder just by a matter of inches. It's another 6 that's been clubbed. Just doesn't get the Yorker right this time, Pandey. And Mohammad Asif clubs it. Well, folks, for those of you that are woken up early this Monday, like Dave, Imran Ahmed is in there as well. Shahib, Arif Rahman. Are we going to see a century first up? Zahid Aslan is with us as well. Here we go. He is moved on to 97 with that big hit. So we could start this European Cricket Series in Krefeld with a century. And Rob Thompson seems to be joining in just at the right time. Here we go. Pandey just says to the fielder, you'll get him this time, Akil. You ready? Right, 97. Full toss. Goes for it. And he's missed it. And I think he's hurt himself trying to play this shot. As if just let's go with the bat. I like that from the bowler. Says, here you go. Here's your bat back. Try again.
I think if I was the bowler, I'd hide that bat. Don't let him use it because he's been using it to some good effect so far. I think this one just pops up and hits him maybe on the wrist. He's wringing his hand out. He looks okay, though.
Yeah. The batter just there says, here you go. All right, I'll have another go, says Asif. And this time he will get it just past the fielder. And that brings up the century. 103 of 27 deliveries. What a start to this European Cricket Series. 14 sixes and 3 fours. Mohammad Asif bringing up his highest score on the European Cricket Network and his first century. What a brilliant start to the day, Tina.
Perfect start here to this ECS. The first of hopefully many centuries we'll see this week, and it's lit up this Monday morning here in Krefeld. Mohammad Asif hitting 14 sixes on his way to 103 not out. He almost got caught on the boundary the previous delivery. That was the closest he got to giving any kind of chance away. In the end, though, comfortably hits that one for 6 runs, and it's the end of the 7th as well. So he can have a little rest at the non-striker's end as Gelsenkirchen move to 139.
Oh, big swing and a miss from Khan, who still hasn't found his mojo this morning. But we said at the time, I mean, he's still, I mean, depending how much strike he gets, he's still got plenty of time to go on to post a big score here. I mean, he's hitting the ball so well. He's, I mean, maybe half a chance perhaps if he's given anything. That's all he's given. And let's see if Khan obliges and tries to give him as much strike as possible. Well, not with shots like that, because that's out of here. That is a biggie. And Sazib Khan himself is thinking, all right, I've been completely outscored here, so I'm going to try and get a little bit closer to your score. At the moment, there's about 80 runs between the two of them, but that Maximo will help. That's a big 6. He moves to 29, and that was actually, before that hit, that was a difference between the two. 80 runs. And it's not that Mohammad Asif has faced that many more balls than him, actually. All right, catchable. First opportunity, first real opportunity, and it goes down. Oh, he has it for most of the time, does the fielder. That's Imran Rasuli. And it just pops out. I thought he was going to get it at the second attempt, but it's not to be. So Khan gets dropped there and gets dropped on 29.
Upset with himself there's Imran Rasuli. Didn't have the greatest of overs himself. 27 coming off it. Had the chance to make amends there, wasn't able to capitalise, and there's the salt into the wounds as Mohammad Asif gets himself back on strike. That's only actually his 4th 4 of the innings, because he's mostly been dealing with Maximos. He continues on his march, and Gelsenkirchen looking to post a big score here. Expected score in the 190s.
Yeah, well, that's the 150 up, and we were saying that this guy, Mohammad Asif, depending on how many more balls he gets to strike, he himself could be eyeing up a score around about that. It's pretty impressive, 107 off the 150. And, all right, goes for it. Not quite out of the middle. Has he got enough of it? He has. Just gets it over the fielder there, who's been waiting patiently as Sivakuma Kumpati. And it was there. It was hovering, but he just gets enough of it. It goes over and rests in front of the European cricket banner. So 113. And, well, people, good morning to you. What a start. Yep, if you're joining in, you're seeing it right. We have a century already from Mohammad Asif. And that probably is too wide, but it's probably the first ball in ages, Tina, that a bowler's tried to bowl outside the off stump. All right, it's a wide, but nobody's tried to get the ball in those areas, and that's why all the hitting has just been brutal, because they've been just bowling short now leg side.
Yeah, they've got someone out deep in the covers. They've got protection there. If you bowl that kind of ball, then I suppose it could go over the top, but at least you're forcing the batters to do something different. But Mohammad Asif, wherever you bolt him at the moment, he's going to hit it over the rope. Another 6 to add to his collection. So he moves to 119 off just 30 deliveries.
Yeah, that's another good shot. I suppose what Mohammad Asif shows us there is that, yep, he probably has, and if you look at his wagon wheel, he probably has hit most of those boundaries down there on the leg side, because that's where they bowl to him. But if you do change your line, he is capable of adjusting and smashing you for a big 6 over the offside as well. So 163 for 1 after 8. And we did see a couple of 190 scores in the internationals. We saw a 191, and we also saw a 192 posted. Well, 191 was posted by Germany, and Belgium 192. This one's up in the air. Fielder, he's going to hold on to a good catch. And that's Khan, who's going to go for 30. Well caught in the end from Akil. He's there on the boundary, Sagathan, and we saw him had to make a couple of minor adjustments on the boundary rope. First, one thing he did well, he doesn't come charging in. He waits. He waits on the boundary, and then he assesses. And after a few shimmies, he gets himself in the right area, takes the catch. The first wicket goes, or the second wicket, I say the first, that's because the last wicket went down an age ago with the score just on 31. That was when Fatmi hit 4 and then got out. But a good, solid partnership between these two. The second wicket goes down with the score on 163.
A nice catch in the end. It stayed up in the air for a long while. It's not the easiest sky to try to pick the ball out of. It's quite hazy here on this Monday morning. He didn't panic, settled underneath it, and a good catch in the end by Akil Sugathan. As you said, Rico, only the second wicket to fall, and the partnership between those two was worth 132. Thanks in most part to the batting of Mohammad Asif, but Shoaib Khan, who was slightly starved of the strike, did contribute 30 runs, decent enough strike rate, but no one's keeping up with Mohammad Asif at the moment, who's going at almost 400s.
Well, Gopinath is the new batter, left-hander, and that's a good delivery to the lefty straight away from Pandey. Well done. Gets it on the money straight away. And Gopinath Manoharan, somebody that we have seen before playing. I remember him playing for Chemnitz a few years ago and got the highest score actually last time we saw him in 23. He scored 79 and got a pretty healthy strike rate and also has picked up 8 wickets on the network as well. So a good guy to come in. Let's see if he's able to, well, I suppose at the moment his main role is to just keep feeding Mohammad Asif and seeing where Asif can get to here. Oh, that's a full toss. It's a Gandhi delivery. Gets this completely wrong, does Shiraz Pandey, and it's just a gentle hit-me ball for Mohammad Asif, who is on his way to a huge total. He really is.
It's been a monstrous performance from him so far. And he doesn't look like he's finished just yet. He's got 8 balls left to do more damage. 125 to his name so far.
Just plays that with ease. The fielder doesn't have too much of a chance. He's only got a couple of meters to try and get there, but he times this so well, just as if. So 129, and you just want him, don't you? You want him to get as many deliveries in that last over. You want to see if Gopinath can just get a single, get him back on strike, because he's just going so well. Let's see what he does here first. Plays that away. He's going to get another boundary. So, yeah, he moves into the 130s, 133. Wow, of 33 deliveries. And the score moves to 178, 178 for 2. So last over coming up now. Wonder how Gopinath Manoharan goes here. Does he go for a few glory shots himself, or does he just take a single and give Asif the chance to get to a 150? So have a look at that. I mean, all the 150s, and there were plenty of them, have disappeared. And Pawandeep there from the Sher-e Punjab side there from Cyprus. I remember that score, 151. And is he in danger? Is Abu Bakr Siddiqui also there from Al Fateh in Cyprus? Is he in danger? Are Cyprus on their way out of that board of the top run scorers? Well, he's definitely on, but he needs to get back on strike. That's the question there. And is Gopinath going to give him a sniff? Of course, the highest there. Every time people see that, they say, 193? For real? Yep, for real. Hamza Salim Dar. And will that ever be toppled? You reckon that'll ever be toppled? 193?
I don't see it happening, to be honest. I'll be happy to be proved wrong.
Basu. And, oh, that's a great catch. And that's a bit of a disaster in terms of Mohammad Asif looking to get to the 150s, because Manoharan does what he really shouldn't be doing. He wanted to go for glory. I thought he may. Wants to go for the big shot. Hits it pretty well. Probably thinks he's going to get a 6, but that's a really good catch from the fielder. Excellently caught. And that is going to be the end of Manoharan. He's going to be disappointed with himself for a number of reasons, but the main one is that he's out. It's a dot ball, just 5 balls left, and if Mohammad Asif is going to get a chance to strike anything, it'll be just 4 balls. But that, of course, all depends on what the batter who comes out here does, and this is the captain himself, Amal Mudupatu. And I wonder what his play is. He looks like another left-hander.
It's the fine margins, isn't it? Another metre and it would have been a big 6, and we would have said, well, fair play, Gopinath can hit the boundaries as well. As it was, it's a brilliant take on the boundary by Irfan Ahmed. Mohammad Asif currently stranded at the non-strikers.
They are running. Okay, here we go. Here we go. 4 balls to come. Mohammad Asif probably on the verge, if he keeps on going the way he's going, of getting onto that top leaderboard. He's 133 here now. And can he muscle the next 4 balls to the boundary? There's no reason why he can't. I don't think he's given a clear opportunity, actually. You know, there's been those that have been close to the fielders to take the catch, but I don't think he's given a clear-cut opportunity. Let's see how Basu goes to him. Well, he swings and misses. A rare dot ball. And Mohammad Asif in search for... Well, he's already got his biggest score on the network. His biggest score, 133. But I think he'd love to get the chance to get that 150.
In fact, he's almost doubled his biggest score on the network. It was 67. He's gone to 133 here. And he's just lost it in the last couple of balls. 2 dot balls in a row. Is that maybe the first time in this innings we've seen 2 dot balls in a row? It isn't. We had one at the end of the 4th over. But a rarity here for Gelsenkirchen that Mohammad Asif not only misses out on 1 occasion, but 2 in a row. Can you make it 3rd time lucky here?
Credit really to the bowler here, to Basu. Oh, he's going to get it's going to be a free hit, I'm sure. Now, you've got to be trying to come back. Well, they're going back for 2. I think you might as well go. Yeah, they've read this brilliantly. The fielder has no idea what's going on. It's a brain freeze moment for the fielder. This definitely is a no-y. Let's look at this side on. The catch has been taken by Imran Rasuli. He holds on to the catch. Oh no. Oh, no. You can give it from that. No problem. So, definitely a free hit. And Imran Rasuli, if we carry on now, watch the catch, takes the catch, and he just holds onto the catch. And watch the batters. The batters just comfortably. Look, he holds on the catch. He thinks, yeah, I've got the catch. He's not even looking. And the batters, well, didn't they complete 2?
They did.
The batters ran 2 here, didn't they?
But the umpire, for some reason, sent...
No, you can't put... Why can the umpire do... That's got to be 2 runs, surely, isn't it? Well, that's strange.
Because a dead ball, it's not a dead ball once the catch is taken, surely.
No, it's not. It's not. It's a free hit. So I definitely saw them go back and take the second. So I don't really know what's happened there. Maybe it was a free hit. The catch gets taken. The play is live all the way through. It doesn't come to an end because the catch is taken. So I don't know what's happened there. Anyway, as if he will face the last ball. And he will finish as he started with a big 6. It's a big score, 140. He's not going to make a top 10. But he will still get his team to a very healthy score, 188. And for the 3 wickets to go. And Waqas, Sazib Khan and Gopinath were the men that fell. And Sazib Khan put on a good partnership, one worth about 130 plus with the likes of Asif. But that was very weird that when the catch was taken, it was definitely a no ball. It was eventually called. But the batters we thought ran 2. But then the umpires, for whatever reason, decided that it would have to be the captain who would be on strike. But all the congrats for Mohammad Asif. Well, what a start to the day for him. Well, Monday, the 14th of July, is a day that he will never forget because he's going to be right up there on our Hall of Fame with that 140 of 37 deliveries, which included, of course, 18 sixes and 6 fours. There was some joy. There were some wickets that would fall. With the first one was Waqas Fatmi, who played a lovely shot for 4. And then he would be caught well by Irfan Ahmed, who actually did very well in the field. It took a very good catch also to remove Gopinath, who went for the big shot. But most of these highlights, of course, all to do with the wonderful stroke play of Mohammad Asif. That was a good catch taken down at the ground right in front of us, actually, by Ashik. And that was the end of Khan. Then, of course, Gopinath wanted to go for a big hit, but finds the safe hands once again of Irfan. And then things just slowed down a little bit. Remember, we saw a couple of dot balls there. Basu, by the way, well bowled to him. We'll see his bowling figures in a moment. But it's a funny-looking scorecard when we have a look at it. It's going to be, of course, dominated by that fine 140 right at the top of the order from Mohammad Asif. Not out, by the way. And then Sazib Khan 30 of 17. But other than that, the other batters didn't really get going. I suppose Amal Mudupati was there, not out one. He did his and played his role pretty well. So a high-scoring start to the day. On the bowling front, and those will come up on your screen probably pretty soon, but on the bowling front, number of bowlers were used there, 7 in total. But like I said, the one probably to look out for is that one over from Sujit Basu. Takes 1 for 9 and bowled very tardily. And I suppose other than him, all the other bowlers did get a little bit of tap. Vincent Thomas, 1 wicket for 18. Probably the next best, but it's a cracking start. We feel that similarly to the European Cricket International Series here between the home side Germany and Belgium, that finished with Belgium winning 4-3 in the end, having won the decider yesterday. That was high scoring, and we feel that this European Cricket Series could be exactly the same. But it's a cracking start, plenty of runs on the board, and we have a centurion. Another man to enter our Hall of Fame, Mohammad Asif, with 140 off 37. Join me, Rika Full and Tina Goff, when we return to see just how CC, how they can bat and what they can do when they get their chance. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
And welcome back to what's been a cracking start to this European Cricket Series here in Germany. Krefeld with a big score on the board as the VfB Glattenkirchen have put 188 on the board thanks to a superb 140 from Mohamed Asif, his first century on the European Cricket Network. And he's done it in style, hasn't he? And, cracking the ball all over the place. And 18 sixes and 4 fours to get there. And he didn't really give a chance either. And at one point, it looked like he was going to get to a 150 score, but a couple of dot balls sneaked in there by Abasu. And Suvjit Abasu, probably the pick of the bowlers, 1 for 9. Just stopping him in his tracks, really. So let's see how Kern CC can reply. I think everybody's keen to see how and what their batting is like. I know that a few people already been asking the question in the chat. Good morning to everybody in the chat as well. Or I should say good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending where you're tuning in from. Hello to Dipesh and Ibrahim. Well, it's a nice start, but also good delivery. I like that. It was nice and full from Mohamed Rahil. A good start. We've already commented that not just today, but in general, we haven't seen too many bowlers getting the ball in the block hole, i.e. too many Yorker length deliveries. And that's the first one from Rahil, and I'm liking the way that he starts. Here comes again the left armour, and that's into the pads. Just doesn't read the angle of this one, does Irfan Ahmed. He's out there with his captain. The captain has got off the mark. Sanka, Irfan just gets tucked up there. Just making some changes to the field here. The bowler Rahil, it looks like he's bringing up the long off and pushes back square leg. So square leg at mid wicket on the boundary. Just a soft hit out on the offside. Just another single. And what a good start here, Kern. Of course, don't forget now, bonus points are once again up for grabs. So we'll give you the bonus point equation as well. You normally see that on your screen. And when you see the target, you'll see a number in brackets. That's played down the ground with nobody yet long on. That's going to get away for 4 runs. So they elected not to have 2 players straight, which was an interesting move, considering that, as I said, Mohamed Rahil is trying to bowl pretty straight, but they decided to put square leg back and move the long on into that mid-wicket area. It didn't quite work for them on that occasion. It's played in the same area and same result. So a couple of boundaries on the spin here. 2 fours from the captain, Sanka. That does get them started in the over, but look at how many they need. That's the thing. Need to be going at, well, let's just say 19 and over. So those 2 boundaries takes them to 10 with the ball to go. So it's one of those where even if you leak another boundary as a bowler, you think you kind of done your job. And this one will go straight to that fielder who does well. Good hands there from Mirwali Jabragel. Keeps it to a single. The first over comes to an end. And 2 boundaries from it, but the score 11. 11 without loss after the first. As Tina joins me back. Well, Tina, we've got to sort something out. We've got to do something about this. It's got to 30. It's me and you. It's about time we got another one.
It's got to be soon. I used to be the golden girl. Now I think I'm the golden curse. 30 is too many. I mean, it's been going up at a rate of knots, of course, because we had those 3 concurrent series at the weekend. Now a bit of calm has been restored on Monday morning. We've just got the 1 series, but of course hasn't been so calm so far, with a big 140 not out by Mohamed Asif in that first innings. You were saying at the time, Rico, it was a bit of a strange scorecard, wasn't it? 188 on the board, and all but 48 of those runs scored off the bat of Mohammed. And he gets his 51st, or the network's 51st century of this year. Doesn't quite get himself into that Hall of Fame for the highest scores ever. But I'm sure he won't mind. 140 is not too bad. Monday morning's work.
He won't mind at all. Well, this is now... Well, I'm going to go with Palanipan. He is the bowler here. Rubes. Palanipan. And that's hit pretty well as well. That's a solid hit. So the captain leading the charge maybe. And they've got a couple of boundaries in that first over of Rahil. And now Rubes. He'll go for a 6 and a 4. So the captain, maybe he is hungry for more. Sankar moves to 20. Just off 6 deliveries. Wicketkeeper just getting the angles right. He comes up to the stumps and he's getting the fielders in the right place in between the two men on the offside that are inside the circle. Getting the sweeper in. That's a tossed up delivery which will go to the fielder. It's going to be Mirawali. Just the fielding. Now this is going to be the interesting point. So Sankar's doing his bit. He's cracked 4 boundaries, 3 4s and a 6. But what support will he get from Irfan Ahmed? Well, it doesn't have to do too much with that one. That's too wide there from Palanipan.
These two batters out there in the middle for Kern are 2 of only 4 that we've actually seen on the network before. So it's a fairly untested team for Kern, given that we did see them 2 years ago. But as we were saying earlier, there's so many changes to these sides from year to year. Unknown quantity so far, but Irfan Ahmed goes for the big release shot, just doesn't quite get enough on it, and it's well fielded in the deep by the sweeper. Yeah,
good work from the sweeper, who was, remember, they took a bit of time to get him in the right area, and he swept up quite nicely there. So good work there between the captain and the wicketkeeper to get that field set. It's a full toss that is going to get muscled away for a big 6. The question is, when they're giving it a 6, I'd still like to see side on it. It was high, but I feel probably it's a slow delivery that it's on the way down. Yeah, there you see. So thank you very much to 2 circles. And you can see that one was dipping. It was around about the top of the pad, but muscled to the boundary. And well, Sankar now with his second 6. A good start from him, and this is a good over. They've got the 19 so far, and goes for it over the top off the fielder. Good shot to play in the power play. That's 4 more, so that's the over they wanted. And that one sort of, with the few that they fell short in the first, sort of keeps it there or thereabout. That boundary takes it to 34 of the of 2 overs.
Good start here for Kern. Exactly what they need to do to keep up with this run rate. Nevertheless, the win predictor doesn't give them too much of a chance, down at 6%, because they really need someone to go big in the vein of Mohammed Asif if they want to get anywhere near this score. What a start this would be, though, for the ECS if they put in, well, it would certainly be a top 5 run chase of all time on the network. Be interesting to see generally the contest between bat and ball this week. We've been saying the bowling just hasn't quite been up to the standard of the weekend. You could probably argue, though, the batting is probably not quite as high either, but certainly if you just have 1 or 2 big players, like, of course, Gez and Kirkin did in their innings, and they can almost single-handedly win the game for their side.
Oh, wow, that's quite a remarkable hit. What a hit this is. Gets tested with the short ball, Irfan Ahmed, and that's how he will bring up his first boundary as Zakirullah Asmari bangs it in short. And, well, it's almost kind of, well, we saw the bit of tennis yesterday, that Wimbledon final, and this would have been at home at Wimbledon. It was almost like a smash, but a smash that goes all the way for 6 runs, and that's the one for the over for Asmari as well. So he can't be bowling any more of the short stuff over the shoulder anyway. The conversation now between the bowler and, Waqas, who's having a chat. Waqas Fatmi, that is, there having a chat somebody else who I remember is scoring a lot of runs here on this ground. And sometimes he also turns the arm over, but I also remember him from being quite a handy fielder on the boundary. He's taken a lot of boundary catches. And it's another shortish delivery. Playing with fire a little bit, the bowler. Let's see this side on. I don't think it goes over the shoulder, but it's a risky ball to bowl. Let's have a look here. Yeah, just about the shoulder height. So that length you're all right with. Worked away and over the top of the infield. And knock on the scorers there. Good morning to our scorers. Manav and Surya in there. Probably Marzi's in there somewhere as well. Well, there's Manav and Surya doing a wonderful job. And you see this one just goes and plonks them on the bottom. Knock, wake up. Add 4 more to the score.
Certainly testing that wooden structure. The Christmas market hut over there in the corner.
High in the air. First real chance. And it's taken. No mistakes there from Jabrakel. So Mirawali Jabrakel, he's been waiting patiently. He's made a few ground stops and now he gets the catching chance, holds on to it. And Irfan Ahmed, after clubbing a couple of boundaries in the over, will depart as Mari gets the wicket. The first one will fall and Kern lose their first. Irfan will go for 12 of 7.
Just wasn't quite the right line to try and hoik that one over to the leg side. Didn't get a hold of it. Comfortable catch in the end for the fielder out there in the deep, Moali Jabakil. So the elder statesman for Cologne has to depart. Don't forget though, Gelsenkirchen also lost a wicket relatively early on in the piece. In fact, earlier on it was 31 for 1 when their first wicket fell. Didn't seem to stop Mohamed Asif in his stride. Certainly the Cologne batters have to emulate that. The captain putting in a captain's knock so far, 31 off 9, and he's been joined now by Akil Sugathan.
Just kind of pushes that upwards, and fortunately for him, Sugathan, there was nobody really close in there because that was a genuine catching opportunity if they had the fielder up, but he will get off the mark.
I've just been taking a look at the front of Gelsenkirchen's playing shirts. Maybe after this ball we can take a close-up of the bowler as he walks back. So I was looking at their sponsor.
Delicately played. Lovely shot there. Nicely worked away. It's going to be 4 runs. And plays that really well. Just opens the face off the bat and that races away. So nicely played. That's another one for Sansanka.
We can't quite see it there, but on the front of Gelsenkirchen's shirt is Gerne Gelsenkirchen, which, well, if you've nailed the Gelsenkirchen pronunciation, then you've got to add the Gerne in front now. It seems to be the kind of the city marketing. So the city is kind of promoting itself through the Gelsenkirchen side. I think it is the only team in Gelsenkirchen, so clearly they've got the whole city behind them. It's not too far away from here, just down the road. And yeah, they've got their whole city tuning in this morning, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure they have. Yeah, good pick up there on the kits. Nice bit of detail. And bit of spin. Gets dragged to the leg side. And that's Wakas there who does the fielding. And keeps it to the 1. That's the 50 that comes up. And you'll see there that the bonus point equation is there. We've got to get to 132 to pick up a point here, but restrict to 131 or less, and it could be a 4-pointer start. Now this should be out. It will be out, and that's going to be the big wicket there. I think that's going to be, yeah, Sanka is going to go, and he's batted so well for his 35, but this one just the little bit of extra bounce here from the slower bowler. So Raj Bhushan does get this to pop up. Let's have a look at this again. So see this ball, look at the way this comes up. So it's the extra bounce. Not expecting it, and it's a straightforward catch there taken by the keeper. No mistakes at all there from Amal. And Sasanka, it's a good start for him. He's kept his team kind of in it. But now with him going, let's see if they can keep the pace going.
He goes for the double play here as well, Amal. Goes for the run out afterwards, but it's not baseball. Gets the 1 wicket. Happy with that, especially it's the second one to fall just after the power play here for Cone. Find themselves in a little bit of bother with both openers back in the shed already.
And Bhushan is just like a sort of traditional spin bowler, you know, the likes that you're used to seeing. He just tosses the ball up, and basically I think it's when you've got somebody who runs on the board, it's a good introduction for a bowler like Bhushan at this stage to say, look, you need to go at 20 and over. You need to go after him. Can you? Can you not? Well, this one might just pierce the field as it will. That's going to be 4 runs as Akil Sugathan gets his first boundary. He's been joined out there by Ashik Rahman. And these two really have to go well here, but that's the first boundary there from Ashik. But still, I think it's a pretty good over this from Raj Bhushan. I like what he's doing. Well, he has to go and fetch that one himself. It wasn't the best of throws back to him from the boundary.
Be interesting to see if Ace Pruss, of course, who featured over the weekend, will get a bowl at some point, because taking the pace off seems to be productive here for Cologne, and there might be another wicket here. So this one goes high up in the air, and it's shelled. It should have been taken. It just pops out the hands there of Mohammad Asif. Centurion, who could do no wrong in the first innings, gets the opportunity there, and it's a bit of a shell there. Should have been taking that one. It's a life there for Akil.
Well, the next batter may not be so lucky, and he won't be this time. Good technique used there, and that is our man Ace. You were talking about him, whether we're going to see him have a bowl or not. I'm pretty sure we will and should. In fact, he's not letting go of the ball. It's like he's saying, I'm holding on to this, and I'm liking the cap that Ace is wearing as well. I mean, you can't see who's under it. We need the numbers on the back of the shirts to work it out. Well, he's taking no chances with the sun. Holds on to the catch. As that's going to be the end of another batter. And it's going to be Rahman who'll go for just 1 of 2.
2 opportunities in 2 balls. The second one is taken, and Ace gets rewarded here with the ball in hand, patrolling here and marshalling his troops at the end of the 4th. Then Cone just falling away a little, 56 for 3. Target is a big 189. Maybe they have half an eye on that consolation point. That's in the 130s. Maybe a bit more of an achievable target at this point.
Yeah, I think that's probably what they need to be looking at. And well, Ace coming on to bowl here now. It doesn't look like he's bowling from his normal sort of run up. I mean, you've seen more of him than me, but here he goes. And all right, that's high up in the air. Could be a wicket straight away. Just dropped short of the fielder. And 1 bounce into the fielder. Hey, I want to say hi to everybody that's tuning in from France. And of course, there's celebrations in France today. Fête de la Fédération is a massive festival celebrated on the 14th of July, as this one gets played away for a single. Honouring the French Revolution. The day was the predecessor of Bastille Day, as celebrated today. The point of the festival was to celebrate both the revolution and the spirit of the nation's unity. So enjoy your celebrations in France. It's gone, and there's going to be celebrations here as well, as Ace Pruss picks up a wicket. Is a easy, comfortable catch taken, and Sugathan, after finding his way to getting a boundary, will also now give his wicket away. He'll go for 8 of just 6 deliveries, and it looks here for me, Tina, that Kern are going to struggle to get anywhere near that 132 to just get a point.
I'd agree with you there, Rico. Spin to win at the moment for Gelsenkirchen, as the pace has been taken off the last couple of overs, and it's brought about 3 wickets in just the last 9 deliveries. I would say Ace was probably slightly unlucky over the weekend. He bowled generally quite well, but he just came across Belgian ball, which is difficult to bowl to at the best of times. But we were just talking off air and saying, I think he's going to be a force to be reckoned with here in this ECS, as it has proved. So that's an easy catch there to dismiss the 4th wicket for Cone.
That's timed pretty well, and it will be smothered eventually by the fielder. Almost loses it. He can smile about it now, can Raj Bhushan. Now, I think these two, the Ace Bruce and Raj Bhushan, both spinners, good spinners. I think between them, they're going to do a lot of damage. I can see that in a lot of matches, that after the power play is done, the two of them could come on and bowl a 4-over spell between them and cause all kinds of trouble. Bruce, really good start from him so far, and oh, he's unlucky. And you can see that he does. That's the end of the over. The 3 come from it in the wicket, but he gets turned. Watch this one turn. So it's on the stumps, and then look at the movement away. So he's genuinely getting that ball to rip as well. So well bowled. Just the 3 conceded. He has got the wicket, got that of Sugathan. And Kurn now really struggling. 59 for 4. And the runs are drying up as well. Just 10 runs for the loss of 3 wickets in the last 2 overs.
It's been quite a considerable collapse here for Cone. It was always going to be a tough ask. 189. Big chase on their first appearance on the network in 2 years, and it looks like it's just going to fall away here. Another wicket, another regulation catch. Not really many celebrations here for Gelsenkirchen. It's looking like a bit of a formality, as again it's Raj Bhushan in for his second over, and outstanding figures so far. Maybe on a bit of a five-for watch here, Rico. He's still got 5 balls left, and currently his figures are 3 for 7.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think there's definitely opportunity here. He's just see the batters, they're still wanting to go for the big shots, but he's not delivering that ball in that area. He's if you don't use your feet to it, you're not going to get to the pitch of it. And Pandey is the next to fall. He makes a slow walk off. Yeah, liking this from Bhushan. Bhushan and Pruce doing a good job as a well bowled. A big bird just decided to turn up, but there it is, just gets flying past the fielder and just ended up just behind the bowler and found something to get his beak into. It's played away, slightly shorter delivery this time. You see the arm drops pretty early on that one, but Adil deals with it pretty well. He's been joined out there by Siva in Dukuri.
Well, there is the big bird, just enjoying the freshly cut grass here as well at Krefeld. As we also see a few more teams filtering in. Of course, all 5 teams will be playing today. It's just the 2 days of Group A action. So all of the teams will play 2 games today and 2 games tomorrow. Gelsenkirchen have the doubleheader early this morning, so they'll be coming back straight after this game, and they might be coming back sooner rather than later, as it's the next wicket to fall. Raj Bhushan certainly on 5 for watch here as he picks up his 4th. Again, it's a comfortable catch in the deep. But to be fair to the Gelsenkirchen fielders, they've been making everything look easy. This time actually a bit of redemption for Mohamed Asif, who's the only one that's put a blot on the copybook for the fielding side earlier in the piece. This time he holds on. Relief as he lies down on the Krefeld turf. And Cone fall to 62 for 6.
Well, we have had a 5-wicket haul pretty recently, of course. It was in that European Cricket Series in Belgium, and it was that guy there, Sani Arain, 5 for 14. And before that, of course, Maria Siroti did it there in that Bulgaria tournament. So here's an opportunity for a 5-fer. Only got the 1 ball to do it in. And he's got it! He's got it. It's full and straight. And Raj Bhushan, well, we just saw the graphic. Well, you might as well add his name to the Hall of Fame as well. He just tosses the ball up there, and the batter plays down the wrong line. The wicket goes. And that is going to be the end of Binson Thomas. He goes first ball, golden duck. And Raj Bhushan, take a bow, young man. Bahut badaiyan Raj Bhushan nu. He's taken 5 wickets. He's done it. He's got the Michelle Pfeiffer.
What a piece of bowling. He just goes full and straight, knows that if the batter misses, he's going to hit. And what a scorecard that is for Gelsenkirchen. That's 4 wickets to fall in the previous 10 deliveries. And the boundaries have very much dried up as well. It's been over 2 overs since the last boundary. Cohn limping towards, well, not even 70 at the moment. 62 for 7 at the end of the 6th. Siva Indukuri, he's got 2 off 2 so far, and he faces up this ace plus over.
And they're just giving their wickets away, and now it's Ace his turn to probably, you might even feel, wrap things up here. He takes his second. That, by the way, is also a team hat-trick. Remember, there was 2 wickets on the spin from Raj Bhushan to finish his, and then Ace comes along and takes another straight away. So that's 5 wickets that have fallen just for 6 runs from the spinners so far. They just haven't been able to deal with them. And if you look back at the start, from the start of the 4th over, it looks even worse than that. So it's not good, this, and it looks like here that Gelsenkirchen are going to start with a 4-pointer. And yeah, not good signs there from Gruen, as they've lost 8 wickets for 62. Imran Rasuli hasn't yet faced the ball, and he's joined by Basu. Okay, let's see. Basu, the left-hander. Plays that quite nicely. It's a bit fuller from Ace. It's just going to be a single. Bruce gets the ball back. A few people asking 9-1-2 on the back. What's that about? Well, nothing that we know of, but we look. If you want to know, we'll ask the question. We'll get a hold of Ace and say, is there any significance to the number? There's a significance to this number. That's because it's 6. It's a maximum. That's a good shot from Rasuli. And gets one that's just slightly down the legs, and he plays a really nice slog sweep there. Gets plenty of bat on ball. And so finally see a boundary. It's been a long time in coming. The last boundary was in that 4th over. Well, that's hit pretty well, but it is going to the fielder. Just going to be a single. So ball to go then here from Ace.
Do you think 912 would still get you through to the emergency services if you misdial 911?
Oh, I don't think so. Be interesting to see what it gets you. Probably that message. Doo-doo-doo. You've dialed an incorrect number. Right, blocks this one out. And one more to come from Ace. And the 2 batters having a discussion about, I don't know what you would be saying to your partner here. I mean, you're not winning the game. You're not getting to 132. So what do you think he said to him there? Get a single? Keep on strike because I don't want the strike? Maybe. I don't know. But it's well played by Basu. He just strikes it away, gets a single. The over comes to an end. And 71 for 8 in what looks like it's going to be a pretty one-sided affair. As Gelsenkirchen are going to be big winners here.
Yeah, and they're going to want to take all of that momentum into the next game, which is coming up in just about 40 minutes' time. There's one change for Gelsenkirchen as Shrutav Aswati comes in for them. And of course we see the Krefeld Spartans for the first time, led by Taha Hassan. Interesting to see how they go. A few familiar names. I think we've seen Taha Khan before on the network.
Yeah.
Of course, well, Gelsenkirchen have a lot of former Spartans players, so it might be a bit of a rivalry, or maybe friends, lost friends. We'll see. So that one's coming up just after this one. Well, this one might actually be wrapped up earlier. Gelsenkirchen now on the hunt, and while the wicketkeeper thinks, well, maybe just a false appeal there. Toying with Cohn here. Certainly looking to finish them off before the final 2 and a bit overs are bowled here.
Mohammad Asif turning his arm over. I think well, it's going to be an interesting one. I mean, player of the match, do you give it to the Centurion or the bowler who's taking 5 wickets? It's an interesting debate, isn't it? I suppose it's a big century, 140 and not out. So you can't you can't not seriously look at that as being contender of player of the match. But 5 wickets, that's hurt him. He's managed to catch that on his foot, but it looks okay. Just the initial discomfort. He's back to his bowling mark. But when you think you get 12 balls to bowl And if in 5 of them, so that's almost 50% of them, you've taken a wicket. I mean, that's pretty good going, isn't it? So, yeah, let's just see what those that do the deciding think about it, because it's not often. I mean, centuries. That's a good one though. Actually, I reckon we see more centuries than 5 easily.
Yeah.
More centuries than 5 wicket hauls. I mean, you mentioned that century was the 51st, right? So 5 wicket haul. That was what, about the 8th?
Oh,
this year?
It's the 12th this year.
The 12th.
Yeah.
So you got to say that 5 wickets is rarer. So based on that, do you give him the player of the match?
It's a tough one, isn't it? Because the reason why the batters are going for it is because there's so many runs on the board, and the reason there's runs on the board is because Mohammad Asif put them there.
Yeah.
So maybe cut the medal in 2, give it to half and half. But it's certainly been a dominant performance here from Gelsenkirchen, and it looks like they'll be winning by over 100 runs.
I suppose he's helped himself with that over there as well. He's only given the 2 runs away. That also gives him the opportunity. Talk about opportunity. There's not going to be dropped, is it? That's Mirwali Jabrakil. That's his area. And he's made it his area. He stops them and he catches them. And now he catches Imran Rasuli as well. And time for him to depart. And goes for 8 of 6 deliveries. Nice catch once again from Jabrakil. And wicket this time to Rahil, who bowled very well in that first over as well. And just went for 11. But caused a few issues, so he's going to be happy that he's picked up a wicket now.
It's just a matter of time now. A race against the clock for Cologne. Can they at least play out the final 11 deliveries? Well, not if Mohammad Rahil has anything to say about it. He wants to finish off in this over. As the final batter comes out, and it will be Kumpatla.
Just keeps this one out, plays it down to the offside.
It's actually the 14th 5 wicket haul. I had a old graphic on my screen. We had one 4 days ago. That was over in the ECS in Belgium.
Yep.
But they are fewer and further between than the centuries.
And that will be it. It's the end of this match. Match numero 1 is done and dusted, and it will be a massive victory for Gelsenkirchen. Not only do they win the match, but they win by some 115 runs. And so 4 points and a massive, massive boost to the net run rate. That's exactly, I think, what the captain, Amal Murupatu, would have wanted at the start of this first match. So good win, 4 points, and it sets them up well for the second match. They will play the first 2 here of this European Cricket Series after beating Köln there quite easily. Next up is the Krefeld Spartans for them. That's coming up in probably around about 35 minutes time. It gives us a chance to take a good look at the highlights. One change there for Gelsenkirchen as Aswathi comes into the side for them. And from the Spartans, well, we know about Taha Hassan. He's a good all-rounder. And Hamyun Butt is somebody that has also played on the network before, but all the others are pretty new. So let's see how they fare. As the start wasn't bad, it's mainly because of the captain, Sasanka Sanka. He did give them a little bit of hope with some nice hitting early on. 35 he scored off not that many deliveries actually, 35 of 11, 2 sixes and 5 fours. But once he was out, then there was nobody else really that picked up the rate. The next highest score there, I think, was just about double figures, was 12. And on the extra front, just the 1 extra, just the 1 wide. So it is a very good start for Gelsenkirchen, doing most things right. And just the 1 blip, if you like, in that performance. And it would come from the man who probably will be the player of the match. Mohammad Asif put a catch down when he put down the batter at the time. It was Sugarthan. But it didn't really cost him. Sugarthan dropped on 6, and they would only go on to make 8. Well, we always do give the National Geographical Channel a run for its money, and we're showing some of the wildlife around this ground early this morning. It has a bit of a cut. That's probably meant that's a few worms that are at the top of the surface, and the birds having a bit of a field day And so were, of course, the Glinton-Kirchen side, who made a perfect start to this European Cricket Series. The boundaries were few and far. Another good catch taken there by Jabbarkil, and then before you know it, it's done and dusted. As easy as that. Well played and a good victory. And also a chance for us, once this is done, to go grab ourselves a coffee.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a long old shift for us today, and we've had a little bit of a shortened first match thanks to Gelsenkirchen, who are absolutely dominant in that one. The winning margin in the end, 115 runs. And you mentioned net run rate as well, Rico, and that could be all important as well. Remember, only 4 games per side. So it could be down to these big victories or the big defeats as well. So Cone, they've got 1 game later today. They've got 1 game rest now. They come back in game 3. And it's not quite a must-win game for them, but surely they can't afford another crushing defeat. Gelsenkirchen then had the chance to throw the ball around a bit, and certainly the damage done by the 2 spinners there. Bouchan picking up 5 wickets for just 10 runs, and Ace chipping in with 2 as well. So 7 of the 10 wickets come about by spin. So it's a crushing win for Gelsenkirchen, who are going to be riding on that wave of confidence into the next game, which is coming your way in just over half an hour's time. It's the first we see of the Krefeld Spartans. Be interesting to see how they match up against a side who's got a lot of their former players in it. So it'll be old friends coming to reunite, and I'm looking forward to that one. Looking forward to a slightly longer break now as well. Rico and I will go and grab a coffee and then join us back in just over half an hour's time for match 2 here, the first day of the ECS in Germany here, the glorious Krefeld Cricket Ground, and we'll be back for match 2 on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Krefeld, where we're into game 2 of day 1 here. It's Group A. Every team is playing 4 games, 2 today, 2 tomorrow. Gelsenkirchen are already into their second game of the day and they're facing up against Krefeld Spartans. Let's go into the middle with Tyrone Peters for the coin toss.
Spartans to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call.
Tails. We're ball first.
Spartans are going to have a bowl.
Thanks, Ty. So there you have it. The Spartans have won the toss and they will have a bowl, pretty much following the pattern of Cone CC this morning. I always think that when there's a team coming new into the series, they like having a bowl first. They want to see how the pitch is playing and also what score they have on the board to chase. Well, maybe they'll be thinking it might not be the right decision actually looking back on what happened in game 1, because of course Gelsenkirchen batted first and it was Mohamed Asif who scored a mighty 140 not out. So certainly Gelsenkirchen have the firepower. It was a bit of a strange scorecard though, with the 188 scored by Gelsenkirchen, but of course the vast majority of those runs were scored by Asif. So it'd be whether some of the other batters for Gelsenkirchen can step up to the plate. As for the Spartans, for them it's a new series, it's a new game. Of course they are the joint host team as well, 2 sides playing from Krefeld. It'd be interesting to see how they play into this tournament. They've got 2 games today. They're playing the second game, coming back for the 4th. Of course they'll want to start with a big win in their series. It's going to be an interesting one and Rico will be talking you through the action. Rico, the news from the toss is that the Krefeld Spartans have won it and they will have a bowl.
Thank you very much to Tina. I wonder if Tina was aware of the fact of all the birds behind her there. I think it looked quite marvellous, actually. Good job, Tina, out there in the middle. And it's warming up. Temperatures starting to get up into sort of around about 22, 23 degrees now. And murky, that's the word for it, murky. Very humid. We did see the sun did break out during that first match. I think the sun's going to be popping in and out, but there is a fair bit of cloud about as we get ready for match number 2. Gelsenkirchen made a good start in the last one thanks to Mohamed Asif, and he'll be looking to do it again and give his team a good start. And SC Krefeld, the Spartans, let's see how they go. Now, of course, we already mentioned that at least 5 of these Gelsenkirchen players have moved from the Krefeld Spartans. I was talking to Mohamed Asif, who was one of them. So we had a quick look at the percentage there, 80% to 20 in favour of Gelsenkirchen. That's big percentages really, but let's wait and see. Maybe the computer knows something we don't, but a lot of that move, Asif was saying, was all to do with about playing in the Bundesliga. Players wanted to play at the higher level and hence the move, but it still makes this one a spicy one. Here's the first. It's probably just catching the lines, says the umpire. That's umpire Guru, who's out there with Ayush. Navinash is the 3rd. And yeah, I think that's a pretty decent call. It catches a bit of the line. Good call. Siddiqui, here's the bowler. Tosses this one up, and well, this one is going to be called a no ball by the umpire. It's too high. Aslan Siddiqui with the ball. And Mohamed Asif, well, we know he's in good form, and you don't want to give him a gentle little full toss to open his account with. And if he misses out on the first ball, well, he makes up for it with the second, because that's 7. And a free hit now to come as well. And it's too wide. So we'll have to be bowled again. The free hit still stays in play. It's got Wakas Fatmi there at the other end. I think Wakas himself will be hoping to get a few more runs in this time. That's clipped away. It's going to be 4 runs. The bowler starts to appeal, but then I suppose quickly realises that it was a free hit. So the LBW that he thought he was going to get wasn't going to be entertained by the umpire. It will be this time though, if you can get a good ball in here. That's been absolutely clubbed and will go all the way. The fielder has no chance on that at all. So Asif has started the way he finished. Remember, hasn't been out in the day so far. And that's another 6 that he muscles over the leg side. Ginna sona shaka lagya. Manos arriba from the arbitro. Welcome back to everybody in the chat. Hello to Scotty. And he says it's go time for cricketertainment. You're right, Scotty, as this one is going to get over the fielder as well. There's going to be 4 more. Asif is on the roll again. And well, with that boundary, he's going past the 150 in the day. Yeah, hello Scotty, hope you're well. Hope things are good there in Australia, in Melbourne. Hello to Mohammed Shukar as well. John Hisham, Dave in the chat. Dave, are you celebrating there in France? Of course, it is, what is it, the Fête de Fédération. And a massive festival in France, of course, today, with the French are honouring the French Revolution. And, the day was the predecessor of Bastille Day. In the air, and it's easy as that. 6 more, straight down the ground. It's going to be a massive over to start with, isn't it? We're going to start with plenty. It's going to be a supersonic start. Siddiqui just tossing the ball up there, in all fairness, and just allowing a batter like Mohamed Asif just to continue. 32 to him, 34 on the board. It's a supersonic start. Well, I don't know if they have any fireworks there in France for the celebration of that they're having there, but we've certainly had our fireworks, a fair share of them this morning already. Quick look at the Premier Division that will be happening at the Cardamom Oval starting on the 25th of September, going through, of course, to the 18th. 3 groups and only 3 winners from each one of those groups, 1 apiece, and those 3 will go into the championship group to join England and the Netherlands. And don't forget, in between that, we will have the Challenger Division, and before the start of the European Cricket Championships, we'll also have a mix of the Melto and the Western Shield. So plenty of action coming to you from the Cardamom Oval pretty soon. And heavy short delivery from Mustafa outside the off. Dot ball to start as Chidakov joins me back in the igloo.
Big start again from Mohamed Asif. Brad in the chat has already called it as a potential 200 game. And you wouldn't put it past the man in form at the moment, already notched up a century. And well, even the wildlife is coming to watch this game because they know could be in for a big one. And well, speaking of big ones, there's one off the bat of Waqas Fatmi. That one gets scythed away straight into the bushes. Just brute forces that one over point. Mustafa Ul-Haq bowling the second here, and well, he bowls quite a heavy ball. He's a tall lad, he's a big lad. Can't really say that his run-up does much for him. He kind of just lumbers in there, but he just muscles it in. And Waqas equal to it on that occasion. Gelsenkirchen off to a flyer once more. Full of confidence here after that crushing victory this morning. Winning margin against Kern CC. Over 100 runs. It was interesting as that one cut away. Not quite with the same amount of power, but it will skip away for 4 runs. Interesting at the toss, actually. The Krefeld Spartans, surely they would have been here this morning to see that Gelsenkirchen absolutely dismantled Köln. It was Köln who won the toss on that occasion. They wanted to bowl. I can always see why teams want to bowl early on in the series, just to get themselves out there. But having seen the damage this morning, Krefeld Spartans, the captain called correctly, and Taha Hassan said, Gelsenkirchen, can you do it for a second time? Well, they've started off pretty well here, 44 off just the first 9 deliveries.
You don't often see the 2 boundary riders that are allowed in the power play, both on the offside. And now it'll be a safe and easy shot to get this one over the leg side. 4 more.
Just chasing shadows here at the moment are the Spartans. Remember, one of 2 Krefeld sides that are actually playing in this series. You've got the Krefeld Spartans in Group A, who will be entertaining us today and tomorrow, and then the Krefeld Boosters will actually be starting Group B tomorrow, games 1 and 2, so in the Gelsenkirchen slot, and they'll be hoping to emulate Gelsenkirchen here, as that one again goes the distance, and Gelsenkirchen bring up their 50 within the space of 11 balls. That's the quick count, 9th boundary in the space of the last 10. That's just brutality at the moment. They haven't actually run a single run, these two. Mohamed Asif, he did the honours in the first over, and Wakas Fatmi, he's trying to catch up with him in the second. This over's already gone magical. And again, clubbed away. Can't bowl there when you do have your 2 boundary riders on the offside. And it will be another boundary, 5 boundaries in the over. Just the 1 dot ball to start off, but Mustafa Ulhak just lost his line after that. It'll be 58 on the board for Gelsenkirchen. Once more threatening to go big. Just the 2 overs gone. To take a look at the standings then. Remember, every team plays 4 games. Bonus points are in play, and Gelsenkirchen this morning said thank you very much. Took 4 points. Of course, Cone CC in second place by virtue of the fact that they have a net run rate. But they won't like to see those standings. Of course, they will come back in the third game today, and they really need to get some points on the board. It's an interesting kind of group as well, because everyone only plays each other once.
Yeah.
So we'll quite quickly see the matchups. But Cone, for example, they won't have time to get any vengeance on Gelsenkirchen, but they're probably quite happy to see the back of them, to be honest. And, well, Taha Hassan, he comes in to bowl, and he sees the back of Mohamed Asif there as he pivots away the Gelsenkirchen opener and adds another boundary to the collection. Just not bowling the right lines here at Krefeld.
No, they're not, and they haven't learnt really, have they? I mean, I think Mohamed Asif now, he's playing this shot just in sort of autopilot. He could probably play it with his eyes closed as he's on his way to another 50. Wakas Fatmi, as I said before, he's a very aggressive hitter of the ball. Hit down the ground, nobody there. I think that's 6 runs. It is indeed signalled there by Tina next to me, so 6 more. They're just not bowling well, and the over by over score started supersonic with 34, the second one magical 24, and this one from Taha Hassan looks like it's going to go pretty big as well. Mind you, have you noticed that the umpires, with the umpires wearing the same colour blue here as Krefeld Spartans, it's almost like the Spartans have got 2 extra men out there.
Well, I think they'd need 2 extra men, and probably wouldn't make a difference here with the hitting of Mohamed Asif and Wakas Fatmi. Goes again. This one even longer. Punch straight down the ground and crashes into the scaffolding there. It's just an absolute exhibition of hitting here. Asif barely has to move his feet, just clears his front foot and lets the bat do the talking.
What is he on? Whatever he's had for breakfast, honestly, I need some of it. I want some of it. All right, well, he could be out here now. They all go, somebody call it, please, somebody call it. Oh, well, it has been held. I can't believe it. Asif will go for 48. It's not bad, 188 in the day, but I could see, I've never seen so many players running for the same ball. Somehow, they don't collide or hurt each other, but the catch gets taken. Look at this. Oh, wow. It's actually pretty well taken in the end, because look at those two. And he said, "Tuki karda, mate, the wicket does go. They need that wicket. And Mohamed Asif is going to fall. But it's worth having a look at that again. That was just comical.
I think in the end, it's Arsalan running in. He takes the catch over the bowler's head. In the end, he almost gets a head straight into the stomach as Taha Hassan comes in.
I thought the bowler was going to headbutt it out of his hands. Well.
New batter then comes in, and, well, he picks up exactly where the openers left off. Shazaib Khan comes in, and it's a 4. Well, Richards was just in front of us doing a bit of the technology, decided not to get in the way of that one. I don't blame him, to be honest, because that was hit pretty firmly down the ground. And despite that wicket, that's a run of boundaries that extends to the second ball of the second over. So that means that 9 of the last 10 deliveries have been a boundary. The other one was a wicket.
Yeah, well, you can see there that, well, you won't see it, but Richards, we thought he was going to do some fielding there, and he just watched it go by. Now he's going to have to find it in the bushes. Anyway, that's Richards, part of our crew here. Back to the action here. Khan starts well with a boundary.
It's a better delivery on that occasion. One of the few good deliveries in the opening 18 so far, but it's a power play that certainly belongs to the men in green as they get to the end of the third, 79 for 1. Blistering start, which is pretty much exactly what they did in the first game. Of course, Mohamed Asif is back in the shed at this point, but Waqas Fatmi, he's taking on the mantle nicely here, 24 off 6. Shazaib Khan only faced the 2 balls so far, but one of them went to the rope as well. It's a downward trend, but it's still a pretty decent trend for Gelsenkirchen after their first over went supersonic, then 2 magic overs. Krefeld Spartans, well, you wouldn't quite say they're out of the game yet, but it's certainly a nightmare start for their campaign here. Going into the 4th then, and it will be Ayhan Amirzai to bowl it, persisting with pace here, left arm around the wicket, and he can't bowl there to anyone, let alone Shazaib Khan, as it just drifts onto his pads and he flicks it away for 4 runs. The power play has come to an end, so they are able to put the 5 fielders outside of the ring, but there's no one behind square. They've got a pretty much deep square leg, cow corner, long on, long off, and a deep point. And no one behind square. No one's going to stop that one.
No, it's all about where you're getting this ball to be pitching and the direction of it, and that's slightly better, slightly short of a length, which gets played away nicely with soft hands by Khan. It'll take the single, but yeah, there's been too many poor deliveries, short down leg side, and the batters have been making the most of it. Hello to Helix. Helix, good to have you in the chat. Ronnie Sparrogan is there as well. And Julian Dawson also joining in. Hello, everyone. Hope you're having a wonderful start to your week. It is, of course, a Monday the 14th of July.
It's a Monday after an absolute wild weekend of sport, wasn't it? We had the triple header over on the network. Of course, we had Wimbledon. We had the Test match, which is coming to a close today. We also had the Club World Cup final, which Chelsea won last night. We had the Euros. That was a
surprising result.
Yeah, Donald Trump was there in the trophy lift.
Bobble away, and well, watching the end. Yeah, I did see Trump was there on the stage, giving it his usual thumbs up.
I'm not sure the Chelsea players gave it much of a thumbs up. They were wondering, what position did Donald play in the final? Because usually it's just the players lifting the trophy, but there you go. But it's a bit of a milder Monday today with just this stream coming your way. As that one's not hit well, and it's going to be caught in the deep. Good catch there by Manjot Singh. Came at him quite quickly. It dipped and almost had to scrape his fingers off the turf to get hold of that one. It's a big wicket as well. So they've just managed to pull this game slightly back, have the Spartans. 2 singles in that over, followed by the catch. It's a good catch in the end. Make sure to keep hold of it even after the slip. So it's the second wicket to fall for Gelsenkirchen. Waqas Fatmi still out there as Shazaib Khan has to depart for 10.
A nice catch there from Manjot. You're right, he had to come off the boundary pretty quickly. The ball is dipping on him, but he gets a little slide in and scoops the ball up before it hits the ground. So well done, good work. And Helix just saying to all of you out there, yeah, don't forget to hit the like button if you haven't done so already. And do tell your friends and your family this. We are a family. We're growing all the time. A community of cricket, and we're loving your interaction, and we're loving that we're growing all the time. So, yeah, let's keep it growing, and also keep it nice, keep it simple, keep it happy. You don't want too many negative thoughts in there, and that's why the moderators do a very good job to keeping it good. Gopinath, when Aharon comes in and he's going to get a gundy ball down the leg side. First up from Amirzai.
He's persisting with the around angle as the left armour to the left-handed batter. Quite often you see left armers then jump back over the wicket to their left-handed counterparts. He's going to persist though, despite that wide ball. If you do get it right, it's a nice angle to bowl at, just cutting across as well. Some people are taking Monday a bit more casually than others, a big appeal, but there's really nothing doing. If you're bowling around, the chances of it pitching in line with the stumps are pretty slim. I suppose it was quite a full delivery, but the umpire there not interested in the slightest. Let's take a look. And, well, it's close-ish, but I still think it's pitching outside the line, even if it does pitch on the pads. Worth an appeal. Also worth a shake of the head from the man in blue. Do manage to sneak through for a leg by, and this one's been punched down the ground. Should be stopped. The field is a little humpy and bumpy out there, but that one is fielded nicely by Taha Hassan. And, well, he immediately takes his hat off, so it looks like he will be bowling the second over, his second over, in fact, as we get to the end of the fourth. 88 on the board for Gelsenkirchen. So Spartans actually have done a good job in the last, say, 9 balls to pull it back, starting with that wicket that Hassan pulled off in the previous over. And from there, Ayhan Amirzai also got a wicket and only gave away the 9 runs in that over. Still Gelsenkirchen looking to post something towards 180. As the captain comes in to bowl the 5th over here. Again, should just be the single. And, well, Spartans here, every time the ball doesn't go to the rope, they can call that just a bit of a win. As we saw just how much firepower Gelsenkirchen had this morning.
It's going to be a good test, actually, for the rest of the Gelsenkirchen batters, because I think in the first match, it was all about giving the strike, of course, to Mohamed Asif, who scored that massive 140. So the other batters were sort of, also featured. And we saw that when it came to looking at the scorecard, only him and Khan scored runs. But this time it's an opportunity for the other batters to actually buckle down and bat. They've got plenty of time. So if you think about Wakas Fatmi, he's on 27 of 9. Gopinath has just come out here, yet to get off the mark. So they can use this as an opportunity for them and also for the team to get some of the other batters into the groove. And I think the way that the setup is for the groups and the standings here, if you get 2 good wins here, and that's what I think Gelsenkirchen are looking for, 2 good wins here, and you can find yourself definitely going through to the final day here, and especially the way they won the first match, getting the 4 pointers. So that's a Manoharan getting the short one, puts it away. It's a shot that left-handers love, Tina. You know all about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Left-handers, well, they actually fall into 2 schools, I think. Some of them absolutely hate it on their pads, and some of them love it, because it's pretty much where everyone bowls to you. Anytime a right-hander comes in, it's always going to go into your pads. It's something you've got to learn quite early on as a left-handed batter, that you've got to be comfortable with the ball coming at you. Rana here, trying to cut it across the left-hander. That's what he does well. Big appeal. I'm not even sure what that hit. It was certainly going to be bouncing over. And unless you hit someone plumb on the foot here on this Krefeld pitch, you're always just going to be struggling. You can see the ball rising and rising. It's a decent enough appeal, but I just think the carry on this pitch always means it's going to go over the top.
Yeah, and I agree with you there. That one certainly did pop up as well. I think it's always on the way up. So, good call there, once again, from the umpire. I'm liking the fact that they're getting these fuller deliveries in. Now, they're still asking here, and the umpire's not interested. There seems to be a lot of celebrations here as well. The batter doesn't go. It's not being given. They're still celebrating, but I haven't seen this given. Now, not sure what they're discussing here. Let's have a look at it again. So, there seems to be some movement. Are they checking if it's caught by the wicketkeeper? There's no issues there. So, it's very interesting. I don't really know what they could be discussing here. So, I mean, there did seem to be some movement away there. I wonder if we can see it just one more time, perhaps, and just see if we see any kind of movement. And let's see it one more time again. Here's the delivery. And it looks like it goes under the bat, actually. Maybe the movement is off the seam. So, not out. 2 umpires did come together about something. Don't really know what it was about.
I don't think the bowler was actually that interested in the end. The wicketkeeper just thought it was plain old out. But the bowler only really reacted when he saw his keeper go up. And this one's going to be hit and hit hard. It's going to go all the way. It's a flourish to end the 5th, and it also brings up the 100 for Gelsenkirchen. They move to 102 for 2. Wakas Fatmi, he's going well here. He moves into the 30s off just the 11 deliveries. And a good little counter punch after a period that just lulled a bit for the batting side. as you can join us once more in the commentary igloo, which, well, we've opened up the side panel here. It's quite a stuffy day, isn't it? So we're trying to get some air coming in here. And, well, there's a lot of air in the Gelsenkirchen innings at the moment, isn't it?
There certainly is. I mean, they're going in fact, they're going at a better rate that they did in the last match. Here they brought the 100 up at the halfway point. I think in the first match they were in the 90s. So they're batting well. And it's an opportunity, like I said before, for some of the other batters to get in the runs as well. Welcome to Krefeld. Hey, big day today if you like your food. It is mac and cheese day.
Oh, well, Lucky Fish was in the chat.
Mac and cheese.
He wanted to know what the day was today, and there you've go, Rico. You've told us, and, well, I'm hungry now. Big appeal again. I think once more, nothing doing. It's just always going to be against you on the angle, either if you're a left-arm bowler or you're going up against a left-hand batter. Still, though, Amirzai, who's come in to bowl this sixth, gave it everything in his appeal. First over was a good one from him. Went for just the 8 runs and picked up the wicket. But yeah, mac and cheese day. I feel like mac and cheese is one of those foods where if it's done well, it's unbeaten.
Yeah.
But it can be done pretty badly as well. That one, it's cut away. There's calls of catch it. It won't quite reach the fielder out there in the deep. Just be the single.
Yeah, I think it's known as perhaps the king of comfort foods, the dominant dish of America, and a favourite for all ages all over the world. Macaroni and cheese, golden and gooey, baked and hearty. This sideline or even main dish can be served up in a number of ways. But you're right, it's got to be made right. Misses out on this one, does Gopinath. It was right there for him to put away, but he wears it in his ribs. Batters do come through and take a leg by.
I wonder if you've heard of the kind of German almost equivalent to mac and cheese, which is called Spätzle. And it's kind of similar to gnocchi in its texture, so it's egg-based.
Okay.
And you often have them with cheese, and they're kind of tossed together. And it's from Swabia in Germany. It's a very popular dish down there. You often have it with fried onions or bacon bits as well, so a similar kind of vibe to mac and cheese.
Right.
Because I was just heard you say it can be a main dish. I think if I had a main dish of mac and cheese, I'd have to be rolled out of the restaurant.
Yeah. I got to admit, once in one establishment in Malta, they do a lovely mac and cheese, and they do like you can have it as a side or main. I normally have it with main, and it has bacon in it as well, and that'll do me proper for the night. I mean, a good cheesy, and it is cheese, and like the description says, cheesy and gooey. That's the way it needs to be, mac and cheese. I know my daughter Sonia loves it. Hello, Sonia, if you're tuning in. But yeah, mac and cheese, I don't think you can beat it. And other days that are being celebrated today, it is International Non-Binary People's Day. And this is for someone who does not identify solely as a male or a female. So a big day for them. They'll be celebrating. And also, well, nudist people around the world will be celebrating today because it is National Nude Day. So you can go el natural if you like. Most people tend to practice it in their own little spaces, but there are public places there as well.
Well, especially in Germany. Germany loves its nudity. If you go to any kind of sauna in Germany, it's always textile free. I think it's way more hygienic. Obviously, I kind of get it. If you've been around in a swimsuit or your swimming trunks and picking up all the chlorine or sitting down, you don't want to then go into a sauna. You've got to go as God intended.
Al natural.
Just don't eat mac and cheese while you're doing it, because that could scald.
Or, well, either that, or of course, don't overdo it on the garlic, because I think if you go to some of these spa places and somebody's eating too much garlic the night before, while they're sweating it out, you can sweat the garlic coming off them. So yeah. Also, Shark Awareness Day celebrated today, and they're wondrous sea creatures that have been given bad rep for a few years now, of course, because of movies and comics. They're always seen as bad, but they're actually not. And in fact, it's a well-known fact that more people are killed being struck by lightning than by a shark or being attacked by sharks. So, and the thing is, and from being killed because of humans are scared of them or being harvested for their meat or fins, sharks have made it on the list of endangered species. So it's bad news for them, and of course we can all make a difference. So come on, be nice to sharks. They're not that bad at all.
I think Jaws has a lot to answer for, giving sharks a bad rep. I was in Australia over the winter, and the klaxon did go off on the beach saying everyone's got to get out of the water because there's a shark being sighted. I think it's actually probably more for the sharks' protection than for us. I don't know if it was one of the dangerous sharks. I think that's a regular occurrence, though, in Australia. I think I'm more scared of the jellyfish. They freak me out a bit. As this one's clipped away, and it's going to bisect the two fielders out there. Deep square leg, deep mid-wicket. Both can't get over there. As Gopinath hooks that one away. Still been not a bad couple of overs for the Spartans. Previous over from Taha went for 14. The over before that was bowled by Aryan, went for 9, picked up the wicket. He's come back for his second here. But they have just somewhat halted the momentum of the Gelsenkirchen innings here. They moved to 108 for 2. Yeah, jellyfish are always the ones, because you quite often have them at the Baltic Sea up in North Germany, and then they wash up on the beach, and it's one of these animals that you just can't get your head around how it exists.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with I'm not. Yeah, I go into the sea, but I'm not a big swimmer. I know that you are. You can swim for hours. I know that, but I'm not a big swimmer. So things like jellyfish and that, it's something that which don't really. I don't think it scares me that much because I'm not there long enough to be in trouble by them or go deep enough. But I mean, when you mention places like Australia, and places like South Africa, where you have like, the big spiders, snakes, etc., that is what would scare me. I mean, that one gets played away, and that's going to be 6 runs. Gets this well, does the batter. This is Wakas gets another one away. Hasn't been able to get too much of a strike, really, but no issues with that. That goes a long way. Yeah, so, when you see the people that go on safari and whatever, the one thing that would always scare me is that, especially if you're staying in one of those sort of outdoor luxury tents, they call them, I still would be worried that a massive tarantula or a snake is going to get in and, as I get up in the early hours in the morning to go to the bathroom, there'll be a snake or something waiting there for me. So, yeah, I think that scares me more than some of the bigger animals, really.
Yeah, it is nice to live on a continent where most of the animals aren't out to kill you. Or if they are, they're very much not roaming the streets of Europe. I was lucky. I didn't see anything I didn't want to see in Australia.
Yeah.
I saw the kangaroos. I saw the koalas. I didn't see any spiders. I wasn't looking actively for them. Didn't see any snakes or sharks for that matter. You sometimes hear the horror stories of putting your foot in a shoe and that's gone straight through. Well, a shudder from me and a shudder from Gopinath as he sees his stumps rearranged right on the money there from Aryan, who picks up his second wicket. It's a big wicket, a good time as well. Gelsenkirchen were just threatening to build another partnership, but it's cut down here by an excellent piece of bowling by the Spartan bowler.
Yeah, after the first sort of, say, 2 and a bit overs, they've come back well. They've got the ball in better areas, and that's nice. It's full, it's straight, and knocks the stumps over. So Gopinath goes. Another batter gets a chance to have a knockout there, and, well, the Spartans, they are rallying well here. And you can see that the big man Wakas just has to stand at the other end, and he keeps on thinking, well, how come I'm not getting on strike? New bat comes out. Let's see how he goes here. Well, he wants to go big, and he will. That is going to fly over the boundary. It's going to be 6 more runs. The umpire puts them up in the air like he just don't care. 6 runs. Boom. Shakalagia.
That's the way to start for Gelsenkirchen. And, well, they're also proving, aren't they, that they're not just a one-man batting side. There was a slight question mark in their first innings this morning whether it was just Abbas that could score Asif who could score the runs. When he departed early, the others have stepped up to the plate. And it's certainly signs early on here as they'll go for the overthrows here. Frustration for the bowler as he told his fielder there to just hold on to it, and Aryan Amizai didn't listen. Darts it in. Really, he was never in any danger. He got his bat grounded, pings up off the stumps, and they managed to run through for another. What I was saying is Gelsenkirchen, early signs that they're a force to be reckoned with here.
Yeah, definitely. They've got batters that can come out and pump the ball to the boundary, even coming in there, as you see there. At number 5, we know they're bat deep. Few issues here at the moment, folks, with the graphics. Apologies for that. We'll get those sorted out as soon as we can. I can see that Marzi is over there trying to sort things out there with Surya and Manav. And I think we get that every so often here. I think we just lose. I think we move some of the internet for a moment or two, which just throws the system out. But we're working on that as we speak. So bear with us on that as we get ready for the start of the next over. And it looks like it's going to be Nasib Kusadal who's going to turn his arm over.
Slinging action there, but he is unfortunate not to get a wicket straight away as it goes over a cover. They managed to scuttle through for 2 before captain Taha Hassan launches the ball back in. Interesting that Krefeld here have mostly persisted with seam options. I wonder how many spin options they do have, because of course Gelsenkirchen were so formidable with pace off the ball this morning. Ace Press picking up 2 wickets, and of course the big Pfeiffer as well. That one though, smashed away once more, so the seam just not quite working for the Spartans. It's the man with 420 on his shirt, Waqas Fatmi, who launches that one. You can see there's a chap there having a nice leisurely Monday morning, but he almost had a grizzly all up in his grill there. This time he goes offside, and that's a glorious shot. He just launches that one straight into the bushes. Using the pace of the bowling here is the batter. And once more, Fatmi finds the rope, deposits it over, whereas once leg side, once offside, and the runs keep on flowing here for Gelsenkirchen.
The boundary starting to fly. Once again, folks, apologies. We are working on getting the graphics up for you. I'm just taking a look. Good news here is with the electronic scoreboard, I can at least see the scores. So at the moment, what I'm seeing up there is 124, and going well. So new bowler being brought into the action here, Nasib. Started well, but he's now up against some hard hitting, and well, that's just been crunched. That is just power, and almost ends up in the goal that's over there as well. That's been absolutely crunched, and it's going to have to be found from in the bushes. One thing that we can't tell you is what Waqas is on. He must be close to his 50 if he hasn't got there already. Of course, we've got nothing here that can tell us that. And I'm looking at the scoreboard, and they don't have it up there either, but he's going well.
All we do know is his high score on the network is 67 not out. That was back in 2021, and he's certainly threatening to go bigger than that here. And again, Gelsenkirchen, it doesn't matter who it is, they're hitting the wall over the rope with regularity here. And Krefeld, well, they might be quite happy not to see the scorecard at the moment, because it's not going to be pretty viewing for them. This time a better directed Yorker, and a bit of spice as well, which we don't mind seeing. I think a bit of frustration let out there by Nasib, who's obviously been hit for a few runs in this over, but has the last laugh as it's dug out nicely by Waqas Fatmi. And he does a little 1-2 step to get out of the way of that one. And that is the end of the over. By my calculations, though, it's still a big over. Must have gone for at least 20, and it is 149 then on the score for the loss of 3 wickets. And you'd say Gelsenkirchen are well set here to go big in the final 2 overs.
Yeah, they certainly are. I was just thinking to myself, if I'm Nasib and I'm bowling, I'm not throwing the ball in like that. Not to Waqas. I mean, he's a big lad, isn't he, Waqas? And if I get my aim wrong, well, the batter is going to get lucky. He's going to get Waqas back on strike, which I think is exactly what Waqas wants.
That brings the 150 up for Gelsenkirchen with just a single, a rare single in amongst the carnage that's been raining down. And well, carnage this time is dished out by the bowler, and it's Manoj Pantangi. Just as we celebrate the fact that the scoreboard is back up and running, it's the Spartans who are celebrating here. Another one that's just full and straight, and it's met with fresh air as the swinging bat goes swish, and the batter has to depart. 420, Wakas Fatmi. Well, in the end, he falls actually just one shy of his highest score on the network. That was 67, not out. This time he's out for still a well-constructed 66 off just 23 deliveries. A nice in-swing delivery from the left armour. That was too good for Fatmi, who has to depart. So 4 wickets down now for Gelsenkirchen. They have brought up the 150 with Jabberkeel, the next taxi off the rank. He swings and swings hard, and he'll find the gap perfectly there. It was a bit of a tame effort, in all honesty, from the covers, as he probably should have tried to get something on it. In the end, he only just escorts the ball to the boundary. And that's a good 4 to start off the innings for Jabberkeel.
Yeah, so we are going to see some changes in the batting. Nice to see that Jabberkeel, who played a great match last one on the boundary, doing some great catching. Well, I tell you what, he's not in the mood to give any catching practice himself. That has been blasted. Well, they like that. You can see Mohammad Asif, who's up and about applauding. That's been absolutely crunched. Absolutely blasted. That's a big hit. It goes a long way. And yeah, get out of the way of those. Just leave them alone. Oh, absolutely whacked. Next one gets beaten outside the off. Swing and a miss this time. So good hitting. That's it. Gelsenkirchen showing their strength and showing their depth as well. As Jabberkeel wants to get hold of another one here. And hits it well down the ground, but it could be a catching opportunity, just not carrying to the big man, and he doesn't pick it up cleanly and allows the batters to come back and take 2. Just needed to get hold of this straight away. The fielder is on the boundary there, but comes in as Zain Masood. Just doesn't get hold of it first time, and good running from the batters. They take the opportunity to double up and score clicking nicely along. 163 for 4, so it looks like it's going to be another high score here. 188 is what they posted in the first match, and they need a big over to do the same in this one.
Expected score 177. Both these batters are swinging from the hip. They've got license here. With wickets still to come, and remember, it was the Spartans that won the toss on this occasion. They wanted to go out in the field. And now it looks like they'll be facing quite a big run chase. Gelsenkirchen was so impressive with the bat, but I'd say equally impressive with the ball as well. And they will turn to spin in the final over, as that's hit firmly down the ground, should be stopped. And then it is the captain once more with an Ace Bruce style floppy hat in front of us. Does the fielding. Again, it's the left-hand, right-hand combination which is working well for Gelsenkirchen. It's just moving those fielders around in this increasingly warm day in Krefeld. Doesn't quite get hold of that one, calls a catch it, and it's taken comfortably out there in the deep. Regulation catch. Big celebration for a catch taken in the final over, but Manoj Pantangi makes no mistake there, and it's the 5th wicket to fall. Just doesn't get a hold of it on this occasion. Can see what he's trying to do, just muscle it over, but Mawali has to depart. Krefeld pick up their next wicket.
Yeah, nice comfortable catch taken, and nice little cameo played there by Mirwali Jabberkeel. Couple of good hits, and he would have enjoyed his outing out there. 12 off just 5. And with a few balls remaining, gives another batter a chance to have a big swing. And he will swing hard. It's going to go to the same fielder. Does the fielding, gets the throw in, nicely done there by Monage again. Ace gets himself off the mark, and now it's back to the captain. And Munapatu will be looking to at least get a couple of boundaries in here to finish the innings. They haven't got anybody back at square leg, and that's where he's probably hoping to go if he gets the right delivery, but that's well bowled. It's short but outside the off, doesn't really give him the opportunity to target that area. And this is now Ace Bruce, who didn't get too much of a chance to have a bat in the internationals, but when he did come in, it did show he could hit a big ball. So he's got the power, and he normally does go big over the offside. He's quite solid and quite strong. And just as I say that, it's the extra cover that gets brought in, because they do want to push one extra back on the leg side. I think Ace will like that move. It might suit him nicely.
He will have to play against the spin. That's what he tries to do. In the end, it's actually quite a good move from the Spartans. They almost dared him there to try and hit it over the covers. It's what he tried to do. Just made contact with fresh air. As the final ball then comes up, can he get bat on ball here? Yes, he can. Does he have enough of it? I don't think he does. And again, it's another catch taken out in the deep by Manoj Pantangi. He's proving to be an excellent fielder out there. And it's a brilliant finish from Singh. Comes on to bowl the final over, gives away just 3 runs and picks up 2 wickets. My question is, Rico, why didn't he bowl earlier?
That's a very good question. Manoj, who did his work in the field as well, he's bowled really well, actually. He didn't bowl with any pace. He holds the ball back. Didn't really give the batters, you saw there, anything to drive at. And he even kept the captain pretty quiet there as well. Amal Madhupatu never got the ball he wanted to go over on the leg side. So very good over. And it does mean that Glenn who were looking once again to get to that 175, 180 kind of score, they get halted in that last over. Good over there for Manoj. And this is the way it started, though. It was almost like we were watching match numero uno all over again, particularly the way Mohamed Asif, the way he started. This time, though, he got some pretty good support also from Waqas Fatmi, who at the other end was doing his job. But this was a crazy catch. And in the end, 3K, but only 1 held on to it. And that was lucky because the bowler himself almost headbutted the ball out of the hands. Well, there was all sorts of conversation about this one. Was it not? The debate continued, and not out, said the umpires. So he carried on. But fair play, I think, to the Krefeld Spartans. At one point, it looked like they were going to be chasing a lot of runs. Even 200 was being talked of, especially after the first 5 overs did go for 100. But they came back well, and it was all about them just changing their length. We saw that on a number of occasions. The bowlers just go a little bit fuller. That was the big wicket there. Waqas, he would go to disappointment, and he would go on 49. We were wondering at the time when the system started to play games with us whether he was close to his 50 or not. Well, yes, he was. He was 1 away from it, but he wouldn't get there. And then towards the end there, we saw a couple of handy hits there from the likes of Jabrakel, who came out and found the boundary on a few occasions. And they rallied around pretty well, but once again led there at the top end by Asif and Waqas Fatmi, and he does actually end up with 66. So, well, he does get his half century. I was mistaken there, folks, when I thought he was out just short of it. The man who was short of getting a half century this time was Asif. He was the one who would get out for just 48. On the bowling front, then, here we go. We saw 2 there for Manoj. What about Manjot Singh, though? What an over that was. 2 wickets for just 3 there at the end. And then I think pretty good spell there from Aryan Amazai. Just 1 wicket he takes, but he concedes only 15 runs. So that was an outstanding performance from him. So good comeback in the second half of this contest. It was 102 of the first, but only giving away just 64 of the second. They'll be happy with the way they finished their Krefeld. And I think going forward, remember, they too will play 2 matches today. We'll see the Spartans take on the Grey Caps to Aachen in match number 4 a bit later. I think they might think about just changing their bowlers around just slightly. So join me, Rico Full and Tina Goth, when we return for what could be quite an exciting run chase here with Krefeld CC looking to get the victory up against Glenn-St-Kirsten. Glenn-St-Kirsten, though, will know themselves that if they get the win here, and who knows, maybe they can pick up another forfeit, that their pathway into finals day will be more or less sorted. So join us back in about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of this match number 2.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to a lovely sunny day here in Germany. We are of course in Krefeld at the Sports Club Krefeld, a beautiful cricket facility here, and we've had a cracking start to this European cricket series. It's been a high scoring start as well, certainly from the teams batting first, and on both occasions in the morning it's been Glenson who have made a great start. 188 for 3 in the first match. They went on to win that against Krefeld by 115 runs. Now in this one, up against the Krefeld Spartans, they've put 166 on the board. So 167 is going to be the chase. Once again, Mohammad Asif gave them the perfect start with a fine 48 of 11. But once he fell, Wakas Batmi kept on going. 66 he did get to in the end. At 23, we thought he was there or thereabout. That's when all the systems went a bit haywire. Apologies for that once again. But I do think we've got them sorted out. Let's hope so. Fingers crossed. And he helps his team to that score, 166. So quick look at what the bonus point equation is. So once again, if they can restrict the team, their opposition here, the Spartans, to under 116, then they take 4 points. And the Krefeld Spartans themselves know that they need to get to a 117 just to secure a point. But I think they're going to start off here looking to get the win. I mean, whether they get 4 points seems unlikely, because to do that, they would have to themselves score 167 inside of 7 overs. Can't see that happening, but certainly the 117 is definitely on. And then after that, you've got to be looking to see if you can get to that 167. That's what they're going to set themselves to do. Here's the first. And, well, it's going to get worked away, but straight to the fielder. They will get a single. And once again, we're going to see it's going to be a Raheel to start with the ball. I liked his bowling. Mohamed Raheel in the last match, he bowled the first, and it was pretty tidy, just going for 11, and then he would come back and bowl his second over at the end of the innings, or towards the end of the innings. So left armour. So Sadiq gets off the mark now. Let's see how Numan Qureshi goes. Well, goes for the big one, but there is a fielder back there, and he doesn't drop him, does he? It's going to be a golden duck. A little bit of James Pond action for Qureshi. Off he goes, and not the start that Qureshi wanted. Wanted to be brave, wanted to go for the big shot, but he finds the safe hands there of Mirwali Jabrakel, who just doesn't drop him. And he holds on to, I think he's either his third or his fourth catch in the morning. And Numan, disappointment for him, and picks out the wrong man. And Jabrakel makes no mistakes. And a wicket early on this time for Raheel. New bat comes out to join Arslan Siddiqui. And it's a guy who bowled really well, Aryan Amirzai. 1 for 15 off his 2 overs. Oh, it's a good, full, loopy Yorker delivery. It's a slower one as well. And you can hear his teammates. Well bowled, very well bowled. It was well bowled. And it was pretty well played there as well, actually, from Amirzai. I think when you see a ball coming like that, your eyes often light up and you think you're going to get a big shot in, and then you get done by the ball dipping. Good bit of swing also. Gets that ball to come back into the right-hander. Gets played away for a single. So no boundary as yet. And that's good for Gilson-Kirshen. If they can prevent the opposition going big in the first over, then that takes that rate even higher. It starts at around, well, just under that 17 mark. Launches at it up in the air, but this one may go all the way. I think it just drops before the rope. It's going to be 4 runs as Amirzai gets a little bit fortunate here. He gives it a big swing, you can see that, but it doesn't quite get it out the middle. And looks like Raheel wants to make a change here. It looks like he's saying, right, after that shot went in that direction, I do want my mid-wicket back. And he's gone on He's gone with a long on a mid-wicket back and brings up Mr. 912 back into the circle. We can see some of the other teams turning up there now. That looks like that might be Lickenbuck Mal. Shot. That's a beautiful shot. Lovely stroke of the bat. That one from Aryan. And Amirzai gets that one sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than some of those lovely pastries you get out here in Germany. Goes inside out, gets it out the middle, gets 6 runs. That will be your boundary, but it only means 13 come off the first. And it's 13 for 1 as Tina joins me back. Tina, welcome back. 31 matches since the golden ball. It's a good start from Duncan Kirsten in defending this 166.
Yeah, absolutely. That run rate up beyond 17, and not only did they keep them below that in the first over, they also got that wicket. But a few signs of life in the final 2 deliveries there. 4 and a 6 off the bat of Aryan Amirzai. He's one of the Spartans who hasn't played on the network before. Aslan Siddiqui, we have seen him back in 2022 and 23. In both years his high score has been 29. He needs a few more than that here. Start off with a wide though. A new bowler going in to the second over here, and Gelsenkirchen just have to keep it tidy. They've got runs to play with. I think that one's maybe just a little harsh in the end. Bit of late away swing there from Shrutava Aswati. Better line on this occasion. It's a big old ugly swing from Aslan. You can see what he's trying to do, but he's not going to make too much contact with the ball there with his head high up in the clouds.
Yeah, good start this from Aswati. Again, getting that ball just to move away. We saw some good movement in the over before from Rahil, who was bringing it back in to the right-handers. And Aswati here looks like he's getting it to go the other way.
Big swing, cause of catch it. It's going to be a tough old chase. And it bursts through the hands of the fielder. It's a tough one there for Zakirullah Asmari because the ball was dropping over his shoulders. To make matters worse, he throws it in, and they managed to scamper through for 3 runs on the overthrows. It's never an easy one when you're having to turn your back to the action. And it pops off his chest. He's actually lucky that it doesn't go for a boundary. But the throw comes in. It's a wild one, probably thrown in frustration. The keeper nowhere near it. And they managed to scamper through for a third, which has clearly taken a bit of air out of the lungs of Aslan Siddiqui there.
Yeah, so a 3. I don't think we're going to see too many 3s in the series, so we get one in the second match.
Oh. There's an appeal from everyone but the wicketkeeper and the bowler, who are not interested at all. Somehow the batter swings himself onto his backside. It's not a wide ball because that one does just go straight over the line, and well, I felt my knees go on that one from back here. He just crumples.
I don't know how he can. He's asking for a wide here, is Amirzai. But, I mean, he's all over the place. His balance is gone. He's got his back to the bowler and the umpire by the time he finishes. How can he even see it? It was nowhere near a wide. It was a shot that was played well off balance.
Again, this one is given a wide. I think it's probably lucky for the batter, actually, Aryan Amirzai, because that one, yeah, okay, you can give that one, but it's nothing more than just a bit of a waft there from the Spartan. Be interesting to see just how long Gelsenkirchen can hold back their spinners here. Maybe they're just trying to sneak out the power play first before they turn to Bouchan and Prus, who got 7 wickets between them in the previous game. Just not quite finding the middle of the bat here are the Spartans, despite these couple of wides. It's been over so far without a boundary in it.
Yeah, it's kind of gained the way the first over sort of went. I know that Rahil in the end finished with 2 boundaries coming off him, but only went for 13. This one so far has just gone for the 6. It's good from Aswati. So falling behind right from the beginning are the Spartans. Can they find a boundary of this? With 2 to go in this over. Only the 6 from it, as I said. And they're not gonna. They're asking the question. The umpire looks and shakes the head. A lot of appealing from all the teams, actually. And again, probably that movement away. It wasn't the biggest appeal. I just get the feeling a bit of excitement there from the bowler having beaten the edge of the bat.
Certainly a bit more interest on that occasion from the bowler and the keeper. I think that little movement was just the natural bit of swing that Shrutav is getting here. Can he get out the over without conceding a boundary? Well, no, he can't, but it's not for a lack of trying, as a decent delivery once more, and Arsalan has a big slice of luck as he just about gets enough of a nick on it to put it past the sprawling hands there of the wicketkeeper and captain Amal. It will be a boundary, but still an over that goes the way of Gelsenkirchen with just the 10 runs coming off it. The Spartans 23 for 1 at the end of 2.
Yeah, they just haven't been able to adjust to the line that's being bowled on them, both the batters. It's been that short of a length, and with them being stuck in the crease, they're kind of swinging from the hips, but not getting themselves into the right area to play those shots. And a little bit of luck, a little bit of good fortune there from the batter just to get 4 runs there. But well on top here at the start of this one. And yeah, Gelsenkirchen looking to make it 2 wins out of 2, having already getting a big win against Kern CC at the beginning and taking all the points.
Going into the final over the power play, then it will be bowled by Zakarullah Asmari, so they're persisting with pace and pace into the bat, pace away from the bat. This time Ayaan Amirzai does find the very middle, hits that one away nicely. Just a bit too much width there on offer from Zakarullah. And the Spartans finally show a few flashes of life here.
That was thumped. That was a delightful shot. That raced across this outfield. And that ball is not going to be found. I think that scored into what you were saying before. I can actually see actually the cast now the other side of those trees. If you look long enough, you see the shadows of them going by. I think that could have gone through the trees and the bushes and ended up in that road. It was really travelling. That's a great hit.
Need a few more of them, but it's back-to-back boundaries across these 2 overs, and he goes big again, and that one's going to go the distance. It's going to just drop over our commentary igloo as we hear that one hit the turf. And well, certainly now there's signs of life, and you can hear the Spartans roaring on their 2 warriors out there in the middle. And that was an almighty blow off the bat of Ayaan.
Yeah, well, they're dealing with Zakarullah Asmari pretty well here. He's gone for 4 and 6 of his first 2 as Ayaan Amirzai starts to get going. But you know what's going to come afterwards. For sure, there'll be some spin. And it'll be interesting to see just how they go against the spinners, whether they'll be able to get the same sort of contact and power and timing into those shots. But for now, they need this to be a big over to get them back on track.
That's a better delivery from Zakarullah. Still a big swing from Ayaan, but he doesn't make contact with it on this occasion, so it stops the run of 3 boundaries in a row. I didn't ask you what you did last night, Rico. Did you go exploring, find a new German restaurant?
I didn't yesterday. I mean, for a number of things. One, I hadn't quite got myself sorted out from arriving the day before, so a few bits of admin-y things to do. And being a Sunday, I thought, well, knowing that a lot of things probably would be shut, I just took it easy yesterday. Had a wander around the hotel as well, because found that there is a gym there, which I'll hope to use today, as that's been muscled for another biggie. Just got my bearings yesterday. Of course, we don't have to go too far to get our little grocery supplies, because right next to where we are, they were shut yesterday, is a little supermarket. So that's on the to-do list as we go back today. Get back in the supermarket, pick up a few supplies to put into the miniature little fridge we've got in the room, and then probably a little session in the gym, and then get ready for tomorrow, which of course you can have a lie-in tomorrow. I think that's going to be 6 runs. It is. It's Dana Rose, the ECN photographer, is going to get into the nettles and to try and find that one. But this over's going just as planned at the moment. Asmari's not getting it right, and Amirzai is finding the middle of the bat.
Yeah, he sided that one away. Yeah, I'm looking forward to having a lie-in tomorrow. And that one, I think, probably actually just a 6. That did seem to touch the rope on the bounce.
Yeah, that was 6 for me. And if you need 4, I thought it was 6. I'm sure this hits the rope. Let's have a look. That's 6
Oh.
runs. That's 6 runs.
Oh,
That's well.
it's one of those where the ball.
That's out.
Yeah, this one's out. So while we deliberate whether it's a 4 or a 6, in the end, doesn't matter too much, as it's going to be 2 boundaries and out for Ayhan Amirzai. It's a big wicket as well. He was the one that was looking just a little threatening for the Spartans. But it's a good comeback from Zakirullah, who finishes his over with a wicket. It goes magical, but he has the last laugh as he picks up the wicket. Krefeld lose their second in the power play, 43 for 2. 32 of those runs came off the departing Amirzai's bat. It was a smart bit of work behind the stumps there by the captain Amal. Palms it up to himself and takes it on the second time of asking. Good work from him. And that is the end of the power play. Certainly one that went in the direction of Gelsenkirchen because of that brutal striking that they exhibited in those first 3 overs. Spartans, they're not out of it. The run rate is below 18. We've seen bigger run rates be chased down in the past, but you just maybe worry for them, especially knowing that we could potentially have 4 overs of spin here from Raj Bhushan and Ace Bruce, who did so much damage in that first game. And it will be Bhushan straight into the action out of the power play to bowl the 4th here. The new batter Taha Hassan, the captain, of course, at the non-strikers. And Raj, well, almost adds his 6th wicket of the day. And that first delivery, it just dropped short in the covers.
Yeah, it's obviously 5-wicket haul to him first time round. He was more successful with the ones that he just looped up. He started with a bit of the arm ball with that one. And this one again gets dragged down. There is a fielder out there. It should just be a single. Yeah, this is going to be the test, not just for the Spartans, but I think for most teams that take on this side, Gelsenkirchen. How do they deal with the 4 overs off spin that come your way? And that's one way to do it. And that's really got to be the thinking from most of the teams. You've got to really, as soon as the spin come on, you've got to go after them. You've got to go after the very first spinner, and then you put doubt in the captain's mind to stick with spin. So let's just say that if Raj Bhushan goes for about 18 plus in the over, then the captain, the Amal Mudapatu, might think, well, maybe I don't want to go to ace. Maybe I make a change. So you really got to attack the spin. And that's hit well, but it will be going straight to the fielder. But of course, if the spinners don't go expensively and they stick with them, then of course they can get in and they can sort of finger spin you into trouble. 50 has come up now here for the Spartans.
Well, the 2 spinners, Bhushan and Ace, were not put under any type of pressure by the Köln CC batters this morning. And you're exactly right, Rico. If you just bring the game to them a bit, suddenly they deliver those hittable deliveries, and that's exactly what Raj has done there. A bit of a rank ball that just has to be hit, and Taha Hassan, the captain, duly obliged. Just a little shuffle down the pitch makes it a comfortable full toss, and he slaps that one away for 6 runs. So they're still trying to claw their way back into this game, are the Spartans. The win predictor still firmly falling the way of Gelsenkirchen, but a couple of big overs here, and you never know. It's a better delivery from Raj. Pulls that one into the pitch, but actually it's going to go all the way. Thought that one might be stopped on the rope. There is 3 fielders out in the deep on the leg side, but it went straight through quite a wide cow corner. That's Waqas Fatmi out there. The big lad, you'll say, he's not the most mobile getting around there. And goes between him and the man at long on.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I was talking about. So that's now going to be creating a bit of thinking for the captain, Amal. It looks like he's still not going to be deterred. He still thinks, well, okay, Ace is a different type of spinner, a bit more of a leggy, and he does really get that ball to spin a lot. So he's still going to go to Ace. But again, if Ace goes for a few here as well, I'm pretty sure he may make a change and not be going back to Bhushan, who's just gone for 19. So once again, I think the batters have to be brave. They've got to stay with it. That over was exactly what they needed. It takes the rate keeps the rate at about 17.5. But they've got to go after Ace here. They can't respect him.
Just making a few adjustments to the field here, Gelsenkirchen, making sure to get it just right. Raj Bhushan going for 19 in his first over. An ace. Well, almost in the wickets. Should have really been stopped. He turns away in a bit of disgust as he sees the ball fly through the hands of Zakirullah Asmari. Didn't really know if he was coming or going. The ball goes over the rope. Probably wasn't catchable in the end. Could have just taken a step back and stopped that one for going for 4 runs.
Got sucked in, didn't he? Got sucked into it and then he couldn't adjust. So 4 runs where it really should have just been a single.
Flatter delivery from Ace, and it's going to go again. And well, this is the highs and lows of ECN cricket, isn't it? Ace and Raj, they were flying high in the first game. Couldn't put a foot wrong, and both of them so far have been in for a bit of punishment from the Spartans batters.
Yeah, they're batting from inside their crease. So I think what the spinners haven't been able to do at the moment here is draw them out. And that's what Ace needs to be thinking here. Say, right, can I get the batter to come out rather than be playing from in his crease? So making some adjustments once again to the sweeper there on the offside. And almost does it that time. So you can see the difference in the length. This time the batter has to come forward and then knows he's beaten by the ball and drops the bat on it. So good comeback there from Ace Bruce.
He's holding his nerve here, is Ace. He's not really changing it up too much. He wants them to be playing it. I was going to say he wants them to be playing it on the offside. Just as I speak, they do bring in the deep point and they send out deep square leg. Well, maybe that was just the tempter then. That one goes a bit straighter and just turns and bounces away from the swinging blade of the captain, Taha Hassan. That run rate now, bang on 18. They can't afford to take their foot off the gas here, the Spartans, and he goes for the big hoik into the leg side. Should be stopped and is by the fielder in the deep. And while we've got a bit of confusion here, I think maybe they were considering going for the 2. In the end, sent back. Well, the umpire doesn't even take it upstairs. Maybe we can take a look at it just in case. Let's see what happens here. We were just busy watching the ball being thrown in. It was a decent enough throw in. Good pick up as well from Amal Mudapatu with the gloves. Luckily for the Spartans, Siddiqui there was safely home.
Yeah, just broke those stumps also, I think, with his arm before he got the ball. But just keeping them alert and well bowled again. So trying to put the pressure on the fielder by double up, but it ain't going to work. Good over after being hit for 2 fours. The first 2 deliveries. Ace does adjust and he does start to bowl that length where he has to get the batters to come out to play it, which is then becomes risky for the batter with the wicket keeper, of course the captain, Amal, waiting to get involved in a stumping opportunity. So at the halfway point, 73 on the board, 73 for 2, and that rate, thanks to that good over there, just 11 from it, just starts to creep up now, just under the 19. And we remind our viewers that you can get involved with European cricket in Hindi now at European Cricket Network Hindi, and they're on the Telegraph channel, so do get involved. And I know that a lot of our viewers that do tune in via fan code are finding that to be a wonderful addition to the European Cricket Network and do enjoy. As we get set now for the next step. We've got a few people coming down and enjoying. Oh, no way! Adiva! It's Jalebi Delight here. What a catch this is! I can't believe it. Zakirullah Asmari has just taken an absolute humdinger. Dekh dosto, swada ke nahi. Jalebi catch. Jabardast. This was travelling, Tina. Has he caught that?
I have no idea how he managed that, given he put in a pretty shocking effort just a couple of overs ago for one that he didn't stop to go to the rope. That time, he thinks, well, maybe if I just stick up my hand, it will just nestle on in there. And that's exactly what happened. I don't think his teammates can quite believe it. It was just a bit of a lull in play. Swipe of the bat there from Gopinath. And what a catch that is. I think he just was caught a bit by surprise. Gives the ball a little kiss on the way. And why wouldn't you? What an outstanding piece of fielding. I think he's maybe as shocked as anyone.
I just saw the reactions, actually. Well, that's going down the leg side. It's a long way up. I don't think the fielder's going to get a chance on this. I think he's already gone over the boundary rope. as he gets his hands to him. I would have just left it alone. Why risk getting injured here? But goes down on one knee. And that's nicely played. Big hit from Hamiyun Butt that comes out and hits a 6 of his first ball.
This is what they got to do, the Spartans. Even if the wickets tumble, they have to keep on swinging with that run rate up towards 19. They can't afford to go into their shells. Reminder that the bonus point mark is 117. You'd imagine they're well on course for that. It's just whether they can put a few partnerships together. Captain's still out there, Hassan, facing up this next delivery. Oh, well, he's capable of clearing the rope and then some. If the cars are behind us, they'll be screeching to a halt as the Grizzly goes flying into the road. It's a big 6 runs.
Yeah, so with 19 coming off Bouchant's over there, don't go back to Bouchant and decide that they're going to make a change. And it's Mohammed Asif who is bowling this, the 6th over. But they're taking a liking to him. And that's blasted away. It's a good start, this, from Butt and from Hassan. Hassan will try and get another one away, but a little bit fuller. That's shocking. From a fielder who has had a perfect morning up until now, Mirwali Jabakel has found a way to let this go through him for 4. Well, we've just seen a wonder catch on the boundary, and now we've seen a disastrous bit of fielding there as that goes for 4. And asking the question, and the batter is walking. The batter, I think, is walking here. I didn't see the umpire give it. Is he walking? Is he not?
I think it's the end of the over.
He's not walking. It is the end of the over. I thought the batter was walking, but the umpire doesn't give it. See it again here. And nah, I don't see anything there. But it just looked like for a moment that the bat was walking, but it's the end of the over. It was just having a chat with his partner. So 17 of that one. There was the 1 wicket in it right at the beginning, so I did start with the wicket thanks to an amazing catch. Well, that one will be on our highlights a little bit later on. Hello to Zahid Aslam and Dave. Few people asking, did you find out about the 912 number? We haven't, not yet. We haven't had a chance, actually. But we will try and find out from Ace, who's going to come on and bowl over number 7.
Understandably comes back having gone for just 11 in his first over. And well, speaking of wickets, big one's just fallen in the test match. Rishabh Pant, bowled by Jofra Archer. Gives him a bit of a send-off as well, apparently. So it's heating up over at Lord's, heating up here as well. And that's just the weather. That one is smeared away into the leg side. Ace continuing to bowl well here. The youngster didn't have luck on his side really over the weekend. Came up against some enormous hitting power from the Belgian national side. But showing his experience here. Of course, a few of these players won't have played on this surface for a while. Ace has had the benefit of those 7 games.
Bowling well at the moment, you can hear the wicketkeeper captain bowling Ace. So Mudapatu making some good noise. Ace once again. And that's nicely played, but to the fielder who doesn't make a mess of it. Gets it in his hands. Yeah, that's a big wicket, isn't it? Pant going. I mean, while he was there, while he's out there, you feel that India probably have the upper hand. But remember I said at the beginning of the day that I feel that England will get this win. And I know a few other people were kind of saying the same in the chat. That's up in the air, doesn't go to hand, but doesn't go to the boundary either. So this over boundaryless at the moment just means that that required score just starts to creep upwards. And now we're kind of at the 20 plus, 22 plus and over. And right, goes high. It's going to be a real teaser for the fielder, but it looks like he's going to get there, and he will. Good catch taken there by Raj, the other spinner. The 2 spinners combining well together. With this time around, Bouchant doesn't get too much of the luck, but Ace Bruce has bowled beautifully, and of the last ball of each spell, he bowls a cracking over. Only 4 come from it, and he will take a wicket as well. And it's a wicket of Hamiyun Butt, who'll go for 9 of 6.
He deserved that wicket as well, did Ace. He only gave up the 4 singles in that over and added the final flourish with the wicket. So he finishes with excellent figures of 1 for 15 off his 2 overs. So spin has continued to pose problems here for the opposition of Gelsenkirchen, and looks like they're staring down 2 wins in 2, which will be the perfect start for Gelsenkirchen going into their 2 games tomorrow. We can take a look ahead at the Premier Division of the European Cricket Championship for men. And that's coming your way at the end of September, in what's promising to be an absolute action-packed month or 2 at the Cartmore Oval. We're talking of action-packed. This might be another wicket, and it probably should have been an ace who's not done too much wrong today. Suddenly has a bit of butterfingers syndrome. He throws his hands up in apology straight away. It did go up in the air for a long time, but it should have been taken by a man of his quality. So a let-off here for the Spartans. My instinct says it's probably not going to be a match-changing drop, but still a rare miss there for the Gelsenkirchen men. It's Shurtav who's come on to bowl his second over here. First one went for just the 10. Probably should have picked up a wicket there. But the boundary drought really has started here for Krefeld. It's been 9 balls since their last boundary. They've lost a wicket in that time as well. Well, you got to say, even the 117 target is not absolutely guaranteed here.
Yeah.
That's still, what's that, 21 runs away. Well, there's 6 of them. That's a lovely pickup. Taha Hassan, or the captain, he is still out there, and he's going well. He's 31 off 12. So as long as he's out there, I think at least the bonus point is secured for Krefeld, but maybe the big win is just a step too far with the wickets that they've lost and this kind of fallow period for them in the last 2 overs.
Yeah, that drop catch there from Ace, that could be pretty key, couldn't it, when we're talking about they're getting the point. I mean, 117 is what they need. They should get there. But if they took that catch of Hassan when he was on 24, that would have been a new batter in. It could have made a big difference. And Ace putting it down, you're right, he's a very good fielder. I wonder if that floppy hat just got in the way there.
Too much floppy, that's what it was.
Too floppy.
Well, there's nothing floppy about that one, as that one comes right out of the screws, straight as an arrow. Back-to-back 6s for Taha Hassan. And slowly, very slowly, the Spartans are getting close to that bonus point. Well, it would take an absolute miracle from here to challenge the target of 167, but at least a confidence booster for the Spartans captain. Remember, they're coming back for their 2nd game of this group stage. That's match number 4 against the Grey Caps, who'll be rounding out the day with back-to-back games. This one comes Ace's way. Bounces actually a bit more kindly for him on this occasion, so it'll just be the 1.
Hot news, I did, while that ball was smashed for a big 6. Ace is on the boundary. I shouted out to him and said, Ace, any info about the number? And he said, no, it was just given to me. So there you go. I know a lot of people were interested. It's just a number.
Oh, you could have made up something. Some
could've.
glorious backstory, but no. We like to bring the facts here. No fake news on the European Cricket Network.
No fake news, no. I could have done, but end of the over, and Aswati finishes his spell. He'll take no wickets for 25. That over goes for 15, so they're just keeping it. They're doing what they've got to do here. Got to get the victory, but can they get like a massive over in or something here and make it interesting going into the last? Gelsenkirchen, the Spartans, especially while Hassan is there, who took a single cleverly to keep himself on strike. Manjot Singh is out there with him. You would expect that they'll do here, but they will now have to face Mohammad Rahil, the opening bowler, the left armour.
Hit firmly into the covers and through the covers. Cry of frustration there from the bowler, and rightly so, as it was hit hard, but still should have been stopped there by Shrutav Awasti, who kind of almost ducked out of that one, to be honest. Tries to get his foot in the way, ends up just saying, go on ball then, go to the boundary. Good start here for the 9th over, and they need it to happen here, do the Spartans. Taha Hassan giving himself a bit of confidence as he inches closer to a half century. Good delivery and a solid leave there as Taha Hassan looks back down the pitch in absolute horror that that one wasn't given as a wide, but I think that was just a classic outside of off-stump delivery. Maybe as the captain he's also resigned himself to the fact that the game has gone here, but they can just sneak over the line with the bonus point. And only the 4 runs needed for that one. Well, swinging and missing is certainly not going to help. Gives himself a little talking to here. Good bowling though from Mohamed Raheel, and I really like the look of the Gelsenkirchen bowling lineup. Actually, they've got the spin one way, spin the other way. They've got right arm seam, they've got left arm seam, and that's the exact balance you want. And especially the 10 over format where you don't have too much time to get into your rhythm, but if you can just keep the batters guessing what's coming next, you always have the upper hand, and so have Gelsenkirchen proved in the 2 games this morning. And they will be more than happy with their morning's work. Of course, they probably miss out on the bonus point here, but they did pick up the bonus point in that massive 114 run win against Cone CC this morning. And the slower ball comes in and it just about squeaks over the boundary for Manjot Singh, so that will be the bonus point picked up for the Spartans. It'll be nothing but a consolation point, but at least they get themselves on the board. We're hoping to get a few more points as they go into their second and final game of today later on. As for Gelsenkirchen, 7 points out of 8. It's not a bad return for them. Final ball of the 9th. It will be a dot ball, so good over from Mohamed Raheel, who also finishes with highly impressive figures. 1 for 22 off his 2. The Krefeld Spartans, 1 over left to play. The bonus point is in the bag. The game is gone, but they nonetheless have 118.
Yeah, and they've got a point, so that's important. It's a starting point. And also there could be a nice moment here for the Taha Hassan, the captain. His highest score previously on the network was 44, and that was the last time we were here in 23. So he's got a chance to better that. Let's see if he is able to do so. That would be a nice little landmark for him, especially if he can go on and bring a 50 on the board. He's on 43 at the moment. And Asmari coming on to bowl to him. And he will. So that's his high score on the network. And now he's looking to bring up his first 50 on the European Cricket Network. Taha Hassan, he blasts another one straight down the ground for a big 6.
He's looking at an elegant batter, isn't he? The captain of the Spartans. He, unfortunately, on this occasion, just hasn't really had too many batters stick around for long enough. You did have Arslan Siddiqui and Ayaan Amezai. They both scored a few runs and quickly, but once they departed, not too much else to speak of. But at least some heart here for the Spartans, that they haven't been brushed aside by Gelsenkirchen the way that Cone were. And that one's hit even harder as the 50 comes up. Hassan, well-deserved 50 for him. That one is a elegant shot down the ground, just a stand and deliver, but hits it sweet as a nut. And the Spartans inch ever closer to the total that will very much remain out of their grasp. But for Gelsenkirchen, it's not been the most explosive of bowling performances. Maybe they just set the bar so high this morning and they can't expect to skittle teams every time, but they'll nonetheless be happy with the win. Even in the end, Tortuga almost goes over the head of Mirwali there. In the end, it's a game that more or less peters out. Gelsenkirchen won't mind that.
Yeah, ball badanya Taha Hassan no apni half century puri kali, and he's batting really well. The 5 6s and 4 4s on his way to the 53s on, and that's going to be worked away quite nicely as well. It's not a good delivery, and it's going to be more runs. Another boundary, not the best of deliveries. It's banged in and whipped away. Thank you very much. So that's Hassan gets another boundary to his name, now moves to 59. And been good from him, the captain. He's been the highlight here. It was a good start also there from Arslan at the beginning. He scored 27 of 14, was out to a breathtaking catch. Don't forget that, as this is going to be 4 more. So now Taha goes in to the 60-63 with the ball to go. So good effort there from the Krefeld Spartans. It was always going to be hard work for them. 167 chase, but they've done well. They've battled hard. They've taken some positives from it. The performance here of Hassan, of Arslan, and then also not to forget, they do at least get a point, and it will finish with another glorious stroke down the ground 6 more. Bolle, kinna sona shaka lagya as Hassan finishes on 69 and helps his team, the Krefeld Spartans, get to 144 for 4.
It's an excellent finish to the game by the Spartans, maybe helped by the fact that the pressure was off, but nonetheless 26 runs scored off that final over, all off the bat of Taha Hassan, who finishes with a very impressive 69 not out off just 24 deliveries. His high score on the network, just sadly for him though, not enough to overhaul the Gelsenkirchen total. Gelsenkirchen do take this one by 22 runs and they finish their day 2 for 2, 7 points out of 8. They'll come back tomorrow surely as one of the hot favourites to go through in Group A, and maybe even as the group winners as we take a look back at the highlights. And while it didn't start well for Noman Karashi, he went for a golden duck. It was a nice catch in the deep by Mawali Jabakil. And a nice little partnership formed between Arslan Siddiqui and Ayhan Amirzai. It was in double quick time as well, as they got the score to 43 at the end of the power play. And then it was that wicket to fall, the very last ball of the power play, which just stopped any momentum. That was Ayhan who went. Taha Hassan, then the captain of the Spartans, came to the crease, and well, that was a bit of look away now for the fielder out there in the deep, but then he came back in absolute style. Did Zakarullah out there as he took an outrageous one-handed catch. Came off the bat so quickly, the cameraman almost couldn't catch up with it, but our friends at Two Circles always deliver, and Zakarullah delivered on that occasion. Gelsenkirchen, they weren't quite as sharp as they were in the field this morning, but Ace Bruce, he was certainly sharp with the ball in hand as this one was skied and comfortably taken. Ace did have time to drop one as well, but I think he'll be happy with his day's work. And Gelsenkirchen, if there is slight criticism, is that they didn't quite put the Spartans to the sword as they could have done here.
Yeah, I think you're right. Spartans themselves, I think they will look back at this and thought, well, if they could have got a better power play in, I mean, their power play was worth 43. And remember, their opponents, their power play was worth 79. And I think when you see just how many runs to go down here by 22, it was a power play. If they could have got a better power play. But lovely not there from Taha Hassan, the captain, 69 of 24. Was well supported there by Amirzai and also Siddiqui. But of course, Numan Qureshi, he'll be hoping to get some runs in their next match. And I think Amin Butt will be looking to do the same. But what a start we've had to the day. We've seen a century, we've seen a 5-wicket haul, and also a jalebi catch in this one as well. What a catch that was from the fielder out there. It was quite sensational from Zakarullah Asmari. Wonderful catch on the bowling front there. I think Ace Bruce bowled beautifully well. We suspected that in this European Cricket Series that he was going to cause a few issues for the batters, and that's exactly what he did. Mohammad Rihal continues to bowl well. I think he too, the left armer, clever left armer as well. He doesn't try and bowl full pace on. He gets those slow Yorkers in, which can be very effective. And Mohammad Asif does pick up a wicket, though he did go for 17 in the over. So there is the match summary for you. Once again, we're going to have a bit of a break between now and the start of the next match, around about 40 minutes time. So it's more time for us to mingle with the players, some new, some old, and maybe get a few beverages down us. But do join us back when we return for the next match coming up, when it'll be Kern CC looking to put behind the thrashing that they got from Gelsenkirchen in the first match and take it on Leckenbeck Mal, who are going to be playing in this match number 3. Again, very much a team with a lot of new players, just 2 players that have got experience of playing in a European Cricket Series. So that match coming up, like I say, in about 40 minutes time. So enjoy your break, everybody. Maybe get a brew on, get a few bickies out, and come and join us for the start of match number 3 in a short while. Hasta pronto, volvemos en más o menos 40 minutos.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
It's game 3 here in Group A in this ECS in Krefeld, and we're introducing another side to the fray as well. Lenkabik Mal, they're up against Cone CC. Let's go straight out into the middle with match official Tyrone Peters for the coin toss.
Lenkabik to call. Tail's a call. Boy. And it's a tail.
Yeah, ball first.
And they're going to bowl first.
Thanks, Tyrone. So there you have it. Lenkabik have won the toss and they will have a bowl. Again, the side has won the Thanks, Tyrone. So there you have it. Lenkabik have won the toss and they will have a bowl. Again, the side has won the toss and they want to go out into the field, and maybe they've taken a bit of heart from the fact that Cone, of course, were absolutely rattled through this morning by Gelsenkirchen. They were bowled out for 76 in the end, and the losing margin to Gelsenkirchen was a big 114 runs. You wouldn't say it's quite last chance saloon for Cone CC. Of course, they're coming back with 2 games tomorrow, but they absolutely cannot afford to go away from this game empty-handed, just as they did this morning. It's their final game of the day. As for Lenkabik, they're playing their first of 2 games today. They're quite a new side as well. We haven't seen them before on the network. Of course, remember the last series here was 2 years ago. They have 1 or 2 players who have played on the network before, but otherwise mostly an untested side. So it would be very interesting how they go up against the Cone CC side, who are maybe just smarting a little, a bit low on confidence after that crushing defeat this morning. Someone who is never low on confidence is Rico Full. He'll talk you through this game. And Rico, the news from the toss is that the new side, Lenkabik, they have won it and they will have a bowl.
Thank you very much to Tina G out there in the middle. So yeah, Lenkabik going to be having a bowl first, and Cone CC, of course, they had all the troubles in the earlier match with the bat. So let's see how this one goes. This could really be a close match. I mean, of course, we don't know too much about Lenkabik. We've only a couple of players from their side we've seen on the network before. And of course, on this day in 2019, the greatest white ball match of all time was played, the 2019 World Cup final. This was a humdinger of a game that no one deserved to lose, and no one did, I suppose, technically, as it was tied at the end of 50. And so was the super over that followed. England lifted the trophy because they hit more boundaries in the game. A cruel final twist of the knife in the side of New Zealand, who were also ruled to have conceded 6 runs of 1 ball after a throw from the deep hit Ben Stokes' bat when he dived for his crease to complete a 2nd run in their last over. That went for 4. Of course, we all remember that match. And this one, well, it looks like the win predictor is thinking very much the same as me, not knowing too much about Lenkabik. They've gone with 51% to 49% in favour of them in this one. And also on this day in 2013, Shahid Afridi's 7 for 12 in a huge win over West Indies in Georgetown were the second best figures in one-day internationals. After, who can tell me after who? Come on. So this day in 2013, Shahid Afridi 7 for 12 in a huge win over West Indies in Georgetown was the second best figures in one-day internationals. After who? Who is that man? And was after he made 76 of 55 balls, leaving the West Indies 225 to chase. They were 3 down in a hurry, and Afridi entered the attack after the 20th over to deliver an absolute superb performance, taking his first 2 wickets off consecutive balls and eventually sending them reeling for 41 off 3 to 98 all out in 19. So go on then, who can tell me who has the best figures in one-day internationals? Okay, you know that number 2 was on this day in 2013 from Shahid Afridi. Well, I'll leave that out there as we get ready for this match. Tina will enjoy a spot of lunch during this innings, and then she'll return to talk you through the conclusion of match number 3, while I too will delve into a little bit of lunch. So ready to go. The umpires for this one, umpire Avinash and Guru, with Ayush is the third umpire, or what we call now the TV umpire, and Tyrone Peters, of course, the tournament referee. Here's the first from the new side, and it's going to be, well, a wake-up call for Kern as the batter gets struck there on the shoulder. This is Irfan Ahmed. So Irfan once again doing the opening, and interesting that the captain himself for Kern, that's Sansaka Sanka, has put himself as at the non-strikers end at the moment. Irfan Malik, the bowler. And that's gone. That is definitely out. Yes, it is. And success straight away. There's a little edge on this. And Irfan Malik, now he's a player that we do know. He gets the wicket. There's going to be disappointment for Ahmed. He's going to go for a 2-ball duck. A straightforward catch there taken by Ijaz Butt. And a good start for Malik. Malik, we've seen him play here back in 2021, so a while ago. And he picked up 4 wickets in that series. Best figures of 2 for 21. So it's a good start from him. Not a good start though for Kern. Their troubles with the bat continue. Straightforward catch there taken. So Malik gets the early breakthrough. New bat comes out is Akil Sugarthan. It's taken a long time actually to get out there. Remember, he's got 60 seconds to be out there ready and having taken guard. If he takes longer than that, he's going to give 5 penalty runs away. Malik again. That's nicely played. Good shot. It gets this ball to cut back in to Sugarthan, but it's a little bit short. And Akil is able to work that away quite nicely in that backward sort of third area. So he's going to get a boundary. I say the new team, Linkabuk, Marl, I'm liking the colours. It's kind of that pastel sort of green. It's not one that you see too much of actually. It's the pastel green with the black. A bit of the older pistachio look, as this one is a swing and a miss. It'd be a nice time for a bit of pistachio ice cream actually. We can call them the pistachios. Linkabuk Marl. Name of an area. I think Linkabuk is probably the region, and Marl is the name of the town, so to speak. But nice to have them with us, and once again, plenty of new players. They've got the German flag on the arm as well. It's nicely played down the ground. Just going to bounce short off the fielder. One bounce and stop there by Khurshid Mumand makes the stop. So Akil now hands a strike to Sansaka Sanka. Now this guy Just Muller, he was the only bat ready to get going for his side. Muller 35 of 11. Now let's see if he can be in the same sort of groove this time round. And pushed away. Hesitation. They will get the single. I think the single was always on. It was kind of pushed by Sanka, and he just wanted to wait to see if he got it past the bowler. In the meantime, Sigarthan had overcommitted, but no damage done. They'll take the single. And a pretty good first over there from Irfan Malik. Just the 5 runs that do come from it. And a single taker. We're talking about national days. I know there's some people always keen to know what's been celebrated today. And probably the best comfort food in the world. Of course, I'm talking about macaroni cheese. Golden and gooey. Baked and hearty. We celebrate macaroni cheese today. A bit of macaroni cheese for lunch would be great. I don't know what lunch quite is. If not for lunch, then I'll try and find and source it from somewhere maybe tonight. Celebrations in France. Fête de la Fédération celebrated there. All to do with honouring the French Revolution. As another wicket goes. Celebrations, and it's a disaster really for Kern, because Sanka, the captain, is going to go cheaply this time. He'd go for just 1 of 2 deliveries. And Alexai, this is Sadat. Alexai gets the wicket. And we see it again. There's the joy in the catch taken. And the disappointment for El Capitan. He's going to have to depart. There's that wicket again. Good catch there taken by Zadran. So both openers back early. And nice catch taken. Bit of joy there for Shiraz Zadran. And more joy, of course, for the bowler as well. Picks up a wicket. Alexai. And that means that Akil Sigarthan will be joined by the next batter, man who's got all the 3s on his bat. This is Akshay Dani. And he's played very similar shot to what was played by Sigarthan to get off the mark. 1 bounce to the fielder. He does get off the mark. What else is being celebrated today? International Non-Binary People's Day celebrated today globally. Someone who does not identify solely as male or female is referred to as a non-binary. Non-binary people can identify as both man and a woman, or someone who falls somewhere in between. So, well, that one's fallen in between the fielder and the boundary rope. It will go for 4 runs. And also, as mentioned, Shark Awareness Day celebrated today. The wondrous sea creatures that have had a bad rep for quite a while now. When you think of the dangers of the sea, sharks definitely make it on the list because the way they are depicted in movies and cartoons. And the strong and extremely resilient predators are, in fact, more scared of us. That's true. That's nicely played away and well fielded there. A little clip of the pads. They'll take the single. Yeah, they're more scared of us. There is a bigger chance of being struck by lightning than even killed or attacked by a shark. And from being killed because humans are scared of them or harvesting them for the meat or fins, sharks have now made it on the endangered species list, which of course is bad news for them as well as our environment. Swings in, plays it away to the field. I'm liking this field actually from Linkebeck. They've got plenty of fielders scattered around. And you've got a sweeper out on the offside at point. Then other than that, you've got 4 inside on the offside. Make that 5 because now a long off has come inside to join the 4. And that means that long on goes back. And then on that leg side, just got the 3 behind square leg, and now long on. Cut beautifully. Oh, it would have been a great catch. Oi, एनका तो लिथियां पर कैच भी शॉट हो गया. बहुत बढ़िया फिर मारी चौधरी अब्बास ने. चंगा पूरा डाइव मारे हैं चौधरी ने. आ देख लो. Excellent effort. I mean, he's diving full length, and it's not just the grizzly that gets away from him, so do his shades. And, well, that's our own version of Shark Attack there. Great effort, though, from Chowdhury. The over comes to an end. And scoreboard kind of ticking, and ticking's the word. Ticking along, 7 of that over. 1 wicket has fallen in as well. 13 for 2. It could have been 3 if that catch was taken. Let's a quick look at the way things are looking in Group A. And Clinton Cushion, they're looking good, aren't they? At the top there with 7 points, 4 and a 3. Colonel not looking so good. And the way that they were beaten there, so no points and a very negative net run rate. And things not looking any better for them here. Start then off the third over, and quite rightly, Malik, after a good first over, 5 for 1, comes back. It's high in the air, fielder backpedaling, can he get there? It'll be an outstanding catch. Well, he can't. And, well, now there's a little bit of boom as the two fielders go into each other. It was Alex Zayed trying to get hold of the catch, and Rahman Mirkal came in and bashed into him. It's another set of shades that go flying, and there's the collision, but fortunately no damage done. It's just a little gentle tap. Bit of luck for Dani though. And now this time he plays this out. Well fielded, lovely slide and stop. From this time it's Aman Mirkal. Gets down, makes a stop, gets the throw in quickly. In the air, it's going to get away over the top of the infield and will go to the boundary. So that's nicely played away. Yes, I was asking the question a bit earlier. We know that on this day, 2013, Shahid Afridi took 7 for 12 in a huge win over the West Indies. That was the second best figures in ODIs, and I was asking, who knows who was first? A few people had a dab at it, and I can tell you now, actually. Yes, this one's down the leg side. It's going to be a wide, and the batters will turn the 1 into 2 as they take a run as well. It was Chaminda Vas who took 8 for 19 in 2001. So Chaminda Vas holds the record. 8 for 19, and Shahid Afridi 7 for 12 in 2013. On this day, back in 2013, is second, and John Hisham, he's going to be having pizza with mac and cheese. Oh, John, asking the question. I think this is just catching a bit of the pad as it goes through. All right, John is actually saying, I've read that wrong, I'll read it again properly. He's saying he's going to have pizza. Mac and cheese is too much trouble for just, well, come on, John. It's not. Mac and cheese, think about it again. Rethink it. Mac and cheese, John. Mac and cheese. Think about it. Gooey, thick, cheesy, pasta. Yum. And you can always have some the next day. You make a little pot of it. I tell you what's nice as well. I think mac cheese, and I'd have like some proper, pucker sausages to go with it. That'd be nice. Mac cheese, sausages. What else could I have with it? Bit of baked beans. That goes, I think. Mac cheese, baked beans, curry fried baked beans. You know me. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, as we have a look at the power play there, 23 for 2, so 10 coming off that over. If you don't know what I'm talking about, very simple. So in your pan, chop up and fry a few onions, put a bit of garlic in there, ginger if you like ginger. I probably wouldn't put ginger. Get them frying away. Put a blob of butter in there to start to caramelize those onions. And if you want, and you got a bit of sort of hot paprika or a bit of chili, just to your own liking, add a little bit of chili to that. Or you know what? Just splash a little bit of your favorite chili sauce. and then empty the contents of the beans into the pan. I'll tell you what. And of course, if you got some curry powder, a little bit of curry powder at the same time. So a bit of chili or chili sauce, or along with a bit of curry powder, put it all in there. And those beans, well, once you eat beans like that, you won't just be having them straight out of the tin. Yeah, curried beans, mac and cheese with sausages. Right up in the air. Well, are these sausages going to grab this ball? Yeah, they are. He wraps those sausages around it. The catch gets taken. That's Soufiane, who holds on to the catch. And that is going to be the end of, I think that's actually Dani. That's going to make his way. He's lived dangerously, Dani. But he's not going to survive this one. Well taken. It's Shiraz Zadran with the ball. Shiraz, of course, already been in the action, having taken a good catch. And yeah, that's the end of Akshay. He goes for just 6 of the 10 balls that he faces. Trying to get a move on, but he'll be the 3rd batter to depart. New man comes in, is taking guard. The umpire says it's going to be coming right arm over. And yeah, I told you who took the catch. You just have to listen to me. Yeah, nicely taken. I know what it is. They probably don't put Arman down because, don't be confused, it looks like a 10, but it's not a 10. There's a little 1 there as well. Now they're confirming it is Soufiane. I told you it's Soufiane. Just go with me. Yeah, I can see what they've done. They put Arman in as a catcher. That'll change. It wasn't Arman. Trust me. Shot. There he is again. Now with a throw. Oh, it's a great bit of backing up. Ah, this is great cricket. This is good cricket. I'm liking this. It's not a bad shot, and you can see he's thinking, I've hit that so well, it deserves a run. Now, there's the throw, and you'll notice a little 1 behind the 10 as well, which tells you that is Soufiane. And great bit of action. And Soufiane, after taking the catch, could have resulted in getting another wicket with that run-out throw. Yeah, who else is in the chat? And yeah, John is saying at the time it takes between matches, we don't have time to fully cook. Yeah, I'm with you there. Hey, the time it takes, never mind cooking, what about eating? Actually, I must admit that when 2 of us are on, like I'm here with T10, the same as Phil G did with me there in Belgium. And Shaban, of course, in Bulgaria, though Bulgaria did do a bit of stint on my own. But yeah, when you're on your own, forget it. We don't get any time. I mean, depending where the toilets are, sometimes that's a task to try and get to the bathroom and back between matches. But we've done well today, actually. We've had a bit of delay between matches. Not delay, actually, just the way the schedules are. So we had that extra 15 minutes between the end of one match and the start of the other. Normally we would have started on the hour, but we started at 1:15. But yeah, it's always, I get what you're saying, John. I get what you're saying. And who else we got in there? Anybody else talking about curried beans? Hello to Lithium. Yeah, bits of, Lithium is saying you haven't lived unless you've had mac and cheese with bits of fried bacon and chili. Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm with you. And good bits of bacon. Bacon, I don't mind bacon. But I don't, as long as they're good cuts of bacon, I don't like the fatty bits. If I have a fry up, then the first thing I do before I tuck into it, I always cut all the fatty bits off. And it's played down the ground. It's going to be easily fielded though in front of me by Alexai. That's well struck, and that's going to be 4 runs. That's a really good shot. Ahmed gets his first boundary, plays that nicely, gives himself a little bit of room, and plays it all along the deck. Ahmed gets his first boundary here. This is Sufyan, who is bowling. This over number 5. Of course, took the catch earlier to remove Dani. Sufyan again. And it's well bowled. It looks like a big tall lad, doesn't he? When you see him next to the umpire, he's dwarfing the umpire. And you can see some of the details. Got a nice star on the front of that shirt. And we'll have Bond Blue Stars actually will be playing again. They'll be in Group B. Now they're the team. I mean, their kit, I seem to remember that their kit was probably the first kit that we really saw on the network. We thought, wow, that's a kit and a half. And they certainly did have a kit with the stars on. Well, he's trying to play that shot again. It's Adil Ahmed. He played it well once and got a boundary for it, and now he's trying to play the same shot the next 3 balls in a row, and hasn't been able to do it. Runs are becoming pretty hard to come by here at the moment. And it's very much the same, just dotting them up. And 5 runs of that over, so let's just... The over by over scores, I can give you those. It's 5 overs complete. So over by over scores 5, 7, 10, 2 and 5. So only gone to double figures once. I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward. I mentioned this already, to a lot of action happening there at the Karma Oval. It all starts off, of course, with the Meltel Shield. And Meltel Shield and Western Shield. And here's the Western Shield here. Rise and shine. Launching ground for tomorrow's champion. And remember, this time around, the Meltel Shield will start it. That's on the 15th of September. And in between, the Meltel Shield and the Western Shield will sort of kind of combine. That's good. That's a good solid strike. Well, Akil Zagathan probably needs to have more of the strike, doesn't he? That's ball number 10 for him, and he hammers this one down the ground for 6 runs. Moves to 22. Yeah, so rather than the Meltel Shield start and come to a conclusion with its final, and then we start the Western Shield, I think this time round we've acknowledged that the players and the big star players would like to spend a bit of time also exploring the Andalusia area. So there'll be a few breaks. So we'll have a bit of the Western, the Meltel Shield. We'll pause that for a moment. The men will get involved in the action. Then the women come back, and the men. So it's sort of interlinked. I think that works well. And that could be a Baximo. Let's have a look. Yes, it will. Manos Riba from Ampaguru. Guru likes it. He puts his hands up in the air, and that's gone for 6 runs. 6 carreras put away. Zidran does the double teapot. All the Zidrans seem to always wear some kind of headgear, don't they? I think it's a thing. If your name is Zidran, then you've got to have some kind of headgear on. Of course, remember we have a Zidran normally plays there in Dresden as well. Well, that's good hit. That gets absolutely pasted. So Akil Zagathan is just getting the momentum into this innings now, as this over has gone 6, 6, and yep, you got it, 6. Calypso style. 3 6s in a row, and Zagathan has, well, he's almost doubling the score in 1 over. Now he gets tucked up a little bit. Good comeback from Zidran. Goes short and closer to the body, as we see some more players turning up there in the background. Looks like that might have looked like the grey caps Aachen, though I would expect them to have a little bit of grey in their kit. We'll see them play the last two matches. That's whipped away quite nicely. There are two fielders there, and that's, well, I say two fielders, I'm mistaken. One of them is not a fielder. It looks like a 12th man or the sub who was walking along the boundary, and probably on his way to get a mug of coffee or something. But he needs to sit down, really. He shouldn't be walking around like that. It makes it look like it's a fielder out there. That's played out in the offside. They probably should have taken a single there, but it's the case of that. Stay there. Probably because Akil Sugarthan knows it's the last ball in the over. He wants Adil to stay where he is so he could be back on strike. A better over, that one. No, 19 of it. 19 off the over. It takes the score now to 49. 49 off 3. 6 overs completed. And I was going to say, it almost does double the score. They were 30 off 5. And that's the scorecard at the moment. And it's Akil Sugarthan who seems to be doing all the work. Thing is with this, I mean, you might as well just say, I mean, Sugarthan might as well say to Adil, look, we've only lost 3 wickets. We've got 24 balls to go. The likelihood perhaps of us being bowled out, probably not that high. So, look, give it a go. I'm going to get you back on strike. I will take the singles. I'm not going to try and protect you. But when you're on strike, I want you just to give it all you got. I want to see you hammer the ball for a boundary. And if you get out, it don't matter because somebody else comes in and gets a chance. Remember, there could be a hero sitting there waiting to come in that could hit the ball all over the place. Well, he hits this well. It does go to the fielder. That's better. Just give it a hit, give it a thump, and see if you can get a little bit of acceleration gain and happening in this innings. Hello to KG. And KG and a few other people also keeping an eye in on the cricket there happening. That's going to be 4 more. Nicely played. Sugarthan now moves to 40. Yeah, quite rightly, a few people keeping an eye on what the test match there in England, with England probably still on top. And, wickets have fallen there, but can India put a match-winning partnership together and frustrate England? And I was talking to Tina about it early this morning, and I said that I do feel that India, I had a feeling that India might bottle it after losing those a cluster of wickets late yesterday. But let's see how it goes. It's certainly keeping everybody excited and the crowd on the edge of their seats. Short, and that's a really good shot. Shaba, Ginna Sona, Shaka Lagya. Lovely shot. Well, Sugarthan here single-handedly frustrating Lanka back at the moment. That's a really good shot. The short delivery banged in there by Shamiz ul Abudin. And Shamas gets smashed. That's a better delivery, but I suspect it's going down the leg side. Better length though. Good comeback ball. Shamas. Showing us Shamas on your screens, but full name Shamas ul Abdin. Ul Abdin. We'll go with Shamas. It's easier to have it on your screens and easier for us to probably say as well. Sugarthan, 46, plays that away to the fielder, and the throw, direct hit would have been curtains. Once again, just one in the strike, Sugarthan and Adil Ahmed. Well, he's playing the right role, sacrificing his wicket if this hit. And you can see he's not in the shot. He's not in the shot. The fielder misses. Another one on the board. 62 then. 3 down. Sugarthan on 47. That over goes for 13. So it's been better. Remember, the first 5 overs, only 10 was the higher score in the overs. And that was that from over 3 for Malik. Miscue. They will probably have to take the single here. But that's okay. It's the same sort of pattern as that over from Shames. The first ball went for one, and then Ahmed was able to get a single straight away. He's trying to hit the ball harder. He's trying to get something going here. And that's a good strike. It's going to be caught, though. Good catch taken there on the boundary. Nicely held. Well watched by the fielder. And I don't mind that, though, from Adil Ahmed, because he's had a go. He gets out, but he does allow somebody else to come in. And I think that's important when you're struggling as a side, and let's face it, Kern really are, that you've got to keep trying, because you hope that a batter can come in and click. So Ahmed, it was a bit of a struggle for him. It goes for 6 off in the end, 10 balls that he faces. And Harjot Singh picks up the wicket. And thanks to a nice catch taken there as well from the fielder out there in the deep. Comes sliding in, holds on to it. Good technique shown, actually. Slightly shorter ball this time round from Harjot, gets played away. One hand pick up. Yeah, Chowdhury Abbas was the man who took the catch. Ashik Rahman, that's flicked away, but straight to the field. It could be a run out here. It's a great bit of fielding. And this is going to be close. Looks like the umpire's already going to check and go to the third umpire, Ayush, but I think this is out. It's really good fielding. The two batters, they didn't quite get the understanding right, did they? One of them was up for it, the other was not so keen, but picks it up quickly, gets a good throw in, Khurshid Mahmand. And let's have a look at this. When those bails have come off, it's going to be a close one. I think there you see the bails dislodged. That's the shot for me, this one. The bails are going up, and the bat, I don't think is past the line. I think that's going to be out. They'll look at it a few times, but I think when you put all those scenes together, I think those bails are on the way up before the bat gets past the line. So let's see what the call is going to be. Yes, it's going to be out. You can see there that umpire Guru puts the finger up in the air, and it's going to be another wicket. So another one goes. Trying to take that run on. It was just straight to the field, but fielded us really well there, actually. Khurshid Mahmand. That's a good bit of fielding. In fact, that one could be our HCL Software Player of the Day. It's a disappointment for the batter. And it is disappointment, of course, because Akil was the key player. He was the one doing all the hard work. And he's going to get run out, isn't he? And run out for 48 as well. Stroked well and gets through the hands of the fielder. The fielding's been pretty good up until now. That one gets away from the fielder. I think it's that Tortuga bounce, and he wasn't too sure with it, and the bounce gets the better of him. That looks all right. Well, that's going to go to the boundary as well. Well, you might as well be brave. And this is what I was talking about, while Adil Ahmed was struggling out there. You're just sometimes better off just changing the strike, getting somebody else new in there. And, whereas you may not be having the best of times out there, somebody else could come out and they either click or they get a little bit of luck, maybe like that. A bit of good fortune, a bit of suerte. And you can just get some healthy runs on the board. So 72, 10 coming off that over. Was that wicket there as well, thanks to that great run out, and brilliantly done there by Khurshid Mahmand. As I said, that could be our player of the day, that one. That good bit of work at the beginning end of that over. Firmly hit. That's to the hands of the fielder. That's a very good catch. That's Umair Chowdhury now in the action. He takes this really well. You can see he knows it's coming his way. Now they're just checking if this carries. The batter doesn't want to go. There's discussion about it, but I don't know how good a look we'll have at this, but I can see that the square leg umpire. Let's see here. I saw it going straight in, if I'm honest. There you have it. And as he's taken it, the arms have come up as well. You can see there, and he's bent his wrist, so he lands on the wrist. The ball doesn't touch the ground. Well captured there by 2 circles. What I like there is that the umpire at square saw it all the way through as well. And he's the first to say, yep, that is out. And the batters wanted it to be checked. So that's Pandey, who's going to go, unfortunately, for a first baller. Good catch there by Umair. Umair Chowdhury holds on to it. And Sufyan gets the wicket. Vincent Thomas is the new batter, who gets that short delivery outside the off stump. He plays and misses at it. How many more now can they get here? Rahman. Is at the non-striker's end. You probably want him on strike. He has hit a couple of boundaries, 2 fours, though one of them, has to be said, was a bit fortunate, an edge. Oh, that's too high. Oh, the only useful thing about this for the fielding side, as Sufyan gives his apologies, that's a no ball, is that the batter has missed it. Well, he might have missed it, but it hasn't missed him. That's going to leave a bruise right on his chest. Ouch. So well, those bails seem to keep falling off there at the umpire's end. Well bowled again, so no advantage gained from the free hit there from Sufyan. Once again, those bows gone off. So I think you might as well just stretch those. There's the way. That's the technique. Let's see that technique again there, Dennis, from the umpire. That's the way to do it. Just stretch them. Give them a good stretch. There he goes. He puts them down. And we'll have to go back to the live action, actually. No, we don't. We're all right. The bowler stops. Yeah, give him a stretch just like that. And, nicely done. A good shot off the middle stick there. Right, back to the action. We didn't miss anything. And that's fielders to stop. Does really well. Good work there. And a direct hit as well with the throw. Now, luckily the batters were in. Yeah, good. Springs into action. Look at him. Yeah, good bit of fielding. That's Shiraz Zadran out there. It's just going nowhere, and not the best bit of fielding from the bowler. They will get a single, which I suppose kind of makes a bit of sense. That's Rahman probably feels, well, at least if I can get to the other end for the start of the last over, get a chance to try and, well, maybe with a few good hits, get out the 80s. At the moment, it's looking like the Grady 80s. That's it well, but straight to the fielder, who earlier, Umair Chowdhury takes a good catch. This time, he does the fielding. So nicely done there by the fielder. End of the over. And score 75 for 6. They've only had really, you probably have to say, the one good over. Only 4 overs have gone over the 10. We've had 2 10s at 13, and it was over at number 6 from Zadran. That went for 19. That one there just the 3 runs and the wicket in there as well. So last over of this, the first innings in this match number 3. Kern taking on Linkebeck Mal. And hits it well. That will go all the way. Manos. Arriba, Vitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. That's well hit. It gets that one out of the middle. Now Rahman. That's why he wants to be on strike. And the bowler's got some thinking to do here. Harjot Singh. As the ball comes back to Harjot. We're in the 80s. Well, that's hit nicely straight down the ground with some fielding to be done here. They will want to come back. Well, they needed to go for 2. It's a good bit of fielding. They probably wouldn't have crossed actually, so I don't think Rahman would have got back on strike. He would have had to go back to the non-strikers end, even though it would have been Thomas gets run out. So in the end, perhaps it was good they don't take it. That's a miscue from Vincent Thomas, but he will get Rahman back on strike. It's one that you need to put away, though. It's a bit of a filthy full toss. Well, it does look like to me that maybe that Great Caps Aachen also have a similar green to Lenkenbach, because there's a team out there also in the green. That's going to be Curtains. Adios. As well, as I suppose it's one of those he knew he's going to be playing the sacrificial role here. So hit away. There was never going to be 2 there, and a good pick up. And Vincent Thomas doing the right thing for his side, trying to get back. They do cross, and there's the bells coming off. So Vincent will go for 2. 2 of the 6 balls. Does the right thing for his team, gets run out. Once again, very good fielding. I've been impressed with Linkebeck's fielding here in this match. They've taken some good catches. They've been involved in good run-outs. It's another one that gets played down the ground. And another really good bit of fielding. Well done. And on this occasion, it's Arfan Malik who runs in, saves the ball going to the boundary. And I think they're having a look at this again. I don't think he was anywhere near the rope there. Let's see it one more time. The umpires are checking something. Let's have a look. Are they checking the bit of fielding here? I don't think they're checking the fielding. That's fine. So there is some conversation between the umpires and something. I wonder if they're just checking the number of balls to come. They might be debating about these bails that keep coming off. Wonder why that is. Either the grooves in the stumps aren't right, or the bails are too big. I'm pretty sure that Tyrone Peters will try and sort that issue out in the break. Oh, that's a full toss. It gets muscled away. 4 runs. Well, Harjot Singh bowls a gundy ball here. I'd be interested to see how high it was. Here it is. It's okay. It's below the waist. It's going to be above the pad, but not quite as high as the waist. Waist or above is a no-e. Ashik Rahman gets that one away nicely. And no ball called here. So no ball, because I think he's knocked the bells off. Let's look at this again. So maybe the bells this time have come off because it's the bowler. Let's see. Yeah, the leg. I think as the leg comes over from Harjot, kick maar diti dandianu. And this time though, well, they're running. It will be, will it? And it's going to be out. Yeah. Sort of thought, well, look, I'll hold the crease for you so the wicketkeeper can't enforce the run out of this end. But alertness from Ijaz Butt, who just then rolls the ball, underarms it back to the bowler. And Harjot Singh keeps his cool. Watch here. Kena le tera ya, kena koi na, fikr na karo. Main thanda banda. And there's the run out. They will get nothing then off the last. So it stays in the 80s. 89. 8 wickets down with that run out. No runs on the board because they were attempting to take the first. So, yeah, Kern, their struggles at the bat continue. Remember, they were 73 bowled out in the first when they were chasing the unlikely 189. Now, they've just been, now they're 9 down, either in this one or 8 down in this one. And again, not a big score, just getting to the 80s. Only batter to score any runs there were two guys really. Akil Sagathan, he was going really well, wasn't he, at the top end of the order, coming in there after Irfan Ahmed and Sasanka Sanka, the captain, didn't really get anything going. But coming in at number 3 and playing a good role, 4 fours and 4 sixes. That was one that got away from Sadat Alexai. But once he went, courtesy of a fantastic run out actually there. Great bit of work from Khurshid Mahmood. I think that was brilliant. Talking of run out, that was another one there. He was gone, and then it was Rahman. It wasn't blistering, but bearing in mind what was happening with the other batters, he's 22 of 10 was pretty important. 3 fours and 1 6. But once again, first time we've seen Lincolnbuck out there, and I actually like what they did. I think they were pretty controlled with their bowling. Quickly have a look at the extras. Actually tells you some, just 4 extras, 2 wides and 2 no balls. I like the way that they fielded. They took all their catches actually. I don't have any scribble to say there was a catch drop, and also when the batters were trying to take the cheeky 2s or singles that weren't there, they were being run out as well. So I think that was a very good performance from Lincolnbuck. So I like what they did out there, and they kept their score to under 90. In fact, 90 is the chase, and it's a good opportunity perhaps for them, maybe, if their batting can click, for them to maybe get not just a win, but a chance to get 4 points here. But interesting enough, remember, we haven't seen them. They are very new as well. So the same way we know that Kern have a lot of new players on their side, and their batting doesn't seem to be clicking apart from 1 or 2 at the moment. I think it could be the same from Lincolnbuck, but having kept the score down, it does give them an opportunity. Kern CC themselves, they're going to have to do the same as what Lincolnbuck did there. Keep it very tight in the field. Don't give too many extras away, and if you get a chance, take it. If they play that way, then there is, of course, every possibility that they could also restrict Lincolnbuck from scoring runs and maybe defend that low score of 89. Well, it's time for me to take a bit of a break. Thank you all for tuning in and keeping me company. Of course, Tina G will be back here to talk you through the end of this match number 3, and then the both of us will join you back for match number 4 coming up, and that'll be a cracker as well, as the Spartans are entertaining Grey Caps Aachen. First time that we'll see the Grey Caps, and they'll finish today actually with the match against the Spartans, and then they will play Lincolnbuck Mile in the final match of the day. So I'll have my lunch, and Tina will look forward to talking you through the conclusion of this match. Hasta pronto, mi familia. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
The chase is on here for Lenka Bekmar in what is their debut game on the network, looking to notch their first win. And well, you wouldn't put it past them, having restricted Cone CC, a side that's already suffered defeat today, to just 89 runs. So there is the bonus point equation, talking earlier about the fact that the bonus point might be very important here in this short group stage. And if Lenka Bek pull off this run chase in 7 overs or less, it will be them that get the 4 points. As for Cone CC, well, an uphill task becomes even more steep. If they want to get the bonus point, they'd have to restrict the chasing side to 62 runs or fewer. It was a strange little innings, wasn't it? Never really got going for Cone. They were relying very much on the hitting of Akhil Sugathan, who finished on a commendable 48 off 21, but not much else to speak of as we go into the first ball. Right on the money, though, from Akshay Dani, not giving the opening batter Omer Chowdhury any room to work with. He's joined out in the middle by Sadat Al-Khazai. Yeah, the 48 for Sugathan. Next top score was the 22 off Ashik Rahman. Otherwise single figures all round, and actually single wickets all round for the bowlers, with a couple of run-outs in there as well. We might have a wicket first up, and it will be a second ball wicket. The dream start for Cone as they try to hang on to these points. And it's Omer Chowdhury had to dig out the Yorker on the first delivery. The second delivery picks out the man at point. It's a smart catch out there on the ring. And the first wicket does fall as Lenka Bek, well, they haven't notched a run yet on the network, but they have lost their first wicket. And Akshay Dani rewarded there for a brilliant first ball, backed up there by Sasanka Sanka. Safe hands from the Cone CC captain. And could this game already have a twist in the tail? Lenka Bek, of course, in their first ever run chase. I'm sure a few nerves will be jangling. I'm sure Sanka felt a few nerves as that one came flashing his way, but he held on. And Mal have one in the wickets column before they have any in the runs column. And ladies and gentlemen, could be in for a low-scoring thriller here. It's Cone CC, well, they needed something like that early on, didn't they? Just to give their fielders just a bit of life. And that's exactly what Akshay delivered with Arfan Malik, number 3 for Lenka Bek. On the money. Every single ball so far from Akshay Dani cramps up Malik there. And well, it ran away down that hill. I think it must have come off a bit of bat, because, well, no, leg byes are signalled in the end. It was too high for any kind of LBW consideration. The chase then was on for Siva Indukuri, and does well, flicks the ball back and saves an inevitable boundary. First runs, though, on the board for Lenka Bek. In the form of leg byes, they do scamper through for 2. Brilliant bowling once more by Akshay. A big thanks, of course, to Rico, who took you through that first innings. He's off for a very well-earned break. Has a bit of food as well. Luckily, his food didn't go cold. It's a beautiful salad on offer for us today here at Krefeld, thanks to Omar and his team, who look after us so wonderfully here in Germany. I must say, while that first innings was going on, I was, of course, glued to the action here. I might have had a little eye on the test match over at Lord's, with Chris Wokes popping up just before lunch to take the 8th Indian wicket. So it's tantalisingly poised, isn't it? And while the lunch break was perfectly timed for me to come back on air, but there's no place I'd rather be than here in Krefeld on this Monday lunchtime. Akshay Dani, that's an outstanding over from him. Cone don't have too many runs to play with here, 89 of them on the board. And Dani in that first over gives away just the 3 and picks up an all-important early wicket as well. Well, if we do get a golden ball here, the ticker will go back down to 0 and it will be a low-scoring thriller. As well, have a little peep at Tyrone, who I'm sure will be joining us again later in the middle. Remember, we've got 2 more games to come after this one. Cone's day will be done, though, at the conclusion of this innings. Remember, they were swept aside by a dominant Gelsenkirchen side earlier today, losing margin over 100 runs on that occasion. And at the halfway stage, thought maybe it'd be another drubbing for the boys in blue and red. Well, got a half chance for a run out here. It was an excellent pickup once more by the fielder at point, but the two batters out there in the middle, Alcazar and Malik, set off pretty much as soon as the ball left the bat. They were able to run through for a single. Lenkebeck will, of course, come back. What will be the final game of the day against the Grey Caps Aachen. That's at 5:30 local time. It's Vincent Thomas bowling this over. He has taken on the baton here from Akshay Dani. Cohn right on the money here. Still waiting actually for the first boundary of this run chase. The run rate you'd think is nothing really to be worried about for the chasing side. It's down below 10. Given though that they only got the 3 runs in the first over and lost the wicket, it's certainly not a game that's done and dusted here. Win predictor though, still firmly on the chasing side's favour at the moment, up beyond 80%. You do feel though, especially with a new side onto the network, maybe they haven't quite got the measure of this T10 format. Take them a bit of time to adjust from whatever format they might play in their domestic leagues, whether it's 20 or 40 and 50. Well, there is the first boundary of Lenkebeck Miles' run chase, and it's a streaky one, but Arfan Malik won't mind one bit. There's a 4 is added to his name. Lenkebeck inch their way up. I mean, they still haven't got out of single digits yet. 9 on the board. Big appeal there, especially from Vincent Thomas, the bowler. Can't say the wicketkeeper Adil Ahmad gave him too much support here. It was right on that wide line. It's certainly a legal delivery, and well, I think maybe just a swish of fresh air. As you see in the background, those aren't Lenkebeck Miles twins. They are in fact the Grey Caps Aachen side. I don't know what it is about lime green in this part of the world, but we'll of course be seeing them in the next game. I do hope they have grey caps, otherwise nothing in the world makes sense to me anymore. It's good to see all the sides though getting here early, taking things seriously as well. Often, without naming any names, sometimes on the network you have sides rocking up 2 minutes before the start or 2 minutes after the start. But all the German teams, German efficiency at its finest, got here early, made sure they're all limbered up. Aachen will take on the Spartans in that game number 4 of the day. This one's just going to drop in between cover and mid-off. They consider going for the second. Big old Tortuga again puts a second thought in their mind about running for the 2, but they end up just the 1. And another outstanding over from Vincent Thomas. Doesn't pick up a wicket, but does restrict Lenkebeck to just the 8 runs. So at the end of the second then, it's all the 1s. 11 for 1 off 2 overs. And we could be on track here for one of the lowest power plays we've seen so far. Cohn, well, they were 13 for 2 off 2 and then managed to get to 23 for 2 off the power plays. We take a look at the standings then. First game for Lenkebeck. Grey Caps, they will open their campaign in the next game. And the good thing about this structure actually is that after day 1, each team will have played 2 games. You often have it in these series that just by the way the schedule is that it's hard to see actually what's going on in the table because teams have played different number of games, but by the end of today's play we'll be very much at the halfway stage and already see how Group A is shaping up as Akshay unsurprisingly shapes up to bowl his second over here after such a blistering first over. First ball they managed to scamper through for a single, and one of those unspoken rules of cricket, unless you're Ben Stokes. If the ball hits your bat, you don't run, of course. I'm being harsh he couldn't do anything about that one in the World Cup final, which I think actually, correct me if I'm wrong, was 6 years ago today. Time flies, and obviously that was the home of cricket at Lords, and it's all unfolding at Lords now. Although at the moment, I know the players will be tucking into some Lords lunch, which is famous around the cricketing world as one of the best lunches. I've got to say, I have had the honour of eating a Lords lunch as a player, and put it this way, you don't want to be opening the bowling after a 3-course meal. They often have, you know, something like a prawn cocktail to start, and then a selection of chicken, beef or veggie as a main, and then some kind of tantalising dessert. That one's up in the air. We'll just drop short of the wicket-keeper. So let me know in the chat, and of course hello to all of you joining the chat. What is the best cricket lunch that you've had? Lord's lunch is certainly up there, but I'm talking about maybe village cricket, wherever you play your cricket or whatever standard. What is the best lunch you've had in between innings? Low full toss, and it's chipped over the covers, and it'll just land shy of the boundary, but it's a 1 bounce 4. Much needed 4 actually for Sadat Alkazai, his first on the network. Just a rare misfire there from Akshay Dani. In fact, it's the first boundary he's conceded in his spell so far, which is already 10 balls deep. Right back on the money, and again the wicket-keeper Adil Ahmad, he's excited about something. I don't know if his lottery numbers have come in or what it is, because there certainly wasn't anything on that. Again, you can always tell by the reaction of the bowler. And Akshay on that occasion, just no reaction until he saw his mate was going up, so he thought he'd join him. Cracked away. That's a lovely shot. Sadat Alkazai maybe just got a bit of confidence after his first boundary, and the second one is added to the collection. It will be the end of the over. Still, you've got to say it's a positive over for Cologne. The one thing you also think for them is that they have to pick up wickets. If this game goes the distance, surely Lenkovic can swing enough just to muscle the ball over the rope. The equation at the end of the power play then, 70 needed for Mal in the remaining 42 balls, so the run rate is exactly 10. Actually, on the power plays, Köln were 3 runs ahead, but if you look at the overs that followed, didn't have a magical over in there, and there was 3 overs that were in single digits. They just kept on losing wickets at regular intervals, which didn't allow them to build up any sort of momentum. If you look at when the wickets fell, there was a brief period between the 4th over and the 8th where none did fall, but then it was a bit of a procession towards the end with the highest partnership, just the 40 runs. That'll be 4. No, it will be 6. Add 2 to the score, because Vincent Thomas has come back on here, and he's gone the way of Akshay Dani in terms of conceding another boundary. Arfan Malik on this occasion hits a big shot, and that's actually his first 6. It's the first 6 of the run chase for Lenkovic, and just beginning to build up a head of steam here with 3 boundaries coming in the previous 4 deliveries. This one will be squeezed away once more, and it just feels that the cricket gods are shining down on Lenkovic here. Not quite always finding the middle of the bat, but enough to get it over the sprawling dive there of Siva Indikuri, and away for 4 runs. And just a few adjustments in the field made as a result of that by Sasanka Sanka. Remember, we are out of the power play here, so 5 fielders are allowed outside of the ring. I can tell you they're currently placed at cow corner, long off. Deep covers third, and Akshay just jogging back to long on now. So 3 on the offside, 2 on the leg side on the boundary. That one's just dug out by Arfan Malik. It feels here that Lenkabik are not exactly in a hurry. I think maybe a more experienced team on the network could have eyed up this total of 90 and thought, okay, well, we're going to go big, see if we can get it within the 7 overs for the bonus point. That one's up in the air, should be taken, and is. It's a comfortable catch by Sivakumar Kumpatla. It's the second wicket to fall for Arfan Malik, who was going along relatively nicely, 18 runs to his name. 2 boundaries at the start of this over. Binson Thomas brought it back nicely. Dot ball followed by the wicket. Lenkabik fall to 30 for 2. Maybe that's why they just aren't quite going for it. Remember, first game on the network for them. I was just saying maybe an experienced side would go hard at this total, try and chase it down in 7, but probably Lenkabik at this point just happy to get points and a win on the board in their first game. With that run rate down below 10. They've got 38 balls to get the 60. If they wanted to do it in the 7, they'd have 20 balls to do it in. That's really looking quite ambitious if you have to go at 18 and over, given that the over rate so far from them 3, 8, 9, and so far this over's gone for 10, but of course the wicket as well. Arman Miyakil, it's the new batter for Lenkabik. That's a big swing and a miss. Just showing a bit of inexperience are these Lenkabik batters. It's only Arfan Malik, the captain, who departed just then, that has any experience on the network. He played for Gelsenkirchen back in 2021. He's actually notched his high score on the network in the innings he's just played, scoring 18. His previous high score was 13, so you can see, even though he did play a season, it's not like he's been prolific. So interesting to see how this new team go through the series, but that was an outstanding shot to get off the mark. Arman Miyakil, he takes 1 ball just to get his eye in, and the second one is a glorious hit down the ground for 6 runs. It's the end of the 4th as well, 36 for 2, so a mixed over there for both sides. 16 runs coming off it, all in the form of boundaries, but Binson Thomas also picked up the wicket, finishing with figures of 1 for 24. But when you are chasing a relatively low total, a big over like that, you can see what it does to the run rate. The big spike there, and for the first time, actually, Lenkabik are ahead of the rate. Lithium in the chat saying most special lunch was at the MCC. MCC? MCG? The best food, though, would have to be at the long room at the Wanderers watching the Pink Day game when AB de Villiers went on his rampage. Yeah, that's a memorable game and probably a memorable lunch as well. That's what I do like about cricket. It's one of the only sports in the world where at some point you think it feels like it's time for a spot of lunch. As we go into the 5th here. And it will be Ashik Rahman that bowls it. Persisting with pace here are Cologne, and well, it's brought them wickets so far. Maybe they just think that any kind of spin options will just be dismantled by this Lenkabik side, who are clearly just swinging and swinging hard. That's a good bumper there. Will definitely be the one for the over. I think it's perfectly directed though, as Sadat Alkazai can just swing his head out the way of it. No complaints on that one, even if he does look to one umpire and then the other. Up in the air, cause of catch it, should be taken, and is. It's the 3rd wicket to fall for Lenkabik. Köln, they are by no means out of this game, as Alkazai He was undone by the bump of the previous ball. This one then pushed in a bit fuller. He can only find the side of his bat and the grateful hands of the fielder. 37 for 3 here at the start of the 5th. And that win predictor, well, it still says Lenkebik are ahead, but every time a wicket falls, I think that percentage just creeps ever closer in favour of Cologne CC. Never easy, those catches when they've come off the side of the bat. You can almost hear the ball spinning in the air. Look of relief on the fielder's face as he pouches that one. Siva Indukuri underneath it, with Ashik Rahman then picking up his first wicket. As Shamas, number 7 for the men in green, is the 5th batter out here. Swatted away, and well, welcome to the game, Shamas. That one over the 10 as his teammates there look on. Might have to go on a bit of a grizzly hunt, as that one again just not quite directed enough, that bouncer. It just sits up nicely for Shamas to pull away. Kroom in the chat saying Hornchurch before COVID probably had the best tee going. Good for a Sunday friendly, still good now, but before proper good spread. Well, I have to say, shout out to Hornchurch, because even post-COVID, when we were there a few weeks ago, that's an absolute jaffer, by the way. When we were there a few weeks ago, they put on quite the spread at lunchtime. But yeah, COVID, obviously amongst other things, did ruin the cricket tee a bit for all of us. I know quite a lot of the leagues I play in now in the UK, we don't even have cricket tees. It's kind of a bring your own lunch situation, which never feels quite as fun. Off the toe of the bat, calls of catch it, but it's just going to drop safely. Luckily for Cologne, Siva Kumar is also on the case to mop up, as it was Irfan Ahmed charging in from the cover boundary. Almost yorked himself there as the ball bounced on his toes. Just didn't quite bounce away, so it's a lucky escape as Lenkebik almost lose their 4th, but they do add 1 to the score. This is brilliant bowling from Ashik Rahman. They're not bowling like a side who got dismantled in that first game. They're coming in with a lot of confidence, and I think maybe the scheduling gods were quite generous to them here, giving them that second game against a team that's brand new into the network, and this is a good time for Cologne to be coming up against Lenkebik, so they're still in this one as we take a look at the upcoming events. Of course, we had a bit of a manic weekend, didn't we, with the events going on in Bulgaria and in Belgium, as well as here in Krefeld. We've got a quieter week, which I'm sure everyone is happy with, but we will be bringing you, nevertheless, wall-to-wall action from now until the end of play on Sunday. And then we go north to Stockholm, where we have both ECSWs and ECSs coming your way, with, of course, plenty more to come from across Europe in the Northern Hemisphere summer, but of course it never stops. We'll go through all the way until basically a few days before Christmas, and that one might be going all the way as well. We'll have to double check that one where it lands. It certainly goes to the boundary. Siva Kumar Kumpatla comes in to bowl the 6th here. Arman Miyakil, big old swipe at it. Where does this one land? Maybe we have to do that once more. Yeah, just inside the rope. Will just be the 4 runs then. One goes in a similar area, and well, it might be ruining the fact that they don't have a deep point now. This one, though, does go all the way. Even if there were a fielder out there, he would have just watched it sail over his head. So that does bring up the 50 for Lenkebik. They move to 55. And well, this is really what the chasing side were banking on. Even if they lost wickets, if they just swung and swung hard at a few deliveries by hook or by crook, they'd scratch their way up towards the total. It's now 35 needed in 28 for the win. The bonus point win is still possible here. They've got 10 balls to do it, so they'd have to have 2 big overs. I think given those early wickets lost, they'll be happy to just get this one over the line. Yeah, Bethany in the chat saying we don't have cricket tees at our club. It's one of those where, I don't want to go into gender wars, but I think in a lot of the women's teams that I've played in, if they wanted to have tees, you know, tees for both sides, then the women kind of had to make them themselves and then also play up to, you know, 50 overs. Whereas for the men's games, it's often the women that make the tees as well, which I guess is fine. But for the women's games, they didn't want the added task of having to prepare the tees as well. So you can see why it's fallen out of the game, but I think it's a real shame because there's that communal element to it as well. Everyone getting stuck into the tees at the halfway stage. Always kind of the old school vibe. You could have the tees set up on like the snooker table in the pavilion, and everyone gathers round. You know, these are the beautiful little parts of cricket that make it such a special game. Big appeal on this occasion, and the finger of doom circles up from the umpire. Shamas just didn't seem to pick that one. There was one that flew off the pads just a few balls ago, and on this occasion, Shamas, unfortunately for him, he shuffles right across those stumps. Let's see where this hit him. Yeah, the way he shuffles across, you can pretty much see leg stump, and if leg stump is exposed, the chances are it might be hitting it. There's a solid appeal there as well from the bowler. Raises the double finger in the direction of the umpire, who duly obliges. So Shamas has to depart. One big 6 to his name. It's worth taking another look at. One thing maybe is it's a question of whether it is going to hit that leg stump, but you can absolutely see why that one was given, with pretty much no shot offered there by the batter. And a shuffle across. So it will be the 4th wicket to fall. It's the end of the 6th as well. So 56 for 4. And again, every time you think Lenkabik have got this game wrapped up, another wicket falls. And suddenly Köln feel like they have a sniff again. Akil Sugathan will bowl the 7th with a bit of spin. So this is an interesting move. And it could pay off straight away as this one goes high up in the air. The captain is settling underneath it, and he takes the catch. So Sanka, well, he can be happy with his decision there as he brings on Akil, who tosses one up. And Arman Miyakil falls straight into the trap. He was the set batter as well. He was 17 runs off 7 balls, but the 8th ball is his undoing. And Lenkabek lose their 5th wicket now with 2 freshly baked batters at the crease. Chowdhury Abbas came in at the end of that previous over, hasn't faced a ball yet. He's at the non-strikers end, joined now by a new batter who, I'm just trying to catch his number. I think if it's the 101, it's Sufyan coming in. And it's the 10 plus the 1 at the end, so it will be Sufyan on strike here. It's proper slow ball here, isn't it? I love to see this kind of bowling. It just brings something completely new to the equation. And the batter has time to do his homework, think about what he's having for tea, and then he can swing at the ball on that occasion. He misses out completely. Up in the air. Will this be another wicket? The wicketkeeper is chasing underneath it. There's 2 of them. And well, it's caught in the end. And in mid-catch, the wicketkeeper and the fielder have intense discussions. I'm no body language expert, but I'm pretty sure the wicketkeeper was saying, I've got these big leather things on my hand, let me catch it. The discussions continue. Cologne maybe should be celebrating because that is the 6th wicket to fall. It goes up in the air and Adil Ahmed goes herring towards it. Well, it's the 2nd time today we've seen someone end up in the stomach of the other fielder. And the main thing is for Cologne is that they do take the wicket. Well, I hope both of the fielders are okay. I think maybe just a bit of damage to their relationship more than anything there. It goes up in the air. And I think the keeper probably would have taken it in the end. And well, I think he saw the fielder's lunch there. He got so close to his stomach. As it's the third wicket to fall in 4 balls here. And Nenkovic, they are shaking. 56 for 6. Slapped away. Is this another catch? Oh, I don't know if it carries. In any case, it goes down. Irfan Ahmed is out there. He was certainly interested in the catch. He does well, actually, to stop the boundary. Just be the one. Let's take another look at this one. I love this bowling. Just tossing it up, teasing it. And, well, I think it probably did carry, actually. Irfan just didn't quite get his hands down in time. That's Khurshid Momand who's come in to bat. He gets himself off strike. Chowdhury Abbas now facing up, and the wicketkeeper absolutely obliterates the stumps. It's a wide ball called. Square leg umpire absolutely not interested in that one. Not sure Abbas moves his foot. Oh, you can see it's even from this angle it's firmly planted, but worth taking a look just in case. And so we'll have to wait a moment as the Jenga tower of stumps is rearranged. But what a few balls this has been from the Köln side. And this slow spin is something, it's a bit of a risk, isn't it? Because if a batter lines it up, it could be absolutely obliterated. And so far, it's been a genius move. And is this another catch? Oh, it just about squeezes past the fielder who puts it. Oh, what's going on there? We need to watch this one again, because the scoreboard was in the way there at the bottom of the screen, but Binson Thomas goes after it. I think he does excellent work here to put his heel on the back of the ball. He stops it dead. Oh, well, I think that's already gone, actually. But we might as well run it through, because if he had stopped that one perfectly, look what the fielder who comes in does next. I think it's probably 4. And look, here we go. The ECN Classic, he picks it up from the wrong side of the rope. So even if it wasn't a 4 on the first fielder, it was certainly a 4 on the second. And it is fortuitous 4 runs to the score of Lenkovic Mal, who will take it. It doesn't matter how it comes for them at the moment, as they're 6 down, still needing 28 runs. I think there is 1 ball left in the over. A bit of confusion as the umpires seem to think that was that, but because of that wide on the previous delivery, which I think almost slipped through the net because of the stumping appeal as well. We do have 1 left, which is probably actually quite good for Köln, because Akil has been so dangerous so far. Darts in the quick one. Oh, slight misfield actually allows the men in green to scamper through for 1. That will be the end of the 7th, 63 on the board. So the equation now going into the final 3. It's looking like it might be a little low-scoring thriller here, with Lenkovic needing 27. Let's take a look at those upcoming events again. So I mentioned Stockholm, and then we've got some brief T20I action coming to you from Hungary in the form of the Budapest Cup. Then I'm looking forward to being in Rains Park in Wimbledon. Of course, Wimbledon, the tennis, finished yesterday, but the more important Wimbledon is starting on the 28th of July. Then we're sneaking in a little series in Gibraltar as well. I know that's only a 2-dayer, but there's an enormous amount of matches being played on those 2 days. And then we've got the full program over in Croatia, T20Is, ECIs, and then ECSs as well as ECSWs. So that takes you through pretty much until the middle of August. So if you have any summer holiday plans, I reckon you cancel them, because the action doesn't stop here on the network. And well, I wouldn't go anywhere for the next 15 minutes or so either, as this one could go down to the wire as we go into the 8th, and it will be Ashik who comes back on to bowl. His first over went for just the 9 runs. It was the 3rd over of the innings that he bowled, and he did also pick up the wicket, a big wicket of the opener, Sadat Al-Khazai. Medic Warrior in the chat saying he's planning to visit tomorrow with his parents for a day's worth of cricket at Krefeld. Will Vinny and Rico be around? Well, Vinny's not around. Rico will be around. I'm here too if you're interested, but, you know, I don't bite. But yeah, Rico will be around. Actually, I won't be around tomorrow. I'll tell a lie. I think it's my day off, so Rico will be flying solo, but Medic Warrior, I'm sure he'll be more than happy to say hi. And, well, anyone else who's in the area, come on down. There's no admission charge, and we'd love to see you, as we love to see that as well. That's a beautiful shot through the covers. Chowdhury Abbas, he scuttles left, he scuttles right. In the end, he pretty much ends up where he started as he smashes that one through the covers. I never understand batters who move around in the crease. I feel like it just puts yourself off more than anything. You saw on that occasion, Chowdhury, he went to the offside, but almost bottled it at the last minute, went into his conventional stance, and that seemed to work well for him. He's on the march again, and again, he steps back. I don't know if he's just wants to get some extra steps in. On that occasion, it doesn't work for him as it flies through to the wicket-keeper. Up in the air. Does this have the legs on it? I'm not too sure. No, it does not. And it's Akshay underneath it who put in a monster bowling spell earlier in this innings. He takes the catch. Ice running through his veins there, right on the boundary. It was a pressure catch as well. And he makes no mistake as Lenkebek lose their 7th. 67 for 7. Cologne, well, they haven't given themselves too much to defend, but they're defending it with their lives at the moment. That win predictor, actually, I haven't kept too much of an eye on it over the last few overs, but actually now is firmly on the side of Cologne CC. Yeah, looking forward to, well, not seeing you tomorrow then, Simon, but we as a entity looking forward to welcoming you. And it's good to see some of the fans here today as well, enjoying the cricket. This one is up in the air. Is this the next wicket? It absolutely is. Ijaz Butt is the new batter, and he's now the old batter as well. Ashik Rahman takes the catch himself. It's 2 in 2, and this is a real danger zone for Lenkebek. They're still 23 runs short. Not only are they running out of time, they're running out of batters as the 8th wicket falls. Well, this is going to end up being quite the run defence from Cologne if they do manage to get it over the line. You can see there, Butt had absolutely no idea where that ball went. Luckily for Cologne, Ashik, he was on the case. Takes the catch to pick up his 3rd wicket. It's a golden for Ijaz as he has to troop off the pitch. Probably would have been a wide to add insult to injury there for Butt. He throws his hands at it, only goes up in the air. Hat-trick ball here. It flies past the blade. Shiraz Zadran is the new batter, and there's a half appeal, more in hope rather than expectation. But what an outstanding over from Rahman. It's the end of his spell as well. He finishes 3 for 13 off his 2 overs. And that over number 8 going for just the 4 runs. It's just the 1 scoring shot, actually. Ball number 2, and 2 wickets as well. Just how close this game is, and well, how many wickets have fallen? 16 so far across the 18 overs. It looks like it's going to go down to the wire here. You think really Lenkebek, and this is what we always say, if it's tight, just take it to the final over. In the final over, pressure does strange things to people. What they can't afford here is just to lose their heads and lose their final 2 wickets in this 9th over. But as we say on the network, it all happens on the 9th. And it will be Sivakumar Kompatla to bowl it. He went for 11 in his first over. Did pick up a wicket. He's delicately poised here going into the final 12 deliveries. And that will certainly help the cause for Lenkebek. Bonus ball time. That one just falls foul of the wide line. Just taking their time here at Cologne to get their field, just so time is not really an issue. 4 minutes to bowl this over. This one's pumped down the ground, should be cut off, and it's a good piece of fielding to his right. And while they go for the 2 and a clean pickup, and it would have been curtains for Sheraz Zadran at the non-strike, as he's got a few choice words for his partner there, Khurshid Momand, but the main thing is for them, they managed to get through for the 2. Nice piece of fielding there from the captain, Sasanka Sanka. And fortunately for him, the throw-in wasn't the best. Go back to live, and that's been bludgeoned straight to the fielder in the deep. Cologne just say, easy, easy, we'll take the 1. But this is okay, I think, for Lenkebeck. They just have to be sensible. If they can somehow squeeze in a boundary in this over, they take it deep. Hit hard, and it's going to go all the way for 4. It was an unfortunate bounce there for Irfan Ahmed, but in all honesty, didn't look like he wanted that one. He needed to get down and dirty on the ground. He just kind of throws his hands at it, and he was never going to stop that one. It was a beautiful shot off the bat of Sheraz Zadran, just his second delivery, and he smacks that one away for 4 runs. So here we go, 15 needed in 9. Who would have thought just half an hour ago, with Cologne only having 89 on the board, that this could turn into, probably will turn into a final over thriller. Clubbed, miss hit, but it will be 1. They'll just have to satisfy themselves with the 1. 14 needed now off 8. Precious dot ball for Cologne. It's his first dot ball of the over. Siva Kumar, he's done well here so far. Probably didn't deserve to go for that boundary, thanks to that misfield from Irfan. Final ball then of the 9th. He just loses it on that occasion. It will be 4 runs, and that sets up a pretty tantalising final over with the equation, a simple one, 10 needed. But what a time to score a boundary. It was an elegant shot from Khurshid Momand, just slightly straying on the pads there. Siva Kumar ruins what would have otherwise been a pretty decent over. He'd gone for 9 before that. In the end, ends up going for 13. But an early wicket here, or even a couple of early dot balls. And Cologne CC very much in this. Win predictor, well, I don't know how many times it's crossed that 50% threshold, but now it's back firmly in the favour of the fielding side. Big question is, who will bowl the final over? Seems to suggest that Akil Sugathan will, because they've only used the 5 bowlers so far. It's always a big move, throwing the ball to a new ball. It will be Akil. Well, this is the moment where you see if the deadly slow spin is going to work. Here we go, final over. It's slow. The ball's gone high up in the air. I think it's going to land safe. They go for 1. I don't think they'll be able to go through for 2. And well, Zadran there is the biggest backseat batter you've ever seen, because he's just absolutely clothed one straight in the air, but he seems to have a lot of advice for Khurshid Momand at the other end, who's at least got 8 runs to his name. But here we go. 9 off 5. It's slow, it's tantalising, and it's tantalising. He passed the fielder at square leg. Does it go all the way to the rope? No, it doesn't. It's completely mishit, so they do run through for 2. They consider the 3rd on the overthrows, but it's well backed up. Oh, hope everyone's still breathing, because this one just keeps going and going. The equation now, 7 needed off 4. It's more than a tingle now. Akil, he just needs to hold his nerve here. What's worked for him so far is just this so slow it's almost in reverse spin. Will he toss it up once more? He absolutely will. It's again been mishit. It probably should be stopped. Will they go through for the 2? They're certainly thinking about it. They go. The throw comes in, and he's going to be in danger here. In fact, he's going to be out. So that's 1 and a wicket. So that takes it to 6 needed in 3 and 1 wicket spare. So basically, the number 11 can make himself a hero here. He's got 3 attempts to clear the rope. It was an outstanding throw. It came in zipping off the Krefeld surface. He knew it had to be a dead-on throw, and well, talking about tight finishes, it was 6 years ago today that England won on the throw that came in from Jason Roy, and Joss Butler on that occasion whipped off the bails in the super over. This time it was an excellent piece of wicket keeping by Adil Ahmed. The throw came in there from Sivakumar Kumpatla, and Adil managed to almost fall onto the stumps there to stop the second run and of course also get the wicket. Remember, if scores are tied at the end of this over, we go to the golden ball. That'll be a good way to celebrate the 6th anniversary of that world famous super over. But here we go. My mark calculations, 6 needed. That won't be it. It just gets clubbed away by the number 11. So it's now 5 needed in 2. 4 would take it to a golden ball. Five needed. Here we go. Sheraz Zadran on strike. Oh, and that must be a wide. It will be. So 4 needed. And it's still 2 balls. Oh, the hand of apology goes up. That's the first misstep from Akil in what's been an excellent spell so far. But what a time to bowl a wide. 4 needed in 2 now. Zadran on strike. And he finishes it off with style. It's not a 4. It's an absolute monster 6. You can see what that means to Lenka Bigmar. We're having an early pitch invasion. It's only their first game of the group stage. Well, you've got to say it's their first game ever on the network. And what a thriller they've delivered to us here. Akil Sugathan, well, you've got to feel sorry for him. He bowled the wide, and he's been an excellent bowler for Cologne in this tight game. But you just knew with the slow spin, it just needed one big swing of the bat. And that was down to Sheraz Zadran, who wins it for Lenkabik with a ball to spare. But what a treat we've been given here on this Monday afternoon. We thought Cologne at the halfway stage had absolute no chance of defending this one, and they got so close. Certainly their batting will be something they have to work on. They can't afford to continue to not reach at least triple digits, but hats off to them and hats off to Lenka Bigmar, who can now take a breather, and they'll be back in the final game of the day. But before then, we'll have the Krefeld Spartans in their second game of the action today against Grey Caps Aachen, who we see for the first time. One change for the Spartans with Hemayun coming in for Taha Hassan's side. But before we think about the next game, let's just take a look back at the highlights of this game. And boy, there were highlights for both sides. It started off perfectly for Cologne as they dismissed Omar Chowdhury, the opener, within the first 2 deliveries. And well, the wickets just kept on tumbling. It was the 30-run partnership between Sadat Alkazai and Irfan Malik. Irfan Malik put in a bit of resistance. In fact, he ended up being the top scorer with just the 18 runs. But Cologne, every time it felt like they were down and out, they came up trumps again. Took hold of a good few catches. Well, that one certainly got a hold of the bat. And well, the thing was, when you're chasing a small total, all you have to do is swing and swing hard. Well, that's easier said than done, and certainly Lenkabik made heavy work of it as this one went straight up off the top of the bat. Sufyan, he departed after a bit of a mix-up there between wicketkeeper and fielder, but all smiles in the end. Well, you wouldn't be smiling about this one if you're the bowler, as both fielders make a bit of a meal out of that one. The stump's just given a bit of a stretch there. Stretching done out in the back there as well by Grey Caps Aachen, who will be seeing up in the next game. This game, as well as the win predictor, just went this way and that. That was a good caught and bowled to dismiss Ijaz, but the wicketkeeper. And at that point, we thought maybe Cologne are actually the favourites here. When that run out was initiated by an outstanding throw from the deep by Sivakumar Kumpatla, we thought, well, this could be one of the defences for the ages, but up stepped the batter to hit the final 6 runs. And it was Zadran who made himself a hero for the men in green. So Lenka Bigmar, they squeak home in the end with just 1 wicket and 1 ball to spare, thanks to a final flourish from Sheraz Zadran, the number 10 batter for Lenkabik, finishing with 12 off 5. In fact, both of those were boundaries plus a couple of singles, but that 6 I'm sure will last long in his memory and will be etched in Lenkebeck-Marl history. As for the bowlers, well, you've got to really give a shout out to Akil Sugathan, who bowled the final over. He picked up 3 wickets with his tantalising spin, and he only gave away 13 runs, but significantly 6 of those were off the penultimate ball of the game, and that's what saw the chasing side home. Akil Sugathan, he in fact picked up the 2 wickets. It's Ashik Rahman who picked up the 3. Outstanding figures for him. So you've got to say Cologne CC, they're leaving today with no wins, but they've certainly got a lot of hope to cling on to. Their bowling has been really promising in both games. They just haven't fired with the bat. You can see the top score there was in fact Akil Sugathan. He can consider himself unlucky to be on the wrong end of this result, but they just need to find a way to get more runs on the board. As for Lenkebeck-Marl, well, you've got to say they were lucky to get this win, and they'll need to put in, you'd imagine, a much stronger performance if they want to get their second win of the day. That's the final game coming up at 5:30 local time against Grey Caps Aachen. But before that, it's the Grey Caps who will be in action against the Krefeld Spartans. Because this game has gone all the way to the wire, you only have a 15-minute break before that one comes your way. Of course, it's the debut for Aachen in this series, and the Krefeld Spartans looking to make amends for that defeat they suffered earlier at the hands of Gelsenkirchen. There's a few promising signs for them. Can they convert those promising moments into a win? Well, I'll be back in 15 minutes to talk you through that one alongside Rico. It'll be match 4 of this ECS here in Krefeld. Looking forward to that one. Just got time to grab a coffee, grab a mid-afternoon snack, and join us back here in 15 minutes on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to the Group A action here in Krefeld, where we're into the penultimate game, which sees the Krefeld Spartans come up against the Grey Caps Aachen, who are coming into the competition for the first of their 2 games to round out day 1. Let's go into the middle with Tyrone Peters for the coin toss.
Grey Caps to call.
Head.
Head is the call. Head it is.
The batting toss.
They can have a bat.
Thanks, Tyrone. So there you have it. The Grey Caps have won the toss and they will have a bat. It's actually the first time that a team has won the toss today and wants to go and set a score. It'll be very interesting to see how many runs they get on the board. Remember, this is their first game in the series as we go into the penultimate game. As for the Spartans, well, they've played 1, they've lost 1 so far. It was certainly a spirited performance against a very strong Gelsenkirchen side. And we saw the captain there, Taha Hassan, at the toss, and well, it didn't go his way on that occasion, but he put some good runs on the board in that previous game, just not enough. They fell about 20 odd runs short of the big Gelsenkirchen target. Well, this time they will be chasing again, and we'll see how many runs that the Grey Caps get on the board. Well, it's the penultimate game. It's been a long day so far, but we've loved every moment, and Rico will talk you through this one. Rico, the news from the toss is that Aachen have won it and they will have a bat.
Thank you very much, and welcome back, everybody. As Tina told you, we're ready now for match number 4. So this and one more in the day, and we welcome Grey Caps Aachen to the party. And their captain Sepi Jarai will be hoping that his team put a good performance in. And I like that move from him. I think it's a positive move to say we will have a bat first against the Krefeld Spartans. Humyan coming into the side for them, and to got a Humyan bat and just a Humyan. Let's see how he performs. But as Tina said, from the Spartans, their captain Taha Hassan put a very good performance in, 69 not out of 24, and he was supported well by Aryan Amirzai and Arslan Siddiqui as well, both of whom got into some good runs as well. So I think one thing that the Spartans showed us is they do have some batting. They got to 144, chasing that 167. So let's see how they fare here against the Grey Caps of Aachen. And see another stylish hat out there from one of the fielders. That looks like Hassan this time. Has got a nice little number on. We see some good hats, of course, earlier in the day. From Gelsenkirchen, we saw Ace Proust with a nice one on. So some of the players are bringing nice hats. Well, there he is. So interesting looking hat. Not quite the one that you'd expect to see on the cricket field, but it obviously does its job. And not sure what the sticky bit in the front is covering. Obviously something. So umpires for this one, umpire Ayush and Avinash. The Grizzly men ready to go, and of course the umpires do colour code very well with the Krefeld Spartans. First one is sliced up, and it's going to be the first runs on the board for Aachen, and it's going to be 4 runs to start. And that's not a bad start, is it? As Tareem Raza opens with a boundary. Of course, remember, a lot of these players, apart from 1 or 2, are playing the first time on the network. So it's all about making dreams come true for them, maybe. As Raza gets off the mark with 4. He's got Sajawal Naveed out there with him as the non-striker. That's probably going to be just okay, says the umpire. Costel Naseeb just sneaking this one in. Welcome back to everybody. I see that Simon is in the chat. Hello, Simon. He's saying he's looking forward to seeing me tomorrow. And he's coming with his parents for day of cricket. So it will be nice to see you. And I hope you've been keeping well. And hello to Jacob, who's also joining into the chat. He's saying greetings to everyone again. And of course, Johnny is there as well. And Johnny keeping us up to date with what's happening there in the test match as well. It looks like a bit of a review happening just now, and I reckon he's going to be gone here. Actually, I think it's pad first, And it's gonna. Oh well, have a look at this. He's not thrown it over for 4, has he? Oh well. It's a kangaroo jump. Let's have a look at this from the fielder. So he's jumped up, and watch here. He's made the save, and then in the process of coming down, he's thrown it backwards. And fortunately for him, he doesn't throw it over. But what about that? He's landed on the rope there, hasn't he? That's 4 runs. So, oh dear, we've seen a few of these. There was one that Tina had earlier with the fielder. He looked like the fielder had done the ECS Classic and picked the ball up on the wrong side of the boundary and thrown it in. But of course, like that one, the foot was on the line. It was already 4. So, well, that's crunched down the ground. And well, the umpire has to get out of the way of this pretty quickly. That's umpire Ayush. Just have a look at this. That's absolutely smashed. And whoa, the umpire taking evasive action. And absolutely mullered. Right, back to Costel here. Bowling to Raza. And Raza plays this well, and the non-striker kind of tried to persuade Raza to take the single, Sajwan Naveed, but Raza was not interested, and they stay as they are. That's the end of the over. 12 come off that one, and we'll leave you on the screens of where we are with this series, and maybe Tina can talk us a bit more about this as well, who joins me back in the Igloo.
Yeah, looking forward to the rest of this ECS. Only just getting started today, day 1 of 5, and then of course a little treat to light up next weekend, the ECSW. That will just be the round robin, so we don't have a finals day for that. It's 3 sides doing battle, each of them playing the 6 games. It's Baden-Württemberg United, Western Warriors and DJK Munich doing battle. As we go back live here into the second over, just cramps up Sajwan Naveed. It's his first delivery. I don't think he really knew where that one was. And again, we have a little coming together, I think this time between bowler and keeper. Maybe let's take another look at this one. I think the bowler goes herring after the ball. And well, what happens next? He goes for the run out. It would have been gone probably, and then I think he gets a kick in the elbow for his troubles from the wicketkeeper Hamayan. But it looks like everyone's okay to carry on. In the end, it was a eventful leg by Aryan Amizai bowling this second over here for the Spartans. Left arm around the wicket. This one goes high up in the air. There's cause of catch here, but it's going to go all the way. Drops just about 2 meters over the boundary. 6 runs. There's Tareem Raza doing all of the damage here, with all but 1 run coming off his bat so far. Sajwan Naveed, of course, well, contributed the leg bite. I always feel it's a little harsh that basically a leg bite counts as in the batter's eyes, a dot ball. It feels like they've still contributed to the score. I know it's not, it's not runs, but there should be some kind of middle ground, I reckon. Low full toss, and that one's been hit away. Just again, not going for the big hits, being economical with the Maximos as that one drops over the boundary, and it's back-to-back 6s here for Tareem Raza.
Yeah, he's moving around a fair bit, isn't he? Tareem Raza in his crease. He's sort of coming forward, rocking backwards. That time he rocks forward and back and gets a fair bit of that. That's going to go all the way over for a big 6. So he looks like an aggressive stroke player, one that seems to be made for this format of the game. And he's scoring majority of the runs so far, because Naveed hasn't got off the mark yet at the other end. Only faced the 1 ball though.
Grey Cups, remember, they're new to the series, also new to the network. Previous series back in 2023, they didn't feature in that one. They've taken no time at all, though, to get acquainted with this T10. And, well, a couple of them have played on the network before. Umar Farouk, he featured for the Strath Rising Stars in 2023. He's carded at 3. Wait to see where he comes out at. Hamad Khan played back in 2020 as this one goes high up in the air. It's not a good ball, in all honesty. It was there to be hit, and that's exactly what Tareem Raza does. As he's rattling along nicely here, thanks in large part to the wayward bowling of the Spartans bowlers. that one goes rolling away to the football pitches. Another Maximo.
Yeah,
And
not a good ball. You're right there. Just interesting. The one before, they don't actually run it. It was almost like Sajwal Naveed saying, "Well, why do you want to take a single? You hit the ball so well. Just stay where you are." There was definitely a single on there. And then the very next ball, Naveed says, "See, I told you." A good strike rate at the moment here from Raza. He's going to 300.
Already just falling a little flat in the field here are the Spartans. They need a wicket just to raise their spirits. Better delivery this time by Ayan. Throw comes in. Safely home. Good running actually by Raza and Naveed. Remember, Spartans have played a game earlier today on the wrong end of the result against a very strong Gelsenkirchen side who put 166 on the board. In response, Spartans, they fell short. They fell 22 runs short. It was 26 runs scored in the final over when the game had pretty much gone, which did add a bit of a gloss to the losing margin. So they'll be looking to pick up their first win as we take a look at the standings. So they did pick up a consolation point in that first game, but they certainly don't want to be joining Cologne CC at the bottom of the table. Of course, they've finished for the day, played 2, lost 2. They have 1 point to their name. Tomorrow, you reckon they need to win both of their games to give themselves a chance of getting through to finals day. So we go into the third over here, and it's business as usual as that one's clubbed away. Sajwal Naveed, he's just absolutely loving life at the non-striker's end. Marzi, he's the only one that's doing any kind of fielding. As Tareem Raza flicks that one away. It's such an elegant stroke as well. He doesn't try to overhit it on that occasion. And Marzi, well, with help from the barrier, he picks it up. We won't call that one a misfield on this occasion. There was a big misfield yesterday, but we won't talk about it anymore.
Yesterday there was a glaring one from him, wasn't there? And then of course with him misfielding, the ball ended up going in the bushes, and it took a while to find as well. So yeah, Marzi, we're watching you, and we're also watching here Raza, who's looking pretty good here. I think everybody's watching him, even the non-striker Sajwal. You might as well get him a deck chair. He can sit down and enjoy watching Raza at the moment. But Taha Hassan is looking to get his wicket, and well, this is going to be a tease up at the wrist. Nobody there. The fielder running, and he's going to end up ordering himself something from the food hut there. Not really. it's the scorer's hut, but you know what I mean. He said he looks like the sort of place you can go to and get a glass of mulled wine and some mince pies.
Yeah. Marzi just looks like he's one mulled wine and mince pie short of having an absolutely cracking Monday afternoon. I'll tell you what, if there's not mince pies in there by the end of the week, I'll be unhappy. Big old swish and a miss there from Tareem Raza, the 24-year-old here. He's not afraid to go after it. It's a good response, though, from the Spartans captain Taha Hassan, who was very impressive in the first game, more so actually with the bat, scoring 29 runs off 69 runs, even off 24 deliveries. 26 of those came in that final over. And that one's going to go 4 runs. Tareem Raza, he moves now just one big hit away from what would be first half century in his first ever game on the network.
This is very similar to what we saw yesterday, which was quite unique, wasn't it? Where we saw a batter get to, I think it was Jeevan, wasn't it? Jeevan Butt. Was it Jeevan who got to a 50, and then Jamshad Khan hadn't scored a run. He was on 53 of 2 overs. Jamshad hadn't opened his account yet, and then Jamshad got going and ended up overtaking him actually as the two belted the ball to all over the place. But we've got similar scenario. Raza is in the 40s, and Naveed is yet to open his account, and it stays that way as he swings and misses at that one. 4 overs complete, and it's a good start really for Aachen, playing in their first match. They get to 46 without loss after 3.
Well, Naveed will now get the opportunity to face another ball, see if he can get his first runs on the network, but a solid start here for Aachen in the power play. We always say 50 plus is a excellent power play, but if you get to 46 and don't lose a wicket, I'm sure you'd absolutely take that, especially in your first ever game. As for the Spartans, still scratching around here to find their first wicket, and they've turned back to Naseeb, who bowled the first over, to come back now and bowl the first one out of the power play. Just making final readjustments to the field. They've got long off, long on, cow, backward square, and a deep third. Sajwal Naveed hasn't quite taken a leaf out of Raza's book just yet, as that one goes past the bat. Yet to get off the mark. Did contribute that leg by, but otherwise 45 of the 46 runs coming off Raza's bat. It's been relatively tight so far from the Spartans. They haven't given away any extras. They just haven't quite bowled in the right area as well. Could this be one of the longest ducks we've seen on the network? No, it won't, because it's half dropped. It didn't even get near it in the end, did Manjot Singh. And Sajwal Naveed gets through for, I think in the end, yeah, they do go through for 2. I was wondering whether they maybe just would have settled for 1 and given Raza the strike, but Naveed doubles up. Fortunate on that occasion that it actually burst through the outstretched hand of Manjot Singh.
Yeah, that would have been a terrific catch if it was taken. We have seen some great catches. That one's straps the other one. Aja. These two have run so well, I have to say. Now they might go again. They will. And look at him go there. It's like watching the Bionic Man. Now he's out at the other end. Let's have a look at this. Come on, Dennis. Do your thing. Speed it up a little bit. Under the Iba. Watch the batters go here. So here's the first. But watch him come back for the other. As this throw misses, watch him go here. Look where he starts from. I mean, that is serious running. It really is. I'll tell you what. I don't think there's too many that are going to beat him in the 100-metre dash.
He always takes a ball to the head for his troubles as well. He ran 2.5 runs there. It's only 2 to the score, and it's another 2 leg buys as well. Sajwal Naveed making more use of his pads than his bat at the moment, but they all count. Grey Caps do bring up the 50 with those 2 hustled runs. It's a good ball though. Naveed just hasn't quite got his strategy right here. He's swishing outside off stump, but he's taking such a big leap to leg side that he's not really giving himself the opportunity to get close to these deliveries.
He's been outscored by leg buys at the moment. 3 leg buys to 2 of his. And the thing is, he's the one who's kicked the 3. So he's using his pad more than his bat. Okay, that should call it evens. And actually, it's a very good save from the fielder. He gets crunched by this, does Manjot Singh, but he does the job well, makes the stop.
Tell you what, I almost didn't see that one. I was dazzled by Manjot Singh's earrings. That's some...
Oh, yeah, there's some bling there, isn't there? Manjot's got Bajwa on the back of his shirt. We'll try and show you some of his bling in a minute more. There's nothing bling about this. This is just, well, bad bowling. That's the only way to describe it from Naseeb. He hasn't bowled very well in this over, actually. He's got away with some wayward bowling, but he's not going to get away with that one. It's a Gundy ball down the leg side, and it gets played for 4. And 50 has now come up on the score, 55. That was the end of the 4th over. So 55 is the score. No wickets down at the moment. So at the moment, I guess Arkan will be the happier team, though I think they would like Naveed to try and get going a bit as well. If not, I mean, they might even want to make a change. Who knows?
Yeah, we haven't seen it so far in Germany, the tactical retirement. Well, look at that bling bling there. We just saw a little glimpse of it there from Manjot Singh. Surprised he's able to lift his head. His earrings are quite something. And he's got the peace sign as well tattooed, I think, on his neck. So he's bringing the style here as Manjot, and quite a stylish fielding effort on that previous over to stop the boundary.
Yeah, the style, yeah. Good work there from Dennis. Dennis is great. Dennis, whatever we ask for, Dennis is there providing. Dennis, of course, in the engine room there. We've got Dennis here, Richards.
Speaking of style as well, Dennis is up there. I love his style. Taha Hassan coming in to bowl the second over of his spell. And, well, this one's up in the air. Calls of catch it. Marzi, where are you? It goes over the rope. The closest fielder, in fact, was Aryan Amirzai. Couldn't reel that one back in. Yeah. But again, it's Tareem Raza. He's doing the damage here. It's his half century as well. I mean, he's rattled past it now. Into the 60s, in fact, 61 pretty much a one-man effort so far. Sajoa Naveed, I suppose he's kicking the ball here and there. In fact, that was his half century brought up with that 6. This one's clubbed down the ground. It'll be back-to-back boundaries. There's that one perfectly bisects, long on and long off.
I'm so glad the fielder is coming in there. Who was that? I think that was Arslan Siddiqui. He threw his foot at this, and if he kicked this was coming into, watch this, he's gone for the half volley. If he's got that, that's coming in here, I'm telling you. He was going to put that in the back of the igloo. Oh, I'm glad he didn't get that. Good shot. Well, this one is towards the floodlight pole. It's a really good shot. He just moved so early, does Raza. It's been a really good innings to watch. Moving around, hitting it well. Now, those of you that are the Spartan supporters will love me saying this, but remember we saw a century this morning from Mohamed Asif. Well, the way this guy's going, he's moved to 65 of 21 deliveries. He's doing exactly the same way that Asif did in the first match. I think he's going to, he's going well here. That one's caught him on the pad. It's a bit of an appeal, but it was always going down leg side. Well, he's on, Yeah,
absolutely. He's going at quite a rate of knots. We're not even at the halfway stage. He's got more than halfway to that magical milestone. At the moment, he's not actually getting too much help from Sajoa Naveed, is he? Who's still there. That's probably the best you can say for him. And he's hit a couple of singles, booted a couple of singles as well. But it's Raza at the moment doing the heavy lifting. But there's always 2 in a partnership. And 73 is on the board, unbeaten opening partnership for the Grey Caps so far with 1 ball left of the 5th. There's a big appeal. He steps right across the stumps and the finger is raised. So despite Sajoa Naveed looking down a bit despondently there, it is the end of him and hits his pad for one final time. This time, unfortunately for him, it is right in front of those 3 sticks. I don't think you can have too many complaints about that decision as the Grey Caps do lose their first wicket.
Yeah, well, he's on his way back. Well, he's going to his dugout. Why don't you join us in our dugout as Sajoa Naveed goes back? I think that's actually could be a good result because I think you're right. One thing that we've seen here in Germany is teams are pretty reluctant to retire out batters. Naveed wasn't quite cutting it, and I think you're playing your first match. Give others a go, get other batters out there, see what they can do. And I think next batter's going to probably take and make the most of the next opportunity. Yeah,
absolutely. We want to see also as fans what else the Grey Caps have up their sleeve. Remember, it's their first game. They're playing another game after this one, and it was not the best of starts there for the opening batter, but luckily for him also Tareem Raza is out there. He's going excellently. He's on 65 off 22. It's Umar Farouk who is the new batter. Let's see what he can do. Well, he chips one straight up. There's cause of catch it, but it'll drop comfortably short of the man fielding out there in deep mid wicket. So yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? We said there's 2 in a partnership, and well, immediately after we said that, the partnership is broken. But you can still say he was there for a while, and I'm sure Tareem Raza wasn't too unhappy that he kept on being given the strike. Doesn't matter where the ball flies off. As soon as Raza was back on strike, he was getting the runs.
Yeah, I mean, partnerships are partnerships, and he'll say that he was involved in that partnership that was worth 70-odd runs. Now, Manjot Singh having the bowl now. It gets a chance probably to have 2 overs this time. That's going to be just in between the 2 fielders. Well, it's one fielder wipes himself out. The Grizzly ends up in the middle of the 2 of them. And there's a good job they didn't wipe each other out. I'm just checking the fielder here. I think that might be, is that Taha Khan, who's now rubbing his leg and all sorts. I thought for a moment there was going to be a Grizzly sandwich. That's what I thought was happening here. But fortunately, it's not to be. And then Taha gets himself back up. Scuffs it, but nobody really there at square. This is going to go all the way to the boundary. They're not bowling well, though, to Tareem Raza, who now does move into the 70s. 72 of 25. So Raza, is he going to do exactly what we saw Mohamed Asif do earlier this morning? He's certainly on for it, that's for sure. Umar Farouk is the man who has joined him out there, who is coming at number 3.
Umar is one of the ones, as we mentioned, that has been on the network before. At the moment, he's happy to watch the action unfold from the non-striker's end as Tareem Raza once more takes a little step across to the offside and just whips that one away. And it's been a bit of a strange bowling inning so far from the Spartans. They actually haven't given away any wides or no balls, but you'd still argue it's not been great bowling. There's been too many down the leg side. Tareem Raza has punished every single one. Yeah,
far too many there. Manjot Singh, who did bowl very well in that last match. I mean, I made a note of his bowling figures because I thought, well, he only bowls the one over, took 2 for 3. But, well, that's probably just outside the line of impact. A quick shake of the head on the umpire saying not out. That's a good call from the umpire. So it will be a dot ball to finish the over. 14 will come from Manjot, and the score moves nicely along to 87 for 1. So Aachen going well, but they will know that Krefeld, they have some good batters of their own, the Spartans. I just feel that unless they get themselves past that 120, kind of 120 to 130 score, they'll still feel that they may have left the door open here for the opponent. So they've got to keep on going, and they still do, for me, need to get another, at least about another 60 to 70 runs on the board.
You certainly think that 150 would be something they're eyeing up. The expected score isn't so optimistic, 139. But we're certainly in that Goldilocks zone, 54 in favour of the Spartans at the moment. These things can change in just a matter of a ball or two, and something like that will certainly help the batting side as well. The protests and the excuses almost started there from Zaid Masood before the ball had even crossed the rope. Bit of a Tortuga. How much of a case does he have here? It's it's an anti-Tortuga.
And let's see what happens afterwards. I don't think we've got who sat there next to Marzi on the chair who gets a bit of a fright. Marzi's now walking away because he knows we're talking about it. He doesn't want to be caught. He said, I'm getting away from here. This is the kind of a hot spot. I think Marzi's in giggles because that catches, whoever sat there catches him and frightens the life out of that person. But we didn't quite catch it on camera. He's lucky. He's lucky on this occasion.
I was talking to the scorers earlier, and I think they're just waiting for one of the balls to come flying into their little kiosk there. They've had a few come knocking on the door at the front, but none go into the little hutch. I will say, touch wood as well, we've got the wooden table here.
Yeah.
Haven't had one really come to us as well. It's quite a big straight shot through long off if it does come our way. There's been a few rolling towards us, but nothing troubling us quite yet. Comcam is on, so if there is some kind of ambitious catch to be taken, I'm sure you'll be the first to know about it. And, well, I did put a bit of the curse on saying there hasn't been any extras. 2 already so far. 2 wides off the bowling of Manoj Panthangi, who's bowling the 7th here for the Spartans. Doesn't change his angle, but he does get this one onto the pitch, but it's hit away. This time by Umar Farouk. Hits it towards, I think that's the Lenkabik Mal players who are just taking a little rest. And, well, we needed a rest after that previous game.
Aren't they happy? Look at them just relaxing there. I love the way that they celebrated that wing. And what a way to finish. Was it Zedran who smashes the big 6, and then he literally yells out as his players come out and congratulate him in the middle. So it's a proper finish to the match, and well done to them, of course, getting their victory there. And that's what I think Aachen are looking to do here. But of course, the Spartans, they wouldn't want to go down again. Remember, you only play those 4 matches, so this is pretty key. Right, Pathangi. Well, gets one through the swing of Raza, who, well, just as you would imagine, as soon as I mention him looking to bring up the 3 figures, seems to have lost his form and played and missed at a few.
That must be one of the best feelings in sport, is hitting a match-winning 6. As this one, well, it's not going to be a match-winning 6. I don't think it's going to be a 6 at all, as it falls into the hands of Taha Hassan. It's the big wicket to fall as Tareem Raza, the last couple of overs, just hasn't quite had enough of the strike. Umar Farouk, he's 10 off 5, might have been better served getting the danger man back on strike. But when he does then come back on strike, he holds out. It's a comfortable catch for the Spartans captain. And Aachen, they lose a big wicket. Tareem Raza, he departs still for an excellent 78 off 29. And just as I was talking about match-winning sixes, or it might still be a match-winning knock from him. Goes for the big six down the ground, just doesn't quite have the legs on it. Yeah, I was saying, match-winning six, I think that's probably one of the best feelings in sport, because you know, and as he was out there in the middle, he knew Zadran as soon as he hit it, that's the game over. There's not too many other feelings in sport like that, because even if you, I mean, thinking of Wimbledon, hit a booming serve, you don't know that the opposition isn't going to hit it back. So let us know in the chat, what do you think the best feeling in sport is? Oh, that's a good feeling there for the Spartans, as it's 2-2. It's the start of the 8th over, and Umar Farouk, who maybe just put the brakes on his own innings and his side's innings there. 10 off 5, well, it's going to be 10 off 6 and lights out for him as he plays on. And the bowler, Manjot Singh, the man with the earrings, comes on for his second over and immediately picks up a wicket.
Yeah, that's actually well bowled. Just drifts this one outside the off. So there's been a lot of deliveries that have been either too straight, and by that I mean it's too straight, too short, which have allowed the batters to just rock back and pull a hook or down the leg side. So he's gone a bit wider, and you can see Farouk still wants to get plenty of it, but he gets the inside edge and just clatters it back onto his own stump. Yeah, that's a really good question, actually, the feeling. I think with the batter, and you know the feeling, sometimes you just know from the feel of the ball on the bat, don't you? When as soon as it hits, you think that's gone. Nobody's stopping it, and you can hit it, and you don't have to do anything else but just celebrate. With the bowler, I often used to find when I was bowling that there was always a time when I let go of a ball in a particular way, and before it gets to the other end, you just think, yeah, this is it. This is a good one. It's going to go all the way, and you just know. So I think bowlers have that as well. There's a certain delivery, whether it's you're going for the Yorker or something, you just think, yeah, that's come out right. And more often than not, it goes all the way. And you're either knocking the stumps over or you've got the LBW appeal. So that's a couple of feelings in cricket. What about in other sports? I mean, in football, I suppose, when you volley a ball, you from the corner or whatever, you hit it right, you think, yeah, that's going. That's sailing into the net.
Yeah, I suppose you have walk-off home runs in baseball. I suppose that's the closest you get to the hitting a six in cricket, where you pretty much know as soon as you've hit it that it's gone. I'm trying to think of other sports, because of course golf, again, you've hit it nicely, but there's no guarantee that the ball's going to land on the fairway, or if it's a par 3 or pitch onto the green, that it's going to go into the hole. You can always have that feeling that this is going to be a good one, but you can't have that 100% satisfaction and no doubt in your mind. I suppose even with bowling, you can sometimes bowl what you think is the best ball, and then somehow it just grazes past the stump. So this one's not going to graze past the fielder out there in the deep. He takes it on the run. That's the 4th wicket to fall, just falling away here a little after that wicket, the big one of Tareem Raza. Since then, just no one's been able to take on the mantle here for the Grey Caps. And it's an excellent over that comes to an end for Manjot Singh, as he picks up 2 wickets in it, and another one bites the dust for the Grey Caps. Yeah,
this time it's looks like Mulani, who's going to goes for the big shot, doesn't really get the power in it. You can see he's trying to get plenty of power in it, Sahil, but finds it's a very good catch actually on the boundary. When you're running in and you're trying to take the catch, it always is that much harder, but he does really well actually. That's Amirzai. I think he's probably one of their key players, I think. But yeah, let's see. This is now we're gonna get a good chance to look at the depth that Aachen have in their batting. You've got Ahmad Khan out there now with Manish Jaral. Let's see what they can offer and see if they've got some depth in their batting. Ain't got too much time to get going. That's hit pretty well. It's timed well. It's going to be too much to do for the fielder. And this time round, Taha Hassan does get beaten, gets fingertips to it, but the ball still skids away from him and gets over the rope before the backup fielder can arrive. And he's not able to make the stop. Here's Siddiqui, so that's going to be 4.
Time it goes for the bumper, and it's a well-directed one. Flashes past the shoulder of Hamad Khan. Good comeback there from Manoj, who's in for his second over here. First one went for just the 11 runs, picked up the wicket as well. And that was the big wicket, of course, of Terim Raza at the very end of his previous over. Up in the air, is this another opportunity? Yes it is, and it's another outstanding running grab there. This time I think it's Nasib Kostel out there on the offside boundary, repeats the trick of the previous over on the leg side. And Spartans really impressing with their fielding here. Actually, the ground fielding, okay, it's not always been immaculate, but when the chances have been posed, they've more often than not taken them. The Grey Caps continue to stutter here. That's the 4th wicket to fall in just 11 balls. And in that time, they've only managed to add 7 runs to the score.
Yeah, it's a good catch there from Nasib. You're right, the catching has been good. Pathangi picking up his 2nd wicket now, Manoj. And that's the end of Hamad, who kind of got going and then gets out. That means that Abdul Rahman comes in at number 7.
Clubbed away into the leg side, should just be the one. It looks like this is going to be another excellent over for the Spartans. The previous one, Manjot Singh, what an over that was from him. It was bookended on either side by wickets and only 3 runs in the middle. This time, Manoj has picked up a wicket and only gone for 5 runs, and it will remain at 5 runs as the final ball of the 9th flies through to the wicketkeeper, Hamayoun Butt, and Grey Caps got 1 over left to try and boost this score. They're currently on 106, and well, we thought it might be a key wicket of Terim Raza, and so it transpired. Since he departed, it was 98 for 2 when his wicket fell, and since then they've only been able to add another 8 runs to the score and lost 3 wickets as well. It's been a good bowling performance in the end. It started off a bit scratchily, especially when Raza was there hitting the runs, but they pulled it back well. And you imagine it will be Ayan Namizai to finish off here for the Spartans, and it will be coming over the wicket to the right-handed Abdul Rahman, who's just faced the 1 ball so far.
You can see he's trying to pull this way. That's too straight, really, to be playing that shot. He should be looking maybe to go out on the offside in the gap between point and the short third. But it's another dot ball. Yeah, just that means that's kind of, when you think about it, 78 runs probably been scored there between. So 78 come from Raza. There was about 6 extras in there as well. They're asking the question here. This could be out. Let's have a look at this. He's going for the shot here. He starts to go. Does he get back in? I don't think he does here. And yeah, that's gone. So he's running nowhere. So Rahman now is going to give his wicket away. That looks like it's going to be out. And yeah, look at that. It's good work actually there from Hamayoun Butt. And Bales do eventually, they're still looking at this. Well, he will be giving his... Yeah, you can see the batter starts to go to the batting end and then thinks he's going to get the call his way, but he's not. He will go. So that's another one that goes. So 6 wicket goes down. New batter will go out on strike. They need somebody who can just crunch a couple of shots in here. If they can get to, let's say they get the 115, between 115 and 120. Here it is again. So he dives forward, kind of... I'm surprised. It's almost like he must have caught the stumps a little bit, but he's only just got a little touch on him and the bounce have come off. Okay, he goes for it. He's got it in the gap between the 2 fielders. Oh dear. Well, tell me more about this. He's absolutely booted it. Kitna man hai jana shot down da si. Mainu supna aaya main football bhi khelna. Ah dekh la, mera pair change hai. Ade pat ke. Ah, look at this, he said.
Well, that's the one that almost came into our tent earlier. That was the big left boot. Luckily, it was more troubling the scorer's kiosk.
Oh, wow.
3 balls left. Just lacking a little bit of firepower here, Aachen, but maybe they can make up for it by getting their skates on. Well, they go for the second run here. It's an appeal, and we will go to the TV umpire. just have a suspicion. It's hard to tell from this angle. I think he might be short here, Rico, but let's have a look at the replay.
I think so as well. It's a pretty good throw because it's right above the stumps, and the bowler does well as well. I think it's going to be a classic scenario of the batter. Just the bat might be in the air, just not getting the bat down quick enough. Let's have a look here. And, yep, he's gone. You can see he's trying, desperately trying, but does the right thing. I actually like that. They're going to get just the one, but it does mean that Zahid will go back on strike. So, remember, has hit a boundary. They have moved to 111. They'll get one there. So 111 with 2 balls to go, so still can get to that 115.
Yeah, every run they can get here, they have to try and go for it. So as you said, Rico, they did the right thing, but the fielders there were equal to it. I was talking about it, I think, on my first day here, Rico, when you were still travelling, that you see so many games, you get such a gut feel for when things are out or not. We have zero view from here. We're just looking flat at it, but you can just tell when they're short of their ground. And well, that's going to be 2 in 2. That's an absolutely brilliant delivery there from Ayaan Amirzai. Despite his lack of celebration, I think if I bowled that one, I'd be doing cartwheels because that was a beautiful delivery, top of off stump. And it's the next wicket to fall as Hisham Zahid. Of course, he was the set batter, but he goes on this occasion. Worth taking another look at that one. Perfect delivery for a left armour.
It's a really good delivery. And wild swing. You've got to be swinging hard here. And, well, having got himself back on strike, you can see that, that Hamid Zahid wanted to crunch another one away. He's not able to do so. So wicket will go. We now get into the last ball of the innings. 111 on the scoreboard. The Nelson. And will they get past the Nelson? It's going to be Sadiq to try and see that he can. Saad Sadiq. Get ready for a crazy bit of running. It's the last ball of the innings. You've got to be running here, whatever. And one bounce and away from the fielder. 4 to finish. So the Grey Caps of Aachen, they will get to that 115. I did say if they can get between 115 and 120, especially after that wicket of Raza went, that'd be something to try and defend. And we almost did see a defence of 89, remember, from Kern. So they've given themselves a chance there, but if the Krefeld Spartans bat anywhere like they did in that run chase against Glatzenkirchen, you would imagine that they will get the victory here. But let's take a look. It was a blistering start from Tareem Raza. He was the man on strike. He was the one doing all the scoring. It took 12 of the first, 19 of the second. And of course, his opening partner, Sajwan Naveed, hadn't even scored a run while he raced into the 40s. He got to 45, and there was no score on the board from his partner. His partner then wouldn't really add too much more, actually. He did better with his pad than he did with his bat. That was an interesting one. It could have gone badly wrong. That one did go badly wrong from the fielder. That was a bit annoying, but it has to be said, even though there were errors from the Spartans with their ground fielding, the catching actually was pretty decent. That was another opportunity, another catch. That was a great catch, actually, running in from the boundary, off balance, but Amizai holds on to it. That one was one that got away from Taha. It doesn't get away from that man out there, though. Naseeb, he holds on to it. This one was out. I mean, the keeper only just gets the glove and the ball onto the wicket, and the bows fall off as the batters try to get it. Well, that could have ended up anywhere. A little bit of, well, I was going to say football madness from the fielder who clobbered it and almost, well, it could have gone anywhere, into the scorers, into the match officials' tent, but unfortunately it doesn't. And then right at the end, you needed a boundary, and they got a boundary. Got them off the Nelson and got them to a score of 115. So 115 it was. 8 wickets down. Is it going to be enough for Aachen? When you have a look at this scorecard, it looks pretty crazy, actually, with Tareem Raza scoring 78 of 29 deliveries. Then after that, the highest score, 10. And then after that, there was 6, wasn't it? Yeah, which is the same as the extra. So that's something that Aachen, they need to work on that. You're not going to win too many matches if you're just relying on one player. To Raza, We've seen too many times that though Raza may go on to score some and put some good innings together, there's always going to be one or two that don't quite go his way. On the bowling front, 2 wickets for Manoj. Manjot Singh this time, after bowling very well in the first match, where he only got the 1 over and took 2 for 3. He knew he was going to get 2 overs this time, and he picks up another couple of wickets, 2 for 17. Patangi, 2 for 16, and Aryan Mirazai, I think he's going to be a key player in this tournament for the Spartans. Picks up 1 for 28. So we're going to leave it at that. We're going to leave you with the mid-match summary. Do join us back in a short moment's time when we'll be back for the reply from the Spartans needing 116 for victory.
Let's live our dream. Summertime. Time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back. And on this day in 2013, the world's last telegram was sent as India's state-run telecommunications company ended its telegraph service. 2013, remember those days? Sending telegraphs, long gone. Let's take a quick look at the bonus point equation here. 115 was the score, so 80 or less could get all the points here for the fielding side, Arkin. But that's going to take some doing, isn't it? Whereas I think it's an opportunity for the batting side here, maybe to get all the points if they can get the runs and knock them off inside the 7 overs. It's a good start down the ground. There's nobody there. It's a good clean strike from Numan Qureshi. And Numan Qureshi didn't have the best of matches last time round, did he? So I think he was out first ball, and that will give him a little bit of confidence. Nice to get your first runs, not just in a match, but in the series. And now he gets done by a wide run. But the umpire just having a word here, I think, with the bowler about Sajwal Naveed running right across him as he's delivering here. And Naveed kind of bounces right in front of the umpire as he goes through with his follow through. And well, we're just being attacked by a few wasps here at the moment. It's because I think Tita's decided to have a banana, and now the wasps know that the food's here. Well, this particular one is a persistent so-and-so. It doesn't want to give up. And here comes bowler once again, and okay, darts it into the body. It's a good throw, and they'll ask the question. I think the umpire's pretty satisfied that the batters do make it. I think only a direct hit probably could have had him in trouble. We'll have a look at it again, though. Here comes the throw. The bat is not down, but he gets it down eventually. So he's not sliding it in, which, if it was a better throw, could have been, and probably would have been, his downfall. This is Sajwal Naveed. It's up in the air. That's going to go all the way. Bolle. Gidna Sona. Shaka Lagya. Lovely shot from Arslan Sadiq. He's out there with Numan. So, like Numan Qureshi. Arslan Sadiq now gets his first run, and he does it with a boundary as well. Now, folks, I don't know about you. I do love the game of cricket. But maybe the last few years, 5 years now, I suppose, being totally spoiled with this format that we play, cricketainment, and it truly is. It's exciting, it's entertaining. I often say it's a frenzy of action, entertainment, and drama. And I'm just going to say, you can understand why a lot of people around the world who are new to the game, especially if you're watching the test match right now, you can understand why people get put off by cricket. And gladly we don't play the way the test match is being played. Let's just say it's pretty boring stuff. It is at the moment. If you want to win the game, go out there and try and win it. And just I know that a few of us are sort of following the test match as we're keeping an eye on proceedings here. But yeah, that's what I think gives cricket sometimes a bad name. A lot of people afterwards will talk about a magnificent game with a magnificent win for whoever, probably England, I'm pretty sure, unless something weird happens. But yeah, it's not very entertaining, is it? But anyway, going back to if you want entertainment, take a note of our calendar. This is where we're going to be. This is what we're going to be doing. Forget following any other type of cricket. Stay with us. From Germany, Krefeld, we go to Stockholm in Sweden, and then of course we go to Rains Park in England as well. That's played away off the hips. Good stop from the fielder. Nicely done. Just going to be a single as Tina Goff comes back after, well, kind of eating your banana in peace. The wasp just wouldn't leave you alone.
It was peaceful for the first half of the banana, and then it got a little bit stressful. I had to escort the banana and the wasp out of the igloo to keep us all out of harm's way, and happily, banana's gone. So is the wasp. Half appeal here, but nothing doing.
We had some, well, Phil G, because we had a lot of wasps. I don't know what it was, but I think it's that time of year. But in Belgium, in that Old Stars cricket ground in Hofstad, the number of wasps, it was crazy. They were coming in all the time. And of course, whenever we got anything that came through, whether it was a cup of tea, a banana or an apple, or of course lunches, it's up in the air. It's going to get past the infield, and it's going to be a great bit of foot fielding. Good foot field save there from the fielder. Stops the boundary. But the wasps were everywhere. So Phil G had like the normal old-fashioned fly squatter, which did the job good. We both took turns in getting rid of the wasps. And then thanks to Arnie from the Federation, we got the electric version. It looked like it was the size of a tennis racket. Oh, this thing was good.
I love those. Oh, I've got one of those at home. It's one of my favourite sports, is swatting away the flies. Sometimes I don't want to get too graphic because that one gets knocked away for 4 runs. When you get a big wasp on it, it sizzles. It's like a little wasp barbecue.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it. I got one and didn't realise it was caught in the things. And next thing you could know, you could smell the burning. And Phil was saying, he's pointing at me. I said, what? And when I looked at this contraption, it was sparks and things flying all over the place. But I tell you this, once the wasp knew that we had this device, as soon as one came anywhere near us, all I had to do, that was going to be 4 runs. Beautifully played. Cuatro carreras. Aslan Siddiqui gets another boundary away as Ahmad Khan is trying to keep it tidy, but this is a good reply from the Spartans, needing that 116 for victory. But as soon as I would turn it on, if there were any wasps, it's almost like they felt the magnetic field and were gone. So it works.
Well, hopefully we avoid incident. Simon was saying just as well, we got rid of the wasp because the medic's not here quite yet, but a wasp sting is up there with one of the most unpleasant things. There's nothing unpleasant about that, or is it? Well, it's going to go up in the air, and it will be unpleasant end to Aslan Siddiqui, who's been hit back-to-back 4s, but this time he goes for one big hit too many and holes out in the deep, and will be the first wicket to fall for the Krefeld Spartans. As at the very end of the second, just loses his shape there, and it squirts away into the deep, and it's a nice catch out there by Abdul Rahman. And again, this game, it already has that kind of feel about it, doesn't it? I don't think 83% is what I would put the win predictor at for the Spartans. We know they've got 1 or 2 big hitters, but they pretty much got those runs in a lost cause already, whereas here the pressure is on, and Siddiqui felt that pressure on that occasion.
Yeah, well, Siddiqui was 1 of 3 batters that did perform. He made 27 in the last. He gets a kind of 16 here. And, well, I know that Qureshi didn't perform in the last one, so he's made a start. But it's the other guys that come in, and this is Numan Qureshi that's going to get a boundary at the start of the first. So he's doubled his score with that one hit. But, yeah, the man who's out there at the moment now with him, Arian Amirzai, he's going to be, I think, key. And we haven't seen, yeah, it's him as well, and Taha Hassan, of course, who did also come in about number 4 in that last match as well, even though he was the top scorer with 69. So they've got batters, and that's the difference, I suppose, between these two teams. Aachen, as soon as they lost Raza, runs dried up pretty dramatically, whereas, as you can see here from the Spartans, they may have lost a batter, but the runs are still probably going to keep flowing because they can hit the ball pretty well.
Swatted down the ground. Will just be a single. You can ask Alenkovic Mal about the difficulty sometimes in chasing a low total, especially if you just keep on losing wickets. Suddenly, that 116 needed for victory can feel a long way off. But Ayaan Amirzai able to get on strike now, see what he can do. Have you ever been stung by a wasp, Rico?
Yeah, I have. We were talking about this, myself and Phil G, is that's going to be over the top. It's going to be a hard chase for the fielder coming around from third. You can't get there. Yeah, I was saying to Phil G, and I told the viewers as well, there was one particular ground where we used to play, and it was Besborough. And for those who know Mark Ramprakash, that's where he started playing his cricket. And we used to play this, and it was very much like a park sort of ground. It used to have about 2 or 3 pitches on there. But the wasps used to be everywhere. And I was playing there one year, and I got stung just as I was running into bowl. I didn't realise at the time, but on the way back, I saw the sting. I knew I'd been stung. And then for about 2 minutes after that, I was like, you know, when you've had too much to drink?
Yeah.
I was a bit like that. Never understood it. And after a while it went. Obviously put some antiseptic cream on it and stuff, which somebody fortunately happened to have. But yeah, it wasn't a nice feeling, but it was just literally, and then after that, I think for a few years after that, whenever I was at a ground and there was wasps around, it really had me sort of, you know, a bit sort of tentative and sort of running in, and if there's wasps around, you're like, oh, leave me alone. So, because they're not like bees, are they? You know, with bees, they say, you know, bees would just sort of buzz around you and sort of come and say hello and then carry on with their business. But wasps, they're just, they are pests. They don't leave you alone.
Yeah, they're persistent. And I remember being stung a few times when I was younger. I don't remember, again, touch wood, being stung really as an adult. But when it happens as a child as well, it's something that at the time really hurts. And it's a bit of a childhood trauma. And you never want to test out as an adult how much it's going to hurt now. Well, your response, maybe you're slightly allergic to wasp stings. I know some people are.
It still hurts. I was stung and I didn't react that way. Where were we? I got stung by a wasp. It was a table like this, and the wasp was the underside of the table.
Ooh.
So I was commentating with Vinny, and I just happened to put my hand there and I felt something. And when I looked, the sting was in there, which I took out pretty quickly. You know, it did go red, but I didn't react the same way. But yeah, I'm trying to think now where that was. I think it might have been Rome in Italy. But yeah, that wasn't nice. But the thing is, it still hurt because I didn't see the wasp.
Yeah.
I felt it, and it was like somebody got a pin and went.
Yeah.
And I thought, ow, what's that? And when I moved my hand, I saw the wasp fly away, and I thought, oh, thanks very much. So yeah, it's not a nice feeling.
No, it isn't. Well, I haven't been stung by a wasp, but I mean, I know this isn't great talk for audio, but I've been stung a few times on my ankle, and it's kind of ballooned up a bit.
Yeah, it's the old mozzies,
it's the mozzies, but I'm not always that susceptible to them. But well, there's nothing wrong with that one. Noman Karashi, he crashes that one for 6 runs, and it's a decent enough power play for the Spartans, given that they haven't got the biggest of totals to chase. They were 34 off the power play. That one big 6 will take them into the 40s. And this is, I suppose, the good sign for the Spartans is they haven't got someone who would just get all the runs by themselves. I mean, obviously that's nice to have in your team, but they seem to be able to chip in with runs here and there. Even Arslan Siddiqui's back in the shed now. He got 16. Noman Karashi ticking along nicely here. That one, though, half stopped, and we'll just run through for a single.
Yeah, I think as a team, you know, that's what you're looking for. You can't be relying on just 1 or 2 guys to get you the runs, because as I've already said, that, you know, for example, Tareem Raza is not always going to score big runs. You know, there's going to be matches where he's going to fail, and if you're relying just on 1 or 2 to do that for you all the time, then you're going to get into trouble. Well, there we go. We always love a little bit of this as Umar Farouk fires his back in towards the Mizai. He makes a stop and he says, where do you think you're going? And actually, looking at that again, I think if he hit the stumps, would have been interesting, because I didn't quite clock if the bat was down, but the foot certainly was on the line, but not past it. So, interesting. Edge slices away, and it's going to go 2 straight for the third to have any chance to make a play on that. It's going to be 4 more runs. And a lot of people in the chat today here on this Monday. I want to say hello to you. Hope your week is going well. Hello to you, Wayne. If I don't think I said hi to you earlier, I hope you're having a good start to the week. I saw that a bit early on that it was Rolson Solomon was tuning in from the Caribbean, and he was saying, what's the boundary size? Well, the boundary here, first of all, thank you for tuning in and thank you for joining us and being part of our family, Rolson. If you went from the centre of the pitch and then you got a compass and set it to 50 metres and drew a round circle. Well, that would be it. It's 50 metres from the centre all the way round. So that's the boundaries that we use. It's standard in this format. Thank you for your question, and nice to have you with us.
And that's also why we quite often see the backsmos, because from where the batter is standing is the shortest boundary, whereas the longest boundary then is, well, I suppose, straight on. And we've been saying all week, it's actually, all weekend, it's difficult to hit the straight boundaries here because it is quite a bouncy pitch. You can see even on that delivery where you wouldn't necessarily call it a particularly short ball, it was a wide ball, still kind of pops up towards about shoulder height. We'll have to re-bowl that one. Umar Farouk doesn't quite get out the over. He puts in the slower ball, and that's an excellent delivery. So we'll be the end of the over. 13 runs coming off it. Spartans here, well, they need 69 runs in the remaining 6 overs. Win predictor still very much in the Spartans camp, but you wouldn't say this one is over quite yet. I suppose the advantage for the chasing side is that they have only lost the 1 wicket at this stage.
Yeah, that's true. It's super happy. He's not so super happy with watching India play. He's a bit critical of Jadeja, the way he's playing at the moment. But yeah, well, super happy. You heard my thoughts on it. I'd turn it off. I wouldn't bother watching. Why watch that when all the action and all the entertainment is here? Look what we've seen already. We've seen a century. We've seen some half century. We've seen a 5-wicket haul. We've seen a jalebi catch. Yep. What more do you want to see? And that one is going to be a catch taken. Second catch taken by that fielder out there. He's been good. And just when we're starting to think that the Spartans probably are getting themselves into a comfortable situation, Numan Qureshi is going to depart for 20 of 9. Good catch taken, and it's Raza that gets the breakthrough.
It's a smart catch because he had to, in the end, jump up for it. He's delighted that he held on, and this is exactly what we were saying. As our Wasp comes to say hello again. The Spartans, they've lost their 2nd wicket here. And, well, the Wasp clearly not happy with that one. Certainly.
What is it with this one Wasp? If there's something, it's come on, get it. You got it there. Go on. Go on.
Oh, I don't want to anger it. It's going to go away, hopefully. I thought we'd seen the back of him. Clearly, just gone and get reinforcements.
He's not. You see, my philosophy is, I tell you mine, as this is played away, and it's going to bounce over the fielder, the old Tortuga bounce. You see, when things like wasps and things come into like my area, say at home, I'll sort of open the window or the door or whatever, say, right, you came in, you can go out.
Give them one chance.
I'll give them probably 10, 15 minutes.
He's landed on your head now, Rico.
Is it really?
He's on your headset.
You're joking.
No, he's off.
Well, 10, 15 minutes, and then I'll say, right, that's it. You've had your time. You've done it. Now, this wasp is now toying with me, and that you just don't do. You don't toy with Rico Jussi Chappell, because that was a name I was given by my mum, actually, because if there were any flies in the house in the UK, I got the flip-flop out and I would sort them out. So it's a good job. This wasp is lucky I don't have me flip-flop, but I'm going to get it now. Oh. It's bugged me. Well, I tell you what, something is bugging the batter. Taha Hassan, who comes out. We know how good he is. He scored 69 in the last, and he mashes this one away for a big 6. So Raza, he started with a wicket, but he has now gone for 2 boundaries in the over.
Yeah, in the end, it's a big strike from Taha Hassan, who was the top scorer in the previous game. Of course, that was in the loss, but he managed 69 runs. Doesn't quite get a hold of that one. Should be cut off, and is. But again, the Spartans come out, and well, they might even get the overthrow here. It's sloppy, and well, we've got a chance to run out here. They're certainly looking for it.
I think that's out. This is pretty exceptional work from Raza, you know. I mean, he's pretty flexible. He gets him. This is like playing Twister. Look how he gets there. I mean, let's have a look at this again. I think he's got his man. I honestly think he's got his man here. Look, the batter was kind of ball watching, and he's gone. That is quite exceptional. Exceptional. I mean, the batter's got himself to blame. If he was running hard and had his head down, I think he's going to make it. Keep an eye on the umpire. Umpire will say, you are gone. Oh, yeah, it's another wicket, and it's come from nowhere, and it's a big wicket as well, isn't it? And it's the man who was doing all the hitting last time round, and the captain, Taha Hassan, is going to get himself out here.
It's an outstanding piece of fielding. the timing is perfect, isn't it? Because he's falling away, and if he stretches out his hand just a millisecond later, he'll actually miss the stumps. Yeah, it's just a classic case of running on the misfield, which is exactly what they do, and it doesn't pay off on this occasion. The second wicket to fall in the innings. It will, in the over, in fact. It will finish with a boundary, though. Tareem Raza goes for 15 runs, but also the 2 wickets come in that over, and at the halfway mark then. Krefeld Spartans 66 for 3, but I still feel there might be another few twists and turns in this tale before the overs are out.
I think you're right, 62. So we do know that there's a bit more depth, and we've seen that already in the batting from the Spartans, but they're losing those wickets, and I think Arkan here is probably feeling that if they could get another 1 wicket here, maybe get Taha Hassan here, then that could make the big change. And one more time, remember, you can get involved with European cricket now in Hindi as well, and Telegram channel at europeancricket.network Hindi. So do get involved. I know that it's something very popular with our viewers there that are watching around the world. So just for you, and do enjoy. So yeah, all things happening. So just notice there that Hassan, though he was the one giving out run out, it wasn't actually Hassan, it was Amizai, but both are key batters. So either way, it's a big wicket just to lose, just like that. But Hassan's still there at the moment. Right, a little bit of spin. It's not directed well down the leg side. And Manjot Singh opens his account with a boundary. Nice, easy, sort of no-risk shot played.
Good fielding as well by the spectator. Just cut off there. There's a few fans there enjoying what they're seeing. It's been a great day of action so far, hasn't it? As you're saying, Rico, as opposed to the test match where Bumrah is currently 5 off 51. We've had a 5-foot. We've had 51 off probably about 12 balls. Yeah. And here's another 4 to add to the collection. Of course, we almost had the golden ball as well. Just that clutch win in the end. The low-scoring thriller went the way of Lenkobek Mal with that big 6 hit on the penultimate delivery. They'll be coming back in the final game of the day. And it's always match 5 that seems to serve up a few strange results, so maybe we have another golden ball in us. This one, though, is far from done. Appeal from, well, really only the fine leg. The wicketkeeper's not interested, nor is the umpire as he goes to arrange the furniture back. Again, if we have a couple of wickets here, the old adage, add 2 wickets to the scoreline, and suddenly it's a different game. That's what the Grey Caps need to hold on to here. And you do imagine that one big partnership here, even if it's just worth 20 runs, and that might be that.
So the umpire is going to get just a little bit frustrated, I think, here with Sahil Mulani, who keeps knocking the stumps over. The thing about this, what I love about this, is Mulani hasn't appealed for one of these. And that one, the foot is past the line, that's fine. But the guy who's on the 45 is screaming his head off every time. How's that? And the umpire just looks at him and says, not out. This ain't out. It's out of the park, though. There's going to be a big 6. And, well, look at the angle of that. I think that's going to be in camera trouble for the man who's up in the tower. Who's up in the tower today? Is it Igus who's out there? And Igus in the firing line. It's Richards. I know that, I think it was Igus when we were here, I think 2 years ago. That was it here that Igus got one that went right into the production van and smashed his keyboard? Or was it in Hungary? I'm trying to think. Igus is with you there, Dennis. He'll tell you. This is up in the air, and it's going to be 6 more. And just this over alone is really going to hurt from Hashim Zahid. That's now taken 20 off the over, and they're on their way. And yeah, let's have a look here. That's the end of the over, 82 for 3. So just needing 34 more runs. 82 on the board. Still 4 overs still to go. The thing is here, I mean, 34 of 1 over. I don't think they're going to do that. So getting all the points here probably isn't going to work. And have we suddenly seen a bit of excitement there at Lord's?
I think Bumrah bored himself. As well, this is pretty much the shot he played. And just like Bumrah, Taha Hassan, he's going to go as well as he hits it up in the air. And he departs for, well, a slightly quicker innings than Bumrah managed. But Taha, he's 15 and out. As the next wicket does fall. And Grey Caps still trying to keep this game alive. Taha Hassan, he is a big wicket. He was the top scorer in the previous game for the Spartans. But his watch comes to an end. 2 4s and 1 6 to his name. At least it was a quick 15 from him. Manjot Singh still out there. The man with the earrings, he's going well.
Yeah, let's have a look at it again. Just a miscue, really. And, well, Hassan, he will go. He was given out earlier by the scorers, but the wrong batter was... It wasn't him, it was Amirzai, but he's gone this time. Naveed comes back in again, and, well, it's kind of a big appeal, but I think this ball was pitching and outside the leg, and now it gets thrown away. In fact, it gets thrown at the batter. So this is now where it gets interesting. So you got Manjot Singh still there. He's on 20. He's more than capable of probably finishing the match off himself with a couple of big hits. But no, Hamyun Butt has joined him out there. And Hamyun Butt actually gets hit on the butt from that throw from the keeper. It's Manjot. Aja, he says, Aja.
Good start to this 7th over from Naveed. A wicket and just a couple of singles. But yeah, I think Bumrah's been watching too much European Cricket Network because he went for a big old ugly swipe when I think Jadeja was telling him just to be calm. But clearly he wants to see the rest of the action coming here from Krefeld.
I think he's probably heard all of the viewers that watch European cricket, and when they heard you say he was on 5 of what, 50 how many?
Many.
Yeah. I think when they heard you say that, they thought, all right, he's got to go. And I think the whole of Lord chanted Bumrah, either hit it or get out. And, well, he tried to hit it and he did both. So, a wicket away now, England are.
It was very much the cricket gods aligning as well, because the wicket here was almost identical to the wicket at Lords.
Yeah, and the same time, more or less as well. So, okay, so 30 in 19. They're still giving themselves some hope here at Aachen, but they need probably another wicket or two. Well, goes for it, catches the shout, doesn't carry to the fielder, who now almost allows the batters to come back for 2, but I think you're at a stage here now where the Spartans do not really want to take any further risk. Remember, there's already been 1 run out in the innings. So 7 overs are now completed. The umpires will change over, and still needing 29 now then of 18 balls. So it's going to be an interesting finish here. Can they get a good tight over in here? I can't, and then make it really interesting in the final 2.
Yeah, you reckon if they get somehow 2 overs in here that go for single digits, then we're maybe once again looking at a final over finish. As for the Spartans, well, Manjot Singh, he's going well at the moment, 22 off 8. Hamyun Butt, just a runnable 3, and he'll be on strike to face this 8th over, which will be bowled by Hamad Khan. Went well in his first, only went for 11, picked up a wicket. Something similar here is exactly what the Grey Caps need. But Grey Caps playing their first of 2 games. They'll be rounding off the day against Lenka Bikmal, whereas for the Spartans, they really want to get this win on the board to not go the way of Köln CC and lose their 2 games on day 1. Slower ball, slow full toss, and it's not cashed in on. Oh, and it is. Well, that's not what you need when you've only got a few runs to play with. It's an ugly misfield there by Terry Mraza. Not one he'll want to see again.
Yeah, that's the last thing you need. You haven't got that many runs to play with. You know you want to get a good tight over in here. And Hamad Khan is doing his best. And then you see an awful misfield like that. And then, as on cue, you could have written it in the book already. Manjot Singh then smashes the next ball for a big 6. He shouldn't even have been on strike. And that really, I think, now more or less seals it. I can't see them coming back from this now. And you can start to see some of the heads starting to drop out there, including that of the bowler, Ahmed Khan, who just still can't believe what the fielder did there on the boundary.
So often the case, isn't it? One boundary leads to two, and what should have been a single ends up being a 4 and then a 6. And suddenly all goes the way of the Spartans once more. Now they can pretty much do it in singles, 17 runs in 14. Of course, the probably consolation bonus point at this stage will go to the Grey Caps, but not what they would have wanted in the first half of their campaign today. Oh, we're going to have to check the height on this one. It's again a slower ball, and it's an excellent piece of fielding out there in the deep. I think it's maybe the captain out there, Sabir Jaral, who makes sure, well, it might be a no ball, but in the end it doesn't go for a 4. It's one of those 50-50 ones. Is it possibly dropping? He's very much in the normal stance, 1 foot either side of the crease.
They've called it. I think it's a close one. But I think they've decided that even with that ball coming down, it's going to end up about waist high. And he shouldn't be bowling there. And Ahmed Khan, well, this over gets even worse for him now, because that's a no ball. Free hit coming. And it's blasted out of here. Manjot Singh. Changi ball Gutti. Lovely shot from Manjot. And blast that away. And dekh lo Manjot. Aaj da na change paronde khade lag gaya. Bowling bhi achhi hai, batting bhi achhi hai. And yeah, he just mullers that away. Gobbles it up like the aloo prawn he must have eaten before the start of today. He's had a good day with bat and with ball, Manjot Singh.
He'll certainly want to be there to finish it off, won't he? 9 runs needed. I think if he times it nicely, he could, in fact, get his half century. And, well, he does the first part, which is to get a single. That keeps him on strike, puts him to 40. And now it's 8 runs needed in 12 for the Spartans. They certainly want to finish it off in this over. Strange things happen in the 10th. So they'll want it all to happen in the 9th for them here. As for the Grey Caps, well, probably just a case of 20, 30 runs short of where they should be. That probably would have been something they would have backed themselves to defend, because their bowling's been decent enough. They actually have only given away the 1 wide and the 1 no ball in that previous over.
Yeah.
Otherwise haven't given too much away. It's always an uphill battle when you only get the 115 runs on the board. Here we go then into the 9th. And certainly Manjot Singh wants to finish it off and finish it off quickly. It's Umar Farouk bowling this one for the Grey Caps. His first over just went for the 13. So again, a decent first over from him. And in fact, all of the Grey Caps bowlers, they've used 5 of them. None of them have really been smashed about. Hamad Khan, his economy of 16, and Hisham Zahid, he had the 1 over that went magical, but otherwise been relatively economical. This one's going to go up in the air. It's a chance for a catch. Could this be a very late twist in the tail? Well, Manjot Singh, he doesn't get his side over the line. He doesn't get his half century. He falls for 40. It's a nice grab. Not too many celebrations out there for the Grey Caps, but at least give themselves a chance. Every ball that's not hit for runs is vital at this stage, and this one goes for a wicket. So you've got a new batter at the crease, an untested batter as well. We'll see how this goes. As well, he's certainly in a hurry to get out there. I think he has already put the kettle on, and it's Manoj Panthangi who runs out there.
Yeah, Manoj played a big part in this game already with 2 for 16, and the man who took a 2 for with him departs. He goes out there, and look, that should give Akan a bit of hope. I think if they can prevent the ball going to the boundary, so eliminate the boundaries, keep the pressure on, take it into the last, you never know. Needing 8 of 10. So new batter, left-hander, and this puts a bit of pressure on the bowler here as well now. Umar Farouk's got to make sure that he doesn't bowl a dirty wide down the leg side or something. He's got to get it right straight away. He's going to try to change his action to come round the wicket straight away to the left-hander.
He doesn't quite get it right, but he might still be rewarded. It's in fact a brilliant stop in the end. Do they manage to stop it? Well, no, they don't. It's unlucky there, really. Abdul Rahman, it was one of those where it was either a catch or a trip to the dentist. He manages to half stop it. I think just the spin of the ball then just cruelly rolls away from him. And there is the futile dive put in by his teammate. In the end, the ball does roll over the rope. It's Saad Siddiqui out there who manages to flick the rope rather than the ball. And it is 4 runs, so it's now just one hit away for the Krefeld Spartans. Big appeal. I think he's bowled. Has he bowled him?
Well,
there was a click there somewhere.
The umpire made some weird signal. There was definitely a noise. So let's have a look at this. So it's definitely made some noise. But if you carry this on, don't know what happens. The umpire then gives some sort of signal here. So if we keep this going. So there's the appeal. I think the umpire says I can't see. I think the umpire says you're in my way.
Right.
Yes. The umpire, that's exactly what it was. The umpire says you're right in my way. I can't see it. And he's absolutely right. He can't see it. But now the batter seems to be walking. But the umpire can't actually give this out. So the umpire can't give this out. And I think that's what the umpire is saying. But I think the batter himself maybe has walked. That's crazy. Can we see that again one more time if we can? Oh, we don't have it. That's a shame. But yeah, I think he definitely does get something on it. The umpire says, I can't see you on my way. And then I think the batter just goes. So it's going to be a wicket. It's a dot ball. 4 of 8. Oh, no, that's got to be a no ball, surely. That looked high to me. It's going to be just the 1, but it may go down as 2. Let's have a look at side on this. It looked high to me. And, yeah, well, if they called the 1 earlier, I think they're going to have to call this, and they do call it. So they're just letting themselves down in this over, really, Umar Farouk. Just the extras. Just getting it wrong with the no ball.
It does mean that Hamayan Butt now has the chance to make himself a hero. He's got the free hit, so there's going to be only one thing on his mind. It's an unfortunate one, isn't it? They got that wicket. Maybe had a sliver of hope, but it's been taken away now, and he goes for the big old hoik. And it's well stopped in the end by Sabir Gerald. And they will go through for the 1. They're thinking of the 2. Well, the wicketkeeper has got to be sensible here and keep hold of it. Overthrows would have won it for the Spartans. In the end, they draw the scores level. So, well, a dot ball here would at least take it to the final over. Something absolutely wild would have to happen for it to get to a GB from here. As Zain Masood then gets himself back on strike, the left-hander. Umar Farouk now going around the wicket. 1 needed. And, well, there will be the 1. And, well, there should be some kind of penalty for losing a game on wides. I don't know what it is. Or maybe I think the batter should be able to decline the wide and say, no, I want to get the winning runs. Either way, the winning runs have been scored. And it's Mr. Extras who turns up with them. So a bit of a shame to end that game that way, because it was quite a gripping encounter between these two sides. Another low-scoring thriller. And this time it's the Spartans who will go home happy. A pretty good day for them, given that they lost against the Gelsenkirchen side earlier, but certainly didn't disgrace themselves against a very powerful outfit. And then they've come back strongly here and beaten the Grey Caps by 4 wickets, who, of course, will have the chance to seek immediate revenge as they will be playing Lenkabik Mal in the final game of the day. That's coming your way in just under 50 minutes time, 5:30 local time. But before we get our teeth stuck into that one, as Lenkabik Mal make 1 change and Aachen stay unchanged, we'll have a look at the highlights. And well, it was a game that threatened from the start to be a close one, wasn't it? Because every time it looked like the Spartans were going to race away, a wicket came in and Grey Caps just kept on trying to make something happen. The fielding was spirited. At times it was also comical. And maybe that's just the 10-20 runs they were short with the bat. It was also the 10-20 runs that they gave away in the field.
Yeah, I think that's a very good observation of what we saw. I think the next match is going to be an absolute cracker, by the way, so don't go away. I think that Linkenbach and Aachen are 2 teams that are very similar in the way that they're made up. So I think we've got another close match coming up, and who knows? We've had a century, we've had a 5-wicket haul, we've had a jalebi catch. Maybe we will finish with a golden ball. It's definitely on the cards, I think, with the teams that are playing. But look, they did a lot of things right. That was an outstanding run out. That'll be there on our social media. It's brilliant work there once again from Raza, who's had a good day, and you know that he's going to be pretty key. That's one that went up for Richards, but Richards gave us a thumbs up and said it was okay. That was another catch there taken. They did a lot of things right, but they lost that match in really 2 overs I think there was that one over number 8, which Khan went for 21. That really hurts it, because that just means that there's no room for error left then in the remaining 2 overs. And, they tried hard to try and defend that 8, but you're not going to do that in the 2 overs. So it was a valiant effort. And then there was that little bit, the over number 8, that, I said 8, then over number 6 also went for 20. And those 2 overs cost you. And when you haven't got that 130, 140 on the board that, Gina, you're saying that you're looking to try and get with those extra 20 runs on the board, that's where you're going to lose the match. But they battled hard. I like what I saw from them. The question is, and this question may get answered in the next match, have Aachen, apart from Tarim Raza, got anybody else that can score some valuable runs for them?
Yeah, absolutely. That is the big question. And Grey Caps, well, they have a bit more time now to gather themselves, and maybe it's a good time for them to be playing Lenkabik, who of course got the win, but they didn't exactly cover themselves in glory, especially with the bat. So both sides will be going into this game knowing that they have to get a few more runs on the board if they want to defend it. It was a good bowling performance still from the Grey Caps. They can take heart from it. Those economies are nothing to be sniffed at in this T10 format. Umar Farouk picking up 2 wickets, and Sajwan Naveed especially impressive at the top of the order, picking up a wicket and being very stingy with his runs. So there you have it. The Krefeld Spartans get their first win on the board. Their day is done as they beat the Grey Caps by 4 wickets. As for Aachen, then they'll be coming back in just over 45 minutes time for the final game of the day. It promises to be another thriller. We've had almost everything on the network today. We've had the century, we've had the fifer, we've had a penultimate ball finish. What is still left in the bag? Well, you've got a bit longer now to have a break. Get the kettle on, maybe take a look at what's happening over in the test match, and make sure to join me, Tina Goff and Rico Full back here for the final game of this ECS Germany. It's going to be the Lenkabik Mal against Grey Caps Aachen here on the European Cricket Network. Welcome back to the European Cricket Network, where we're in the final game of the day here on day one of this ECS in Krefeld, and it sees the Grey Caps Aachen face up against Lenkerbeck Marl. Let's go straight out into the middle with Tyrone Peters for the coin toss.
Lenkerbeck to call. Tails is the calls. It's a head.
Batting first, mate.
They're going to have a bat.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ty. So there you have it. The Grey Caps have won the toss and they have decided to bat. Well, we had a tight finish in their game just now and they were just on the wrong side of the result against the Spartans, and in reality it's because they didn't get enough runs on the board. So it'll be second time lucky for them. They finished the 110s in the previous game, and we were saying on commentary just then that they really needed to get up to 130, 140 to post a competitive score. The good news for them though is that they bowled relatively well. They made a fist of it, and it was only in the last couple of overs that the Spartans really got away from them. So there's promising signs for the Grey Caps. Let's not forget that was their first game in this series, so maybe they've just taken a little time to warm up here. As for Lenkerbeck Marl, well, they had a bit of a thriller on their own in the first game. It was a low score for them to chase, and boy did they make heavy lifting of it. It required a 6 on the penultimate ball for them to see themselves over the line, and well, it resulted in a bit of a pitch invasion, so you can see how much this series means to the men from Marl as well. So both sides really just lacking a bit in the batting department so far. This will be an intriguing contest, maybe even another thriller. We've had a penultimate ball thriller. Could we have a final baller or even that elusive golden ball? Well, it's going to be an exciting one, whatever happens, and I know Rico is primed in the commentary box to take you through it. Rico, it's going to be a thriller.
Yeah, I believe it is. I think these two teams are going to provide us with a very entertaining match. The Grey Caps against Lenkerbeck. Two teams that I thought were very similar. I know that there was a victory earlier for Lenkerbeck. They held on to beat Köln, didn't they? But the Grey Caps, Aachen, they certainly showed a lot of spirit going down there to the Spartans. As Tina said, just didn't get the runs that they needed. Talking about runs, how about this in 2008 when Ian Bell became the 7th batter to be dismissed for 199 on this day. And to make things worse, despite his mammoth score, England couldn't win this Lord's Test against South Africa after declaring on 593 for 8. Kevin Peterson, he scored 152. Stuart Broad got 76, coming in at number 8. England bowled South Africa out for 247. Ashwell Prince, who got 100, was the only batter to score over 42. South Africa fought back somewhat more tenaciously in their follow-on, though. Graham Smith, Neil McKenzie and Hasim Amala made hundreds to save the game. They won the next two tests to take the series 2-1. So back on this day in 2008, Ian Bell became the 7th batter to be dismissed for 199. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the slightly longer break. Maybe we've had some supper while we've been away. Here we go, back to the action. Here's the first delivery, and it's going to be scuffed towards the leg side. Well bowled and well fielded. Alexander does the bowling. And it's a good bit of fielding there done there by Alexander does the fielding, actually. Malik is doing the bowling. Malik back to his mark. But sun is back out again. We just had a, well, it's not, you couldn't even call it a shower, actually. You know, when the tap drips after the shower. It was one of those. In the air and, well, trying to take the ballerina catch there. This is when a ballerina meets the jalebis. And it could have been a ballerina jalebi catch if he got a hand to it. But it will go all the way to the boundary. I think the umpires are just checking. And there we go. Manos arriba from the arbitro. That's Guru, who's out there again. Guru, Ayush and Avinash have all done a wonderful job here today. Yeah, so we had that little bit of a, well, like I say, a few drops of rain. And now the sun's come out. It's got very warm again. Very little breeze at the moment. We did have a stronger breeze a bit earlier during that match number 3, but that's disappeared. Well, this is an interesting little kind of a backward fly swat from the batter. That's Sahil Mulani. Not sure what he's trying to do here. Let's have a look at it again. So Yeah, interesting. There was an appeal from the bowler. Probably doesn't realise that A, it doesn't get touched, and secondly, the keeper, who is Ijaz Butt behind there, doesn't really hold on to it either. And to the fielder, throws it in quickly. The batters, well, they're doing the okey-dokey here, in, out, shaking it all about. One goes forward, one goes back, and then they do it the other way around. And it's a lot of running backwards and forwards. Well, a little bit of back and forth early from the batters. No runs. Malik back to his mark. And that one is another one that's going to get past the fielder. 6 earlier, and now he gets 4, 6 and 4. And now Sahil Mulani certainly is looking hungry for more. Two batters stand in the middle. So these are the two teams that said are very similar, not just in their play, but in their colours as well. They're slightly bit more of a shine to the green of the batting side of Aachen. And but yeah, got two teams that have got the lighter shades of green. Let's play down the ground, but straight into the hands of the fielder who's waiting. So that Alexai holds on to the catch, and Malik gets the wicket. And Sahil Mulani, who makes it a brisk start, but he will go off his 5th ball. Good catch, comfortable catch really. It was a good catching height there for the fielder. He's not going to drop that. Nicely taken. And there's the first wicket for you. And Sahil will go. But he departs, and a very good batter will now come in and join him. And that's Sajwal Naveed. Let's see how he goes here. And of course, he's got Tareem Raza out there, who was outstanding in the last. And as we have a look at a 2025 calendar, it's a good time to welcome back Tina Goff.
Action-packed calendar, isn't it? A few flagship events that really stand out. I feel September in particular, there's no place you'd rather be than the Cartermore Oval for that one, but sitting pretty here at the moment going into the final game. It's 2 and 2 as that one goes straight through the defences of Tareem Raza, who only faced the 1 ball in the first over. He got himself off strike on the very first ball of the innings. Saw a bit of carnage unfold from the other end. Well, the carnage is inflicted on his own stumps here. An ugly swipe across the line. Sadat Al-Khazai right on the money. Ball 1, wicket 1, and it's the second one to fall for the Grey Caps, 11 for 2.
Oh, that's a big one, isn't it? That's the man who was smashing the ball all over the place earlier. Scored 78 off the 115 that the Grey Caps scored, but he goes early. Now, in all fairness, nobody else other than him scored runs, so this could be a real test, and we'll actually see whether the Grey Caps do have other batting and it just never clicked in that match against the Spartans, or are they really relying on that top order? Remember, 2 of them are back already. We just see the wicket of Raza, and before that Mulani was caught well by Alexai himself. So Alexai doing the catching and the bowling at the moment. Now Farouk. Oh, this one goes right through him. So kind of a bit of a nutmeg, but no runs. Getting this ball to seam around a fair bit is Alexai.
Yeah, a bit of movement early on. It's promising signs for Al-Khazai, and he's letting it swing in the air. It's probably still slightly overpitched, but he's pushing it up there. Saw that on the first delivery, dismantling the furniture, and that one maybe just slightly overpitched, but you can see what he's trying to do here.
Back in again, and got him. Oh, it's ugly, ugly batting from Umar Farouk. He's going to go for a 2-ball duck. So it's going to be a bit of a old for Umar Farouk, and another wicket that goes down. And well, Dave earlier was saying right through him. Well, that's another one, Dave, right through him. Hello to Monica Ramos. ¿Cómo estás, Monica? Muy buenas tardes para ti. Hello to Rizvi, who's out there as well in the chat. Nice to have you all with us. And wickets are falling and tumbling down pretty quickly. And we've seen 2 wickets, a dot and another wicket. So they lost 3 for no runs at the moment in 4 deliveries. That's not good. And 11 only on the board.
It's been a wow over so far from Alcazai. Wicket, dot, or 0, or O, and then another wicket. And let's not forget here that the Grey Caps, they wanted to bat. Ruining that decision at the moment as Hamad Khan faces up the next delivery.
Right, it's a similar delivery, but at least this is played out onto the offside. He's not trying to whip it on the leg side, and that's been the problem. You've got a bowler coming in who's bowling gentle in-swingers into you, Alcazai, and the batters are then trying to whip that ball on the leg side rather than trying to hit it straight or hit it out in the off. So that's a better approach at least here from Hamad Khan. And this time that swing beats the blade of the bat but catches a little bit of the inside edge, gets pushed out onto the leg side, takes another single. Cracking start then this from Leckenberg. Of course, remember they had to work hard for that victory. It was quite a crazy end to a game, which, well, I must admit, I did feel was heading for a golden ball. But then it was Shiraz Zadran smashed a big 6 to finish the game with the ball to go. But it was pretty tense, as this one now looks to be. That's the end of the over, and not a lot happening on the run department here at the moment. 2 overs completed, 12 for 3 after 2.
Right on the money was Alcazai in that over, almost a double wicket maiden in the end. Just the solitary run on the board, and I suppose the one thing that the Grey Caps can take heart from here is that Lenka Mal, well, they didn't exactly blow us away with their batting in the first game. They made pretty heavy work of that small target. It was not even up beyond 100. So Grey Caps will reckon that if they get somewhere near that somehow from this position, they'd still back themselves with the ball.
Well, that's a good start from bowler Malik. Coming to bowl his second and bowling the last one in the power play. Once again, not trying to push that ball through, actually. I think maybe that's why that Leckenbach are getting this ball to seam around. They're not pushing it through. It's just gently turning the arm over and allowing the ball to do the work. There's some spectators in watching the cricket as well. It's nice to see quite a few people in that part of the ground. That's played in the air. It's going to be another very simple catch. Well, catching practice at the moment for Sadat Alcazai. He takes another catch. Malik takes another wicket, and that is a really soft dismissal. And Hamad Khan, he played the first couple of balls he faces pretty nice and straight, and now he also just hoiks out, offers an easy catch there to Alcazai. That's the 4th wicket goes down on 12.
Alcazai's been involved in every single wicket so far, taken to very regulation chances, and also skittled to himself. So this is a real disaster area for Aachen. Still in the power play, remember, only 12 runs on the board. And in the previous 9 deliveries, they've lost 4 wickets for just the 1 run. At the moment, they're staring down the barrel of a defeat. But you've got to give credit to the bowling side here. Lenka. They've bowled full, they've bowled straight, and they've forced the Grey Caps into the mistakes.
Yeah, they have, and well, that's that swinging delivery again. This time they will, well, they might get more than just the 1, but it's been very well backed up, not just by the fielder inside the ring, who gives the ball a bit of a shine and gets it back. That's Umer Chaudhry. But I can see there on the boundary as well that it was Mehan Mercy who was covering as well. Right, up in the air. It's a little teaser for the fielder. Gets away from him. And he does well. Little flick back. Sufyan now does the fielding. And the batters will come back for a couple. Once again, though, it was streaky. It was lucky.
I mean, what do you do in this situation as a batter, Naveed and Zahid, when you face 1 ball each? do you just consolidate, or do you think, well, if we're going to get anywhere near a defendable score, we're going to have to swing hard? Seems like they're going for the latter at the moment.
Yeah, well, I suppose the one thing that they will be thinking is that their opponents, Leckenberg, weren't exactly thriving with the bat either. So I think what you can do, you could consolidate for maybe, I don't know, the next 6 to 10 balls and say, look, let's just get something started here. We've lost 4 wickets. Let's get ourselves in. And then, you know what, if we do get to a score, I mean, at the moment expected 79, but if we do get to, say, an 85 to a 95 score, then it might be enough. So that one's played down the ground. At least this one doesn't go to hand. And that's 4 runs. Oh, this is a brain fart. I'm telling you, it's a brain fart here from the fielder. And that's Massey, who makes this pretty messy. Have a look at this. He makes a stop, but watch his foot. So there's no reason for this ball to go for 4. And look what Massey does here. So he comes across, and watch where he puts that foot. That's on the rope. The other one is actually the other side of the rope. So, yeah, well, at least he's honest and says it's 4. But that's not a good look. And it means that to get a boundary right at the end of the power play. 19 for 4 at the end of 3.
Gifted them a boundary there in what otherwise would have been another boundaryless over. Feel for Arfan Malik. Almost a perfect one from him. Just the 3 runs before that. Little brain fade from the fielder, I suppose. If you're going to do it when the side's only on 15 for 4. But just something, anything for the Grey Caps to hold on to. That maybe gives them a slight bonus. Well, 1 brings 2. It's back-to-back boundaries. That one much more conventionally played by Hisham Zahid. Actually a lovely shot. Just waits on the back foot for that one. Well, in fact, plays on the front foot, but it goes behind point, and it'll be a much-needed boundary. Just got to do it in little steps here. Do the Grey Caps.
That was a nice shot, wasn't it? He was didn't see that coming when they looked like they were under so much pressure. And then Zahid, who's come in at number 6, never expected to be in already, I'm sure. And he just plays a lovely shot, kind of waits on it, plays it away. They now make a change in the field to plug that gap. And this time, unfortunate, plays a nice cut shot, but it goes straight to the fielder. He's got nothing to show for that one, has Zahid.
I mean, at least it's a partnership to speak of between these two. First wicket partnership was worth 11. Then there was that disastrous period where 3 wickets fell for just the 1 run, but they've at least put on another 11 here.
Well bowled, well dug out. This might go for 4, you know. Oh, that is what we call threading the needle. And this one has gone smooth and slick, like the Microlino, our mobility partner. Gets right through the gap, and it just keeps going, and going. Look, there's no power in that shot, but if you don't get down to try and smother it, it's going to leave you behind. Meep, meep. 4 runs.
That's the definition of not having to overhit it. Just found the middle of the bat, guided it away. I will say you would have expected one of the Marl fielders there to at least go to ground to try to stop it in the end. Well, it's what in German you call a bit of a Ballbegleitung. They escort the ball to the boundary.
This time, oh, fielder comes to try and take the Crocodile Dundee catch. And it was all crocs here. We might even get it on the camera here. No, not this time. But he was trying to take it crocodile style. And, here he is. But, well, it's just, he has a sniff at it, but he's not able to take it. And a little bit of luck maybe this time round for Zahid. But it's a better over, isn't it? Things starting to happen.
3 out of the 4 balls so far found their way to the rope.
Yeah, Kozai. This time slightly shorter and a little bit straighter. It's going to be played and missed. Hey, what's the most number of runs you've run?
In 1 ball?
Yeah.
What you meant just in an innings?
No,
Probably quite a few.
In an innings, you can tell me that as well. But
well,
in 1 ball.
I was thinking, I'm not Vinny. I can't conjure these stats from nowhere. I think probably just a 4. I mean, I don't think I've had any crazy scenarios where you've run 3 and then run another 3 to the other end of the pitch. I will say I'm not the most enthusiastic of runners. I tend to go for the boundary if I can. But it sounds like you've run a lot.
I think have run a 6 once. That was playing the third 11 fixture. When I first started playing, actually, the all-day game, so I was a Colt, got into the third 11, and the third 11, let's just say they had even our opponents had a few more of the older players. So when you're a youngster in there, you can hit the ball close to the boundary. And I was there with another youngster, and we did run 6 because there was some overthrows. But the reason I bring it up is on this day in 1873, an all-run 10, Lancashire's Albert Monkey Hornby made 20 of his side's total of 100 against Surrey at the Oval, and half of his runs came in one fell scoop. So he ran 10. So that's something that I love to see. That's running 10. I mean, you can imagine that it must have been a calamity of disasters and overthrows. So, yeah, it's definitely worth. If the cameras were around back in 1873, that would have been something to see.
Was that maybe back in the day where they didn't have the official boundaries as well? So maybe the ball just got stuck in some bushes or whatever, and they just carried on running. Appeal here, and the finger does go up. Rico, you maybe weren't entirely convinced by that one. The appeal wasn't what you'd say the most enthusiastic, but it was enough for the umpire to raise the finger of doom. Worth seeing this one
I
again.
think it was pretty straight. I don't think, because of the shuffle across, it makes you think it perhaps is going down leg, but he's come across a long way. And though he is trying to play this along leg side, I think when you have a look at that, I'm sure our viewers will agree that that is absolutely plumb. So Sufyan comes on, and he removes the number 3 batter. Naveed is going to have to take a walk, and he goes right across his stumps. That's his problem. He's doing too much walking. He's going to go for 6 or 5 deliveries, and Sufyan gets him.
Yeah, certainly a fair call in the end if you take a look at that replay. Just a question of how much he shuffled across the stumps. We're on an angle here, pretty much sitting at long off. The perfect view from the man in blue there, and he decides he's going to go on and hit. Well, that one's certainly not going to hit anything. Sufyan. Oh, he's sandwiched a wicket in between 2 wides at the moment. Just giving away a few too many freebies here. But Grey Caps won't mind how the runs come. They can't be choosers at the moment, as Abdul Rahman is the new man on strike.
Well, just bat on ball, I suppose. It's, well, see, whatever they can get now, that's the big thing now, whatever they can get. And I know what you're thinking of, the other one where it was, back in the day when the match just carried on. What was it? Was it something like 191 or something off one ball when the ball got stuck in the tree, and of course the ball was still alive. The fielding side were trying to do whatever they could to get the ball out of the tree, including getting a shotgun and firing at it, and the batters just kept on running.
At what point does it stop becoming a cricket match and starts becoming a marathon?
But can you imagine running that many? I mean, they must have had stops in between running. Stopped, had a cup of tea. It's all right, we carry on now. It's, probably a bit comical. But, of course, that soon came to an end when they turned around and said, right, okay, now, once that's where I think the dead ball came into play. All right, the ball's stuck in the tree. Stop, everybody. It is now dead. And, of course, the tree, as we do have in a lot of venues, the tree was in the field of play. So it can happen. I know we have that in where we'll be going to actually later on in the year. That's catching chance, and it's going to be gone straight into the hands. It was always going to be a problem for Zahid. He does like to play this shot. He's executed a couple quite nicely, but some have been pretty close to the fielder, and he's just guided this into the field. So the field's been set to him, and he's fallen for the trap. Look at him. He's gutted about it. Into the hands. The catch is taken. Another one goes. And Zahid, after hitting 3 fours, he's going to depart for the unlucky 13 of just 8 deliveries.
And 13 is the win percentage that the computer gives Aachen at the moment. And it's no wonder as they lose another wicket. Just a bit of a nothing shot. Looks like he tries to get up and underneath it, but never really got the elevation on it in the end. A regulation grab for the man at point.
Again, you know. He's involved. He's still involved in every. No, he's not involved in the LBW, is he? But That's quite nuts, isn't it? He's been involved in all dismissals bar one at the moment.
Well, he's certainly earning his supper here as Lenkebek Mark might be eyeing up not only an early dinner, but also maybe that bonus point, whatever the Grey Caps get. If Lenkebek get it in 7, 4 points will be theirs.
Oh, that's down the leg side. That's not a good delivery. You've got to make the batters play, and down the leg side, wide ball. So, well, just seeing from the corner of my eye, some celebrations happening there as well. And, well, of all people, the man named Bashir puts an end to India's mammoth sort of stand. And I suppose you probably have to say the pain for many comes to an end, because it's been a painful one. And, well, that's the end of the test. So it's time for us to say hello to all of our viewers around the world. Some of those viewers are going to be celebrating, seeing that England have got the win. Others are going to be a little bit disappointed, but it's interesting that it is Bashir, a man with Indian origin, of course, who gets that wicket. So congratulations to England. It's a big win for them. India, well, they were trying to pull off the impossible there. I don't think they were trying to win it. I think they were trying to just stay alive in it. But let's just say it didn't make very good watching.
No. I think we'll stick to the T10 in the space. I think 1 or 2 batters have had a go there. We've played about 4 games, Rico. So we'll go back to the action here. It's the non-stop cricketainment from the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, I mean, I know the batters haven't been scoring massively today, but it'd be quite interesting if you were to take a look. If you were to take a look and say, well, how many runs have been scored in the time that India have been blocking here? Well, I think a fair bit. And there's what a way the wicket goes as well. The ball goes, just watching it now actually, the ball is played down into the ground and rolls back and into the stumps. The joy for England, they get the win. Bashir picking up that all-important wicket, and pain, of course, for India. And celebrations all round. And I know a few people there will be firing away on the chat pretty soon. Talking about firing away, the batter's trying to fire away, and just nothing seems to be... Oh, that's gone. That is all... Oh, can you believe this? You know what? I'm telling you, when you see the wicket that's gone there in the test match, take a look at this. I mean, what do you say about this? Look, he plays it. Watch the ball. Spins, and it goes back onto the stumps. He's trying to stop it. He can't. And onto the stumps it goes. The bails come down, and it's one of the cruelest ways to get out. So he's going to be bowled there. Would you believe it? Abdul Rahman can't believe he's like, oh, we got to see this again. And Abdul Rahman is going to get bowled by Zadran. He's tried to play the shot here. The ball has gone backwards and spun onto the stumps. Take a look. And it is exactly the same as what we just saw in the test match. And remember the wicket before when Bumrah got out. That was exactly the same. And it happened at more or less the same time. I tell you what, the cricketing gods, they're keeping one eye at Lords and then one eye here at Krefeld. It's basically like for like. The only difference, of course, is that's not the last wicket. But Tina, how do you explain that?
I can't. It's mad. The cricketing gods are the only ones that can explain that one. It's just as the Indians fall to the floor at Lords. Here's the batter who can't believe his luck. As you say, Rico, it's the second time. Clearly, Krefeld, home of cricket in Germany, and Lords, the home of cricket in England, are absolutely on the same wavelength. And certainly for Lenkebek, it's full steam ahead for them. 39 for 7 for Aachen. They've got plenty of overs left. That's not really the problem. The problem is that they've only got 3 more wickets to play with. Final ball of the 6th.
That's played quite well. Field's going to have to do some work to try and stop that. Can't stop it. So Manzar picks up a boundary here. A very important one. We've had, well, the last boundaries we saw were 3 in that over 4 from Alokzai. Nothing in that over from Sufyan Sufyan, which went for just the 5. And in that over, that's the first and only boundary. It comes to an end. So 43 for 7 at the end of that over number 6. But of course, we'll remember that over for that third delivery. Just have a look at that again. We'll have that saved. I'm sure it will come up on the highlights of the day. And what a crazy way to get out that was. And I think that's exactly the description I'm going to write here. Crazy way to get out. And Rahman just couldn't believe it. He never thought he was in any danger. Plays the shot. The ball's in front of him. Then I think at one point he thinks, hang on a minute, this ball's spinning back. He tries to stop it. He can't. And the ball just goes and gives the stumps a little bit of a kiss. And the bails fall off. Oh, on the lid. Ouch. That hurts. That hurts. I think the umpires have to come and... Well, he's saying I'm all right. All batters say I'm all right. He's giving a thumbs up. He said, no, I'm fine. No, you got to check this. You got to take the lid off. No, you can see Sam I'm fine, but the umpire's got to look. That's hit him hard. Look at the lid. Now, that lid... Oh, look. Oh, watch the lid go up there. That's not good. That's not good. Now, I don't know if that lid is properly strapped on, but there's no guard there. That has definitely caught some of him, you know.
Yeah, he's got a cap on. I don't think that provides too much protection. I think maybe just because it glances off his shoulder first, I hope that takes a bit of the sting out of it. It certainly smiles on the face of the batter. His cap's on, his glasses are on. His helmet is just being thoroughly inspected. And in fact, I think the umpire is saying here, maybe he needs a change of lid because maybe that protector at the back has just come off.
I don't even think he had that strapped on, you know. Yeah. I think that lid was just plonked on his head because when that ball hit him, I mean, that lid went up pretty quickly. So a new helmet is being brought out for the batter. And, well, that's Gerald who certainly gets shaken up by that one. It wasn't nice. I mean, remember, they're in the helmets now, the new helmets do tend to have the protector that goes around the back as well to protect the back of the neck and the shoulder. And he's never had so much attention. Never had so much attention. And, he swags back to his crease. And well, let's see now if he's been shaken up here. You often see this so many times. And where the batter gets knocked, and then next thing you know, wickets are flying. Here comes the next here from Sufyan, who was the first, by the way, to apologise to him. And this time it goes, he angles this at the pads. The batter, Gerald, tries to give himself a little bit of room, but he misses out on it. Gerald and Manzar are the batters here. Having seen 7 wickets go down already, what can they achieve? That's not a good delivery. Just always comes out wrong from the bowler, Sufyan, who's taken 2 for 4 in his second over here.
He's just suffering a bit with a case of the wides here is Sufyan. He did bowl 3 in the first, bowled 1 here. Gets away with that one. It's a low full toss. And they might try and go for the overthrows. In the end, they don't.
Well, this throw. I mean, he's put everything into this. Watch him here. He's like winds up and really gives it everything. And if the batters would have wanted to, I think there was quite easily another run there. But I think they're quite happy, or Gerald is quite happy just to give Manzar the strike, who watches this one sneak inside the line. That's going to be a good dot ball there from Sufyan. And Vinny Sander doing a little bit of lurking. Hello, Vinny. And Julian Dawson there as well, joining in the chat. Nice to have you with. Oh, that's a nasty one. That's been banged in. It's called a wide. Now, I wonder if the one that hit him on the lid actually was the one for the over. It obviously wasn't, because if it was, then this one would be a no ball. But that's not the cleverest of bowling actually from Sufyan. He's bowled a few wides and now he bangs that one in short and gives some more runs away. So not very clever. Maybe just trying to rattle up another batter. Well, it doesn't work, because all it does is inspires Manzar to play the next one out for a boundary. That will bring the over. They bring the over to an end. Is there one more to go? No, I think there's one more to go here. Good shot though. Played for 4. The 50 also now comes up for the Grey Caps.
Just ever so slowly inching their way to a score that, well, they certainly won't be optimistic at trying to defend, but just gives them that glimmer of hope against the Lenkebek Mal side, who, remember, made very heavy work of chasing a double-digit total earlier today. So this game is not quite over yet, but if Lenkebek managed to rattle through this lower order, could be still a 4-point win on the horizon. But it's a good finish to the over, despite a couple of misfired deliveries. He gets away with it, in all honesty. Sufyan goes for just the 7 in over number 7. So we take a look at what's coming our way. Tomorrow, of course, I'll be having a rest, and Rico, you'll be taking us through the remaining half of the action in Group A. And we were saying earlier, it's actually a really fun format to have everything condensed into 2 days, which means that every game is really important. Yeah, absolutely. So you can see there some big matches coming up. Köln, of course, they've got to go really well, and they've got to take on the Spartans and Aachen. So big day for them. Remember, you got to finish in the top 2. So that's the plan. Finish in the top 2, and you continue. Finish top, you get the second chance. So that's big as well. How many times have we seen recently, Tina, on the European Cricket Network, teams that have needed the double chance after losing, say, the qualifier number 1, and then going on to win the tournament? It's happened so many times. It means winning 3 on the day, but it has happened. It's possible. But that double chance is vital. So finishing at the top is pretty key. Down the ground, it should be gone here. It's an easy catch. No issues whatsoever for Arfan Malik. Holds on to the catch and going to reward Harjot Singh with a wicket. And maybe Chiral never really recovered from being hit on the lid. As he's not going to really add too many more to his tally. It's just going to be 2 for 8. Simple catch there taken from Malik. He's a tall guy as well. And Harjot Singh gets an opportunity to pick up a wicket. So nice moment for him. And now you're starting to feel that, once again, that we could see a team being bowled out here. We saw that happened to Köln earlier. They were bowled out for 73. And Luckenbach got close. They were 92 for 9, remember, and held on thanks to Zedran's massive 6 to win them the match. So, well, looks like one Gerald goes and another one comes. And this is Sabib. He plays it into the ground. They want to run. He's running to the danger end, and he will get there. They've really got to now fight for every run. It's going to have to be a really gutsy sort of finish to the innings here. But the key thing is they've got to try and not also give their wickets away. 51 for 8. And things like that will help. It just comes forward. It's looking to hit it down the ground, get sliced past the keeper, and will go all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. So 4 carreras. Hay poquito de suerte ahí por el batedor. Suerte, suerte, suerte. And you can see the bowler now saying, come on, I want to move that man finer. The Harjot Singh. And it doesn't look like he's going to get his wish here. Third stays exactly where he was. And whereas the field will be in front of us here, that's Miran Masi. He does go pretty straight. And tries to do the same thing again. He wants a wide as a batter. I don't know why he wants a wide. I don't think the batter knows what he wants here. Girali's asking for a wide. Maybe he's asking for the high. He doesn't know. He's there. Look, he is little. Get the matter short dua. Metingua hega. Ball mere upar ser de upar nahi gayi. No, it wasn't that short. And he's still protesting there. But he is pretty short. It's Sabib Giral. Protesting. You wanted someone out there. Well, that's a mess, isn't it? Just have a look at that. It's just wickets all over the place. And that peak that you see, don't get too excited. That's because they got 11 off the over. It wasn't 20 or something, 11. And they only got that 11 one more time. That's hit in the gap of the 2 fielders who stand there looking at each other. And in the end, I think it's Omer Chaudhry that says, I'm bigger than you. You better go and get it. Well, that's nice. It's another boundary. And
Gerald does get this one away, so he might have been protesting about the height of one, but that's nicely played. And Gerald and Manzar, the batters out there. So I'm pretty sure that was isn't that Manzar? Isn't Manzar the bit? Oh, I'm getting all confused anyway. I thought that, well, that's just shocking. Yeah, it's only one way to describe that from Zadran. I mean, I don't know why they're actually trying to bowl these kind of deliveries. You've got the team on the back foot. Yeah, I wonder if have they got the batters the right way around here. I don't think they do.
No, I think it's 77 is Gerald.
That is Gerald.
Yeah, so the tall one is the captain, and Hassan Manzar, he actually has 42 on his back, but it's a manufactured 420.
I see.
And actually that one is a normal number. We're going to have to ask him what the significance of 420 is.
Yeah. Quite a few players got 420 in the back. I know that Wakas popped me early this morning did. I know Adrian Dunbar there in Bulgaria played with 420 on his back.
It does have a few meanings, but we'll leave it to viewer interpretation. Meanwhile, Zadran just gone a bit wrong on his lengths here. That one's a better one, and it will zip through to the keeper. A nice little, nothing more than little partnership here between the two. And when we talk about partnerships at the moment, we're talking about, well, it's about 10 deliveries, and only the 6 legal ones since the previous wicket. But just maybe the captain here trying to at least see through the overs and get any free runs that come their way, as Zadran has thrown down 2 wide so far in this over. Well, he makes up for it though, as the captain is not going to stick around for much longer, as he has his stumps rearranged, and that is the 9th wicket to fall for the Grey Caps.
Now looking worrying. Once again, I don't know what line the batter was playing at here. El Captain came dancing down, showed all his stumps, and this time Zadran just goes straight. It's an interesting shot to play from Sabir. Of course, look, I'm not going to give him too much stick. He's the number 10 batter, so you can't expect him to be batting at the top order. But considering he's been beaten outside the off stump, to actually go down the leg side here to get closer to the ball, it's not going to work. And in fact, this time round, Zadran just bowls it a little bit straighter, so knocks the stumps over. 9 down now, 61 on the board. Number 11 has come out, and let's see what Saad Sadiq can manage to do. Plays and misses at it. Ball that's pushed through there by Zadran. The effort ball, 2 for 13 for him. Saad Sadiq knows that once he goes, that's it. It's done and dusted. He's got to try and stay there. We've got Mazar there at the other end, but at the same time, staying there one thing, but you've got to also keep that scoreboard ticking. And that's nicely played. The third's got to get under it. Will gets bowls the ball back in quite comfortably back to the keeper, and he just applauds the fielding there off the fielder on third duty. Does that very well.
I've got to say, Lenkavik are quite an entertaining team to watch, aren't they? We had that penultimate ball thriller from them in the previous game. They're entertaining because they take wickets. They also lose wickets. I'll be hoping on this occasion it'll be a bit more of a regulation run chase, but that's nicely played away on a ball from Hassan Manzar that just grew on him a little. He was able to dab it away into the leg side to take a single to finish the over, so he'll retain the strike going into the final over. 63 on the board. Even, I don't know, we keep on saying this and we keep on readjusting our targets, but if they can get a 12 here from somewhere, a couple of boundaries, get up to 75, at least it's something, Rico.
Yeah, 75. Look, we have seen sometimes, many a times we've said that it's the low-scoring games that sometimes cause the issues for the opposition, and we almost saw that in one today. Well, this could be the end of the innings, and it will be. It's in, it's out. There's a jug there for their celebration there from Harjot Singh. He's going to pick up his second, but yeah, that's the end, and it's a disappointing end. So we were saying hopefully maybe they could get to a 70-something, but it's not going to be, and it's going to have to be one of the lowest defences that we're going to have. It might be even on our board. We'll ask Dennis a bit later on to see if he can get that graphic up for us when it comes to the start of the second innings. So the lowest defences. So Well, Grey Caps, it's not been a good batting performance from them, and it's not been good. They scored 115 in the last match, batting first, and this time round 63 they get to. But one thing I will say about Lenkebuck, I know in that last match they also struggled a bit themselves and just got the win, but I also felt they were a little bit unlucky. I thought a lot of their batters, and they were big units as well, actually played some nice shots, but they often went to hand. So this could actually be one where if things will go their way, they could win this pretty comfortably and pick up all the points. As we see the wickets just tumbling at the beginning of this match, it was all the Alexei show. He was involved in everything. He was either catching or he was either bowling and getting the wickets. That was one that went a little bit wrong for Messi. Well, let's just say Messi got it a bit messy when he was standing all over the rope and gave 4 runs away, but it didn't hurt them too much. There wasn't too much doubt about this. It wasn't the biggest appeal, but with that shuffle across, the batter was right in front. Then we saw that catch from Zahid, who scored 13. He played a couple of nice shots, actually, on the offside, but they sussed him out pretty quickly, put the field pretty close there, and he went aerial and get score. And this was the captain's dismissal, who wanted to come down the wicket, gave himself a little room to try and go over the top, and not able to do so. And then there's the catch there from Jesse James. It goes in and pops out, but he holds on to it. And that was the end of the innings. So, well, it's a nice finish. And talking about Jesse James, 1881, American gunfighter Billy the Kid was shot and killed by Sheriff Pat Garrett. That was back in 1881. I only mentioned that because that was a nice cowboy hat out there from the fielder that took the last catch there to finish this innings. That was Rahman Amirkhel and Harjot Singh picking up another wicket. Not a very healthy looking scorecard there, Tina.
No, not at all. When your number 9 is making the most runs and only those are 15, then you know you're in trouble. And just take a look at those falls of wicket, just never got going. The highest partnership there is, it's about 21 by my calculations, the 5th wicket partnership, and that really says it all. It's very aesthetically pleasing bowling scorecard, actually, with every single bowler picking up 2 wickets. Not too often you see that one. Harjot Singh only needed the 7 deliveries to get there and just gave away the 5 runs. So it's good viewing for Lenka Bikmal at the halfway stage. Then again, you'd say that at the halfway stage in the previous game, they were pretty confident, and by the end, I think their fingernails were bitten down to the court. But this time, they'll try and make a bit smoother sailing of it, and if they get it within the 7 overs, remember, they will get the bonus point as well. So at the halfway stage of this match, Grey Caps have limped their way to 63, bowled out with 5 balls to go. Speaking of 5, it's match number 5. It's the final one of the day, so bring in any random questions. Bring them in quickly as well. We don't know how long this innings will last, but we'll be back quickly in about 5 minutes' time for the run chase. So join me, Tina Goff and Rico Fall for that one, as it's the final one here of day 1, Group A, ECS here in Krefeld on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello everyone and welcome back. And well, it's not been an innings, the first one anyway, that the Grey Caps Aachen will be too happy about. Nothing really went their way, and it was only, as you heard from Tina at the close of that innings, only the number 9, Hassan Manzar, who, well, did play some nice shots to get them close to a 70 score. But you can see the equation there. Well, 44 or less gets 4 points to the Aachen side. I can't see that happening, but I can see this score being scored inside the 7, and that would be 4 points and a first win, and a big win. It would have to be said for Luckenbach, not the first win. They got the win against Curtin. And let's take a look at where this would be if they managed to do the defence. So you could see that it would be right up there in the top 5. So we did see a 63 defended by the men in blue back in 10th of February 2021. A couple of times that's up there, and almost a catch straight away. Well, that's what you need if you're going to do it. If you're going to do it, you need something straight away. And this one is being hit to the fielder. Well, they're giving him high fives because they're probably thinking he doesn't take the catch, but he does save the boundary. Well, there he is, the man with 420 on his back. We're still trying to wonder what 420 means. Well, Hassan Manzar, I was just talking about him. He did do his job with the bat, didn't he? The highest scorer when he scored 15, and then he almost takes a jalebi catch to give Naveed a wicket. It would have been a royal duck, and that would have been the perfect start for the Grey Caps Aachen, but it's not to be. Well, that's played nicely. Good shot. 4 runs. It's onto the pads. It's whipped away. And, yeah, one of the things I'll repeat when I was, of course, this was the match that myself and Tina did an innings each of it, and I did them in the field, and I liked them in the field. They were, I don't think they made a couple of errors with their ground fielding, but with the ball they did really well, and they held all their catches. So we've seen again from them that they're a good catching side, and they will bowl teams out. But with the bat, I thought they were a bit unlucky. I thought they played some good shots. That was going to get away to the boundary. It's a long, hard chase. And running in vain. Save your energy. It's going to be 4 more. So a lot of batters played some good shots and got out. And Arthur Malik was the highest run scorer. He made 18 of 13. Zadran came in. Then right at the end, 12 not out of 5. And remember, he was the man who won them the match. And they did it with a ball to go when he smashed the big 6. Just when we thought we were getting close to a golden ball finish. Shot down the ground, and that's going to land just to the right of us. 1 bounce as it makes its way into the bushes. So 3 boundaries on the spin after 2 dots. 4, 4 and 6 as Miran Masi is starting to find his range. Good hitting from him. Naveed is trying to prevent himself going for another boundary, and well, that's a better delivery. Tucks him up a little bit. Masi still trying to find a way to negotiate to the boundary. He doesn't. The over comes to the end, and Naveed 14 comes off the first. 14 without loss. And Naveed, there you see, after he bowls that last ball, he just stands there for a moment, motionless, just knowing it could have been so different, knowing it could have been a wicket, and he could have had Miran Messi. Very first ball, but the catch wasn't taken, unfortunately, there by Hassan Manzar. Got away from him. Over 2 as we put the graphic on about the golden balls, 34 matches since the golden ball. I don't think it's going to happen in this one as the bowler gets ready to come in, and it's going to be Raza who starts with a short one. It's easy pickings though for Chaudhry. It's played away. I seem to remember Chaudhry playing one like this in the last match as well. He doesn't kind of get his body in the perfect spot. And like the head sometimes looks away, but he's got that away nicely. And well, some of the spectators had a good look at that. Well, there you go, Simon. That's where you'll be camped up tomorrow. Be nice to see you here. Simon, our medic, and well, Tina, who joins me back here. Tina, you're not going to get a chance to see Simon tomorrow. Well, maybe you'll catch up with him some other time. We're talking about catch up. Going to have to catch up with this one. And is that in the goal?
I think it just goes wide of the post.
Oh, well, I was getting ready for the goal celebration. But I think it's... Hang on, he's going in the goal. No, he's going the other side of the goal.
Just
For a
teasing us.
moment, I thought the field was... If he was going in the goal there, then we would have had the goal. But it not to be... there it is. 2 circles. Get the right picture. But the fielder will now find that. They're saying to him, it's got to be just there. He ain't found it yet. Wow, he can't find it. That's odd. It should be just there. Well, another ball will have to come out. I think that's one we'll have to find later. We'll have to send Diana there to get it. Go on, Diana, go get the ball. Diana with her burrito, snapping away. Diana was the ball retriever. Actually did a good job there in Bulgaria at one point, where we were losing a lot of balls. All right, field gets changed. They move the fielder back, kind of following the ball here a little bit as Raza sends the man back on the offside boundary, and third now comes in. They've got 45 back and also the sweeper. That's played nicely to the fielder though. No run.
They're in a hurry here, aren't they? Lenkerbeck. They've already scored 5 boundaries off the first 9 deliveries, only dealing in boundaries so far. Seemingly taking an over each here, and having hit the first over for 14, Omer Chowdhury, he moves on to 14 as well. Still 2 balls left of this second, and it looks like we could be facing the second 4-pointer of the day. Gelsenkirchen got things off to a blistering start this morning, didn't they? They will certainly be ones to watch going into the second half of Group A. But Lenkerbeck, they haven't necessarily been as convincing as Gelsenkirchen, but they could end the day with the same amount of points, 7 out of 8, if this does go their way within 7 overs. And all signs point to that, although that's an outstanding piece of fielding by the man at point. Just plucks it out of the air one-handed, fires it in, and it's a top ball.
Yeah, nice pickup, you're right. Beautiful late afternoon sunshine here now. Actually, we're 6:30 in the afternoon, and it is glorious. It really is. It's a wonderful afternoon. And defensively played. It's a good ball there from Razo, and Chaudhry is not taking any chances. And blocks that one out. We get now to the end of the second over. The game at 14s at the moment, 28. 2 lots of 14. We were just talking, weren't we, off camera. It's not often that we see a bowling card like we saw from the Leckenberg side there, with every bowler who bowled picking up 2 wickets. It was quite sensational, actually. And let's see how the tables are looking. So Gelsenkirchen there sitting at the top. The Spartans did well to get themselves on the board as well with that good victory. But it's a good opportunity here for, of course, Leckenberg to get their second win. And depending on if they can get the 4-pointer or not, they could be right up there. This one is a catching chance, and it will be taken. An easy catch as Massey. That one just didn't sound right off the bat. I think it obviously doesn't hit the middle. And he's pointing now to his partner saying, I better try that, Alera. He's saying, no, thank you. I saw the way that ball did not ping off it. I don't want that back. You can take it back with you. So wicket will go. So there's a breakthrough. And Umar Farouk will be the man who gets the wicket. So he's been pretty good. He took 2 for 21, remember, in the last match. But he wasn't able to stop the Spartans getting the victory. Well, there we go.
I think that chap is maybe involved in the Lenkerbeck side or the setup somehow, because he's having a lot of chats with the side when they've been off in the previous game, but he's certainly been enjoying what he's seeing out there in the middle. And as was the case yesterday, actually, Game 5 brings with it the nicest part of the day. The sun is out now here in Krefeld. It's been quite a muggy day otherwise, but now it's glorious out there as we come up to 6:30 local time.
That's going to get played away, and it's going to be an easy boundary. Well, yeah, a few people sat around enjoying the cricket. This is the 4 runs here. Well, you said he's enjoying the cricket. He definitely is. But I reckon he's enjoying the food as well. He's camped up right by the... There he is. Look, there's all the food. And it's like he's had seconds and thirds, and now he can't move. Now, be careful. He's sitting on a plastic chair. They do tend to give away those chairs sometimes. But, yeah, he's had a feast. Look, we are talking food, and I think we should continue talking food as well, because it is the last innings of the day. It may not last too long, because only 32 runs are needed. So, Tina, your first question is, give me a tip of something to eat today. I've had the sausages. I had the dumplings last night. So, come on, give me an option.
Well, I mentioned it earlier, and because it's International Mac and Cheese Day,
yeah.
I think I've got to go for the Spätzle, which I mentioned is the German equivalent. It's a Swabian dish. We're not in Swabia, but I think...
Right, I'm writing it down. Say it again, Spätzle.
Yeah, Spaetzle. There's an umlaut in there, but I didn't think I'd try and confuse
I'm going to find
you.
some.
I think you've got to try some.
I'm going to.
You can get it from the supermarket, but it's not the same. You've got to go to a restaurant, and if you're not rolling out of that joint, then you've not done it properly.
Yeah, probably. I mean, our accommodation is great, but no cooking facilities or microwave, so it's going to have to come in ready-made. Now this is worth a shout. Mind you, the umpire's already walking. Where's he going? He's going. Well, talk about Spätzle. He wants some already. He wants them already. He's off. So am I. Oh dear. Well, I don't know about the Spätzle. Maybe I need some throat lozenges as well. But anyway, no, that definitely is going to be on the agenda, I think. I'm going to try and find that out. But yeah, it is, of course, International Mac and Cheese Day today. And that's played away. Bobbles away to the fielder. Yeah, mac and cheese. You've got to love it. And they say it's one of the world, well, definitely America's favourite. And in a lot of parts of the world as well. Macaroni cheese, golden gooey, baked and hearty. And you can have it as a side or staple. Also, we said celebrations in France today, of course. They're celebrating their federation, or honouring the French Revolution, just to gently play it away. They don't want to lose the I don't think they are going to. They're just playing it safe, picking the right ball to go after here, I think, Chaudhry. As that one gets blocked away from Omar Farouk. The ball still to go in it.
Well, Simon's saying he's going to bring a picnic tomorrow. Tells you to watch out for it. I will say mac and cheese is maybe not one of the foods that travels very well. I feel like if you bring that in a picnic, it might just come out in a cube kind of slop of mac and cheese.
I get the feeling this may get called a wide, actually. It looked like it was over the head. Yeah, look, he's on his tippy toes. He's not going to get... I think if he's standing upright, and that's the word here, standing upright in his crease, I think that's got to be called a wide. He's gone on tiptoes to try and get it. There's the umpire Guru. He's on the walkie-talkie. I don't think they're calling it. I think that's one that's got away from him. I definitely do think that's a wide ball. Hang on a minute. They're still talking. And what they decided... I think they decided it's over. I think that one... Remember, he's got to be standing upright. He's on his toes. I think if he's standing normally in his batting stance, I think that's a wide. I think they get lucky there. And it's also a bat change there for the batter. He didn't like the one that he had out there, did Malik, so he gets another bat. 3 overs completed, 33 for 1. What about you folks? So get involved. What are you having? What are you having for dinner, people? Let me know. What are you having for dinner? Dinner, or I suppose for some people it could be breakfast, or maybe even lunch. That's the split of their power play. So what are you having to eat? And if you've got any random questions, get them in. And if you are lurking, and if you're tuning in and you haven't said hello already, come and say hello. And Tim Harmer says he's literally eating mac and cheese right now. Well, Tim, you're lucky so-and-so. And I bet you it's delicious. Just the mac and cheese or a bit of the bacon in there as well? Do tell. And here's the next. It's going to be Khan to bowl it. And it's not a good delivery. Full toss on the pads. And it's almost like that these two batters have just decided we're going to wait for the bad ball. We're going to put it away. And by going in that mindset, we should still win the match and we should still do it inside the 7.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't need to lose their heads here trying to chase down this total as well. That one tries to leap into the salad there, which I think probably still out, even though that man there is getting ever closer. I feel like it's one of those ones where every time we show him, he's just getting closer and closer to the food. I'm pretty sure he started off behind the wicketkeeper. As this time, fielding is done there by one of the spectators, enjoying this late afternoon sun here in Krefeld, as are we. It's a lovely part of the day, and that one, I don't think it's a person under there. I hope it's not, because I would have got a little tap on the head there. Either way, it's a boundary, and 2 boundaries to start off this first over, being bowled by Hamad Khan, with Lenkabek now just the 23 runs away. Basically a runner ball needed just for the bonus point as well.
Oh dear, that doesn't help. I think we might have to look at this side on. I think this one again is a little bit high. And let's take a look here. In it comes. And, well, I think we've seen these given in the day already. So that probably will be called. No, I was sure that the wide was going to be called for over the head. It wasn't. And there is the call. No ball does get called. So this time I think they get it right. Good work between the umpires. Hey, how about this? And 1994 at Headingley. The beginning of a swift and famous one-handed demolition job with the left thumb in plaster, and having been advised not to play cricket for 10 days, Malcolm Marshall decided, well, you know what, he's playing first, as this one gets played for a big 6. He came in at number 11 and he shepherded Larry Gomes to a century. He even swished a one-handed 4 to third man. And then he shattered England in the second innings. Marshall took 7 for 53, operating off a shorter run-up as England subsided from 104 for 2 to 159 all out. And, well, Wisden, cricket's Wisden, described the performance as fairy tale or nightmare. Take your choice. For England, it was definitely a nightmare. And it was just the beginning. They were 2 tests away from being blackwashed. And that's exactly what happened for the first time. So, yeah, the wonderful and the legendary Malcolm Marshall, even when he was injured, was always a threat.
Well, I'll tell you what, Rico, for now, you can keep your mac and cheese, because Ronnie in the chat is the man after my own heart. He's just polished off a big bowl of cake and custard. That's more my vibe. What kind of cake? I want to know, because that is the all-important question. You're going to have to answer pretty quickly, Ronnie, because Lenkabek trying to finish this one off, and that 4 just threaded beyond point there is going to help the cause, with now just 11 runs needed for Lenkabek, and not only a regulation win, should also be a bonus point win for the men in green.
Yeah, it should happen pretty quickly. Cake and custard, yeah. I mean, for me, it's the simple cake, just like a normal sponge cake, you know, a sponge sandwich with custard. But I always remember my school days. And every so often, it was almost like every fortnight, there used to be chocolate cake with chocolate custard. Ah, that was just the best. Chocolate cake with chocolate custard. And I don't know about you. That's another no ball. Oh dear, that's 5. I tell you that now already. That is 5. It's another no-y. They're going to do this quite easily. And I think we probably have got only a couple of balls, if that, left in this match. But I don't know about you there, but whenever I have a pudding like that, whether it's cake and custard or whatever, the custard's got to be hot. And I like to mash up the cake. I like to mash it up in the custard and have it like that. Well, there you go. That's something you didn't know about me. As we are coming to the end of this pretty quickly. And Tim Harmer says, yep, bacon as well. Look, I want to say a big thank you to everybody in the chat. I know we will say, we will go to Comscam and say thank you, but some people do need to get away a bit sooner. And if you're not around later, thank you. You've been absolutely brilliant. Right, here we go. Launch. And it's going, gone. and that'll be it. That is the victory. Well, I thought maybe a couple of balls, but there's not even a couple. One ball will do it. That gets blasted away for a big 6. And, well, just as I thought, maybe it was a little bit of a blip for Leckenbach. I think they were better than what we saw from them with the bat. But what they did do, they did still win against Kern when they chased the 90 they needed. They did it with a ball to go. But this time round, they make easy work of it. We thought they had the chance to take 4 points earlier. Well, maybe they just had a little bit of stage fright in their first match, but no such thing in this one. They were clinical, they were awesome, and they do it in just 4 overs. What a good victory that is from Leckenbach, and they certainly have put themselves right up there at the top of the standings. I think it's going to be pretty close between them and Glenson-Kirchen, really, at the top. So, Waves, well, yes, well done to you. We'll wave back as well. Remember my name? We will do. We will remember your name as well. Don't you worry about it. As that's Chaudhry, who scores a fine 34 of 13. So this is what we do have coming up tomorrow. Of course, Tina will be taking a well-earned day off. I know that it won't quite be just putting your feet up. You'll be at the gym and doing all sorts, but hopefully you'll relax a little bit and tell us on Wednesday about the lovely day you have off. But Spartans against Leckenbach first thing in the morning. Then the Spartans 2 in a row. They then also take on Kern. Kern will take on the Grey Caps, and then Leckenbach will play Glenson-Kirchen. That will be a really good match because those two teams, remember, at the moment are sitting top of the table. Well, the umpire there, Namaro, I thought he was wanting to take the catch first up. He certainly looked ready for it, and then he was like taking evasive action, and he had to take some evasive action because they were hitting the ball pretty well. It was a good, solid partnership, really. We saw Masi went pretty early. He would go as a good catch taken by Raza off the bowler of Omer Farouk to remove him. But then Chaudhry, 34 of 13, supported well by the captain of Malik, just brought them home. And I like that innings there from Omer Chaudhry. It's almost like he said to himself, you know what, I'm not going to get out. He was picky about the balls that he went after. The good balls he blocked out, but those that were there for the taking, he certainly laid into them. And the battle of the greens is won then there by Leckenbach. Well done to them as Leckenbach Mile will be victorious, and they'll go back home very happy with the work they've done here today. First time that we've seen a lot of their players, so first time on the network, and they've started well with a 3-point win and a 4-point win. It's going to be interesting to see those tables to see which team on net run rate is going to be clear at the top. There's that scorecard. Chaudhry with 34 and then a 14 there to Mati and also to Afam Malik. It's been a good day for them today, isn't it, on Debbie?
Yeah, absolutely. And they clearly learnt a lot from that low run chase in the first game where they made a big meal out of it, a meal of mac and cheese and cake and custard by taking it all the way to the penultimate ball on this occasion, though they see it home in some style, just needing the 4 overs to chase down the total, just losing the 1 wicket as well, so not much to speak of there for the Grey Caps bowlers. Just the 1 wicket for Umar Farouk. He only had time really for 1 over. It was the best over of the innings for them, going for just the 5 runs, but really the game was all but sealed at the halfway stage as the Grey Caps were skittled for 63.
Yeah, it's all done and dusted. We're just seeing the match summary there on your screens, and right after that I think we'll welcome you into our cube for the final time in the day as we say our goodbyes. We've got no cake to offer you, unfortunately. We certainly will be looking for some cake later. Marzi actually did say to me when he went into the supermarket market next to us that he found a really nice dessert in there, kind of custard base. So that's got me thinking now, if I can find that, I'll get some more details from Marzi on the way back. And if I can get myself a cake, well, I can have my custard and cake, can't I? You
can have your custard and cake and you can eat it too. I mean, Germany is pretty well known for its desserts, and that's why I've got to be in the gym every day, because otherwise I'll just be going to town on those desserts. But we've been going to town today, haven't we? It's been a brilliant day.
It's been a great day. Just so much has happened today. It's the normal sort of roundup. We try and think of all the things that happened in the day. There's so many. But of course, how can we forget the start?
Yep.
The century there right at the beginning for Mohammad Asif. That was sensational. And then after scoring 140, he almost scores another 50. So that was a great start. And then, of course, in the same match, we also saw the 5 wickets from the spin.
Yeah, it started off with an absolute bang, and Gelsenkirchen will certainly be happy with where they are at the end of the first day, but as of course will Lenkovic Mal. They're the two sides that are going unbeaten. It's the battle of the complicated names, and it's going to be a battle at the top for you tomorrow, so good luck with that one.
I'll be good. I'll just be going replaying you saying it all the time, and I remember it like I did last night. But no, it's been a great day, and the weather's been fantastic. I want to say a big thank you, of course, to the Federation here. They've really looked after us well. Lunches, once again, have been fantastic, and, we've just been, hospitality has been great. So thank you to everybody here at the ground. The umpires have done a great job. Right, what the umpires have done here, they've just been, they've not been too involved, which tells you they've done a good job. When they've had to make those close calls, I think they've got it right. They've used the third umpire, and Tyrone has been spot on. So it's a good start for the umpires, and of course our crew here being absolutely wonderful, doing the scoring as well. Marcy doing a good job. We've been joined now by Jared. So we've got Jared here, we've got Manav, we've got Soraya here as well, we've got Andy House here. Diane Oros, ECM photographer, all doing a wonderful job.
Yeah, absolutely. And the good news is, Rico, it's only day one. We've got one more day of Group A action. We've got 2 days of Group B action. We've got Peacock Friday, which is also a finals Friday. And then, of course, we've got the ECSW at the weekend as well. So much to look forward to. We're not competing with any other ECN streams as well. So all eyes on Germany for the rest of the week.
All eyes on Germany. And as we already saw from the international action, there's a lot of big players that are playing here in Germany. Let's remember that here in Germany, it's the fastest growing sport in Germany at the moment, cricket is, and you can see that, and we can see that just with Group A. The number of new players that we're seeing, it's quite amazing. That's fantastic. That's great for us, and that really shows that not just the growth of cricket in Europe, but here in Germany, it must be fantastic for you as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been involved in cricket in Germany for about 10 years now, and even just in that short time frame, it's just absolutely exploded. And Krefeld is such a wonderful facility as well. It's great to be back here. Obviously, we were here a couple of years ago, but as you said, Rico, in those 2 years, so many things have changed. It's great to see new teams coming onto the network as well, and the likes of Lenkovic making their debut and showing exactly what they can do straight away. So I'm looking forward to maybe putting my feet up tomorrow, getting a bowl of custard, getting some mac and cheese, and seeing you do your stuff, because it's going to be another great day.
It's going to be a great day. Well, look, you enjoy your rest because you deserve it. And I want to say a big thank you to everybody that has watched today. You've made it absolutely brilliant. And remember, keep me company tomorrow. But for now, we've got some brilliant highlights of the day for you to watch. And there were some sensational ones as well. So be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya, thank you for watching. Hasta mañana. Ciao.
Bye.
My body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. my back.